Chapter 51. The mangled remains of the night owl slammed heavily into the ruins of Jiangnan Garden. Charred earth and black blood splattered everywhere. Suwu ignored the corpse. He dived from midair, his movement swift as lightning, and landed steadily beside Little White. Suwu kept his guard up despite the regenerative powers of his supreme chaos body. His fatal wounds had mostly healed, but he maintained a stance of absolute combat readiness. His cold, sharp eyes remained fixed on the 9th rank Star Lord hovering above, the one who had just attacked. Little White glared at the same figure. The gray, black scales covering its body stood on end. Its third vertical eye on its forehead glowed with dark purple light, locking onto the visitor in the sky. A low, thunderous growl rumbled deep within its throat, the monstrous bloodlust radiating from the man, and the beast kept even the 9th rank Star Lord wary. He dared not underestimate them. So brother, wait. We are on the same side. Two anxious voices cut through the air at this standoff. Qi Yunshan and Hong Tianyang dropped onto the edge of the ruins, looking somewhat disheveled. The destructive shockwaves from the recent clash had almost pulled them in. To save their lives, the two deans had retreated from the center of Jiangnan Garden. The middle-aged man surrounded by brilliant starlight descended slowly. He wore a deep blue robe patterned with cloud motifs. His face looked refined, but his brow carried an air of authority. As he landed, the massive array that had sealed off dozens of miles dissipated. Little friend So, do not be nervous. I have no ill will. The middle-aged man offered a gentle smile and introduced himself. I am Luo Ting, the principal of Beijing Martial Arts University. Luo Ting? So Wu furrowed his brow. He recognized the name. He knew the man held the title of the highest combat power in the Yanjing Base. However, his vigilance did not decrease. If anything, it intensified. He scanned Luo Ting, a cold sneer forming in his mind. The principal of Beijing Martial Arts University and a 9th rank Star Lord arrives now? He had not shown up earlier. He appeared exactly after Suwu killed 9 Star Lords and nearly lost his head to a palm strike from the night owl. Such timing was far too convenient. Little White could no longer restrain itself before Suwu could speak. It stepped forward, its blood-red eyes glaring at Luo Ting. It spoke in a human voice, thick with rage. Old thing, do not pretend to be a good person. You hid and watched the show for so long. You only appeared after that freak used his kill move. Were you using my big brother as bait? Luo Ting did not get angry at the blunt and crude questioning. Instead, he observed the fierce, protective beast with a strange look in his eyes. He waved his hand and admitted the truth with a calm expression. Little friend, do not be so hot-tempered. Luo Ting looked at Suwu and sighed. His tone carried a touch of helpless sincerity. Little friend So, I did use you. The night owl is the high priest of the star demon cult. He possesses strange spatial secret techniques. He is cunning and suspicious, slippery as an eel. Had I appeared too early, or activated the array immediately, he would have sensed the presence of a 9th rank Star Lord. He would have sacrificed the demon humans and fled without hesitation. I hunted him for 3 years, and he used these tactics to escape every time. Luo Ting gaze turned deep and sharp. If I did not push him into a desperate situation, if I did not make him believe he held the upper hand, how could I have grasped that fleeting flaw and kept him here for good? So Wu understood. To kill an extremely dangerous cult leader, Luo Ting had used a strong guest elder as bait to force the enemy to reveal his trump cards. So Wu could understand the logic, but he felt displeased. Principal Luo has a good plan. So Wu sneered. The atmosphere grew tense again. Luo Ting saw that So Wu remained unmoved. Instead of becoming angry, he grew more appreciative. This was the first time in his life he had encountered a 5th rank Star Lord who could maintain such a strong stance before a 9th rank Star Lord. Naturally, I will not let little friend So suffer a fright for nothing. Luo Ting smiled slightly, as if he had prepared for this. He flipped his wrist and pulled a high-quality jade bottle from his storage space. It emitted a warm luster. He pushed it forward gently. The bottle floated toward Suwu, supported by energy. An exotic fragrance, thick enough to be felt, filled the air the moment the bottle appeared. Even the violent energy in the surrounding air calmed under the scent of the medicine. I have observed student So Yu for some time. This child has talent without equal in the ages. Luo Ting looked at So Wu, his tone becoming solemn. Inside is a tiger rising blood chi pill. This pill is made from the heart blood of a Star Lord rank starry sky flame tiger from the depths of Jupiter. It is supplemented with 99 spiritual herbs. The #1 alchemist master in the solar system spent 1 year refining it. Luo Ting emphasized his tone. There is only this one in the entire solar system. Student So Yu has reached the Grandmaster realm. This pill ignores all bottlenecks. It will assist him 100% in cleansing his marrow, condensing a perfect Martial King golden body, and quickly stepping into the Martial King realm. Qi Yunshan and Hong Tianyang stared wide-eyed upon hearing the name of the tiger rising blood chi pill. This was a strategic resource that even Star Lord rank powerhouses would covet. The principal had paid a high price to appease So Wu. So Wu paused slightly. He glanced at the jade bottle floating in the air. The anger in his heart dissipated by more than half. This old thing really knows how to give what someone wants. So Wu cursed inwardly, but his body acted honestly. He stood on no ceremony. He reached out, grabbed the jade bottle firmly in his palm, and put it into his spatial ring. Since Principal Luo is so sincere, I will write off the matter of being used as bait today. So Wu spoke indifferently. He put his long blade away into his spatial ring at the same time. Luo Ting breathed a secret sigh of relief upon seeing Suwu accept the pill. Using one pill to resolve the hostility of a monstrous 5th-rank Star Lord was a profitable deal. The crisis passed. Luo Ting turned his gaze without restraint onto Little White beside Suwu. He looked at the purple vertical pupil. He felt the pure pressure that belonged to the royal family of the universe. A flash of undisguised desire crossed his eyes. A star beast. And a high-level star beast that triggered visions of heaven and earth. Luo Ting's voice carried a hint of imperceptible trembling. Little friend So, I observed this star beast defending you with its life. It must have already formed a contract with you, right? His tone carried a complex sense of probing. In the universe, adult royal star beasts could not be tamed. Only the young could be. Once a human signed a soul contract first, the star beast became the private property of that human. No one could take it away unless the master died. Suwu was sharp. How could he miss the meaning in Luo Ting's words? He reached out and stroked Little White head, which was covered in hard metal scales, very naturally. That is correct. Little White has formed a life and death master servant contract with me. It is my family. A flash of regret crossed Luo Ting's eyes at this definite answer. What a pity. If this star beast had no master, he would have taken it by force even if it meant half destroying the Yanjing Base. But since a contract already existed, taking it by force held little meaning. Forcibly breaking a contract would most likely cause the star beast to destroy itself, soul and all. So that is how it is. Luo Ting sighed and shook his head. His eyes looked at Suwu with deep apprehension in addition to admiration. Little friend Su, since you have subdued such a heaven-defying creature, you must be prepared to face enemies throughout the world. Luo Ting lifted his head and looked at the distant night sky. Next, it depends on how the Federation decides to handle this matter. Luo Ting said no more. He waved his large sleeve, lifted the remains of the night owl from the ground, and vanished into a streak of starlight, racing toward the base walls. As the principal, he had to clean up the mess from tonight himself. Chapter 52. The clamor faded. The cold wind remained. Inside the ruined Jiangnan garden, only Suwu and Little White stood among the debris. With no outsiders watching, the violent, terrifying aura around Little White began to recede rapidly. It panted heavily. Its massive body deflated like a punctured ball. Silver-white light enveloped it, and it shrank rapidly. The gray-black scales turned back into soft, snow-white fur. The dragon horns on its head retreated into its body. The eerie third eye on its forehead closed slowly, leaving only a faint golden mark. In the blink of an eye, it returned to the palm-sized, harmless, fluffy white kitten. Oh, I am exhausted. Little White flopped down onto the snow. Its limbs went weak, and it gasped for breath. Forcing an awakening and unleashing a technique beyond its level had drained nearly all of its energy. It lifted its small head to scan the scarred ruins, and then looked at Suwu, who was covered in blood. Its two furry ears drooped instantly, and its tail tucked between its hind legs. With a swift movement, Little White scrambled up Suwu's pant leg using all four limbs. It settled expertly on Suwu's shoulder, and licked the bloodstain on his cheek with its soft, pink tongue. Big brother, Little White spoke. Its voice no longer held the haughty tone of someone calling themselves a master. It sounded soft and sweet, like a child who had committed a grave error. The tone was filled with apprehension. Did I cause a huge disaster? Although its memories were incomplete, it knew the pillar of light it had unleashed brought endless trouble. The warships, the assassins, and even the beast tide surrounding the city had all come because of it. Suwu turned his head slightly. Foolish creature. Suwu spoke softly. His voice carried a sense of security capable of shielding one from all the storms of the world. How could you have caused a disaster? If you had not blocked that strike, I would have lost my life here. Little White eyes, which had been dim, lit up instantly. They became watery and bright. Its tail flicked back and forth with joy. Soon, however, it remembered something, and its tail drooped again. But, snap. Before Little White could finish, Suwu flicked his index finger. He tapped Little White on the forehead with a crisp sound. Ouch. Little White clutched its head and looked at Suwu, aggrieved. Forget the buts. Do not think so much. Suwu shoved his hands into his pockets. He walked with long strides toward Villa 186, facing the wind and snow. Villa 186. Gale force winds mixed with unceasing snowflakes battered the floor-to-ceiling windows. Outside the gate, Suwu paced back and forth like an ant on a hot pan. Although he knew his father was strong, the earth-shattering movements coming from the direction of Jiangnan Garden still made his heart pound. The sound of the gate authority unlocking echoed. Suwu looked up sharply. When he saw Suwu with his hands in his pockets, and that familiar white fur ball perched on his shoulder, his taut nerves finally relaxed completely. His eyes turned red, and a layer of mist formed. Dad. Little White. Suwu rushed forward in 2 strides. He scrutinized his father intently. Suwu had changed into spare clothes, but the lingering scent of blood and his chaotic aura could not escape Suwu's perception. Only after confirming his father had suffered no fatal, irreversible wounds did he let out a heavy sigh of relief. Enough. You are grown up, and you are still sniffling. Suwu laughed and ruffled his sun hair. His tone was light. Let us go inside and eat. I am starved after that fight. The two and the beast returned to the warm villa. After a hearty late-night snack, life seemed to return to its usual calm. Yet, after the excitement of the night, Suwu's eyes held a more determined resolve. He finished cleaning up the dishes in silence and dove straight into the training room. He knew that with his current strength, he could only be someone needing protection in the face of true powerhouses. He had to grow stronger, strong enough to fight side by side with his father. Second floor balcony. So Wu did not rest. He sat alone in a rattan chair, feeling the cold wind. 9 rings of various shapes sat on the coffee table. These were the rich rewards from slaying the 9 Star Lords that night. Let me see just how rich the giants of Mars really are. So Wu smiled and probed them with his spiritual sense. This space must be at least 100 cubic meters. So Wu felt surprised. As expected of a family head, the capacity of these 9 rings far exceeded the one he had swiped from the manager of the treasure pavilion earlier. Supplies piled up like mountains inside the rings, too numerous to count. However, So Wu, whose standards had been spoiled by his system, looked at the ordinary low-level potions and federal currency with disdain. He sifted through the vast ocean of items quickly. He only picked out the top-tier pills that only Star Lord rank experts could use, high-level nutrient solutions, and several memory crystals recording martial techniques. Among them, what caught So Wu's attention most was a dark gold jade slip from the UN ring. The UN escape. So Wu read the information inside the jade slip, and a light flashed in his eyes. This was an extremely profound spatial evasion technique. When cultivated to the peak, it could even achieve long-distance teleportation. This movement technique is absolutely top-tier. It is a pity. So Wu scoffed. Li Yuan, that old dog, died too quickly. He did not even get a chance to use this life-saving skill. It is my gain. Besides the supplies, the main event was the ancient martial weapons. So Wu waved his hand. 8 weapons radiating an ancient, weathered aura floated in midair. The spear belonging to the Lu family head had snapped during the battle. There was 1 red long blade, 1 square seal, and 6 other first-rank ancient weapons. So Wu's gaze fell on the bronze square seal, and a flash of wonder crossed his eyes. He remembered clearly that when he broke through, he had used his blade to crack this thing. Now, the cracks on the surface were slowly squirming and healing. It can actually absorb the energy of heaven and earth to repair itself. So Wu nodded in satisfaction. He separated the UN escape manual and 1 wind attribute first-rank ancient sword. He planned to give them to See You tomorrow. The night grew deep, and all was silent. So Wu did not go back to his room to sleep. He remained on the balcony, poured himself a cup of hot tea, and looked toward the dome of the Yanjing Base with deep eyes. He knew that what happened tonight was not truly over. The pillar of light from the Star Beast awakening, the fall of 9 Star Lords, the high priest of the Star Demon cult. These heaven-shattering events would not be ignored by the Federation. Although Luo Ting was the principal of Beijing Martial Arts University, he could not represent the entire Federation. The person who truly held the power of life and death over the solar system should be arriving soon. Chapter 53. As the hand of the clock passed 3 in the morning, a hum vibrated through the air. There was no sound of tearing through the void, nor any eruption of heavenly energy. A vast, pure, and terrifying pressure descended without warning upon the sky above Villa 186. This aura was 10 times more powerful than that of Principal Luo Ting. Under its shroud, the surrounding space seemed frozen. Even the falling snowflakes hung suspended in midair. Could it be a Star King? So Wu wondered. His pupils shrank, and his hand tightened around his teacup. In the air, the space rippled like water. A young man, who appeared to be only 18 or 19 years old and possessed an extremely handsome appearance, stepped slowly out of the void with his hands clasped behind his back. Behind him floated 2 figures. They were the federal inspectors who had attempted to use So Wu as a pawn at Jiangnan Garden, Zhao Feng and Catherine. At this moment, these 2 arrogant 5th-rank Star Lords appeared bound by invisible chains and suspended in the air. Their faces twisted in agony, and their eyes brimmed with despair and terror. Their mouths hung open, yet they could not utter a single sound. The young man ignored the 2 behind him. His gaze fell directly upon So Wu on the balcony, a faint, inscrutable smile playing on his lips. It has been a long time, So Wu. The voice was clear and gentle, yet it carried the weight of someone looking down upon all living beings. So Wu rose slowly. He met the gaze of the young man in the air with a hint of surprise and nodded. Indeed, it has been a long time. I did not expect it to be you. Lin Feng, the federal director of the solar system, stood before him. Memories from 20 years ago flooded So Wu's mind. At that time, So Wu was young and had already reached the Grandmaster realm, known as the #1 genius in Jiangnan. Yet, in the presence of this person, all geniuses paled in comparison. Lin Feng had entered the Grandmaster realm at 18 and broken through to the Martial King level at 20. He was a peerless talent hailed by the Solar System Federation as a genius not seen in 1,000 years on Earth. Although they had met only a few times, they shared a deep acquaintance. 20 years had passed, yet time had left no trace upon his face. Instead, it had allowed his strength to reach a level unattainable by ordinary people. I am not here to reminisce with you today. The smile on Lin Feng's lips faded, and his eyes grew as deep as the starry sky. What happened at Jiangnan Garden, and the situation regarding that star beast, have all been reported to me truthfully by Luo Ting. Hearing this, So Wu tensed immediately. However, Lin Feng's next action caught So Wu completely off guard. The innocent are often harmed by the possession of precious jewels. If the news of a star beast appearing spreads, it will not just be you, a 5th-rank Star Lord, who faces disaster. The entire solar system will face annihilation. Lin Feng's voice was cold, like someone stating a cruel truth. Therefore, for the sake of the Federation's stability, and to prevent this star beast from falling into the hands of alien races or the Star Demon cult, I have made a decision. Before he finished speaking, Lin Feng did not look at So Wu. Instead, he raised his right hand casually and made a grasping motion toward Zhao Feng and Catherine, who floated behind him. A wet, cracking sound tore through the silence. Zhao Feng and Catherine, the two fifth-rank Star Lord Federal Inspectors, did not even have time to scream. Their heads were crushed by an invisible and terrifying force, as if they were overripe watermelons. Blood, mixed with white brain matter, exploded in the night sky like a fountain. So Wu's pupils contracted, and his heart jolted. He was killing his own colleagues. Even someone like him, who had grown accustomed to life and death, felt shocked by Lin Feng's sudden and ruthless methods. It is not just those two. Lin Feng pulled out a clean white handkerchief and wiped his right hand, which had not even been stained by any blood. His tone remained as flat as if he were discussing stepping on ants. In the hour before I arrived here, the main residences of the Li family, the Yi family, and the Lu family stationed on Mars had been uprooted by my people. Not a single living thing was spared. Those were the top wealthy families of Mars. He had destroyed them just like that. Dead people cannot leak secrets. Lin Feng tossed the handkerchief aside, and it turned to ash in midair. He looked down at So Wu from above, a light shimmering in the depths of his eyes that resembled the gaze of a gambler. Tonight, there is no star beast awakening, and there is no pillar of light reaching the sky. There is only the high priest of the star demon cult, Night Owl, who attacked Jiangnan Garden in retaliation against the Federation, and killed the high-level members of the three major Martian families along the way. The two inspectors, Zhao Feng and Catherine, died heroically in the line of duty, while pursuing the Night Owl. In just a few short sentences, Lin Feng had cleaned up the mess that threatened to shake the entire solar system. He watched So Wu, his eyes filled with both scrutiny and expectation. Lin Feng knew clearly what kind of political risk he had to bear to protect So Wu and that star beast. But he knew even better that a monster capable of breaking through 4 levels in 3 months, a son with the potential of a supreme being, combined with a high-rank star beast, made this combination worth gambling everything on. Lin Feng turned around, and the void behind him rippled once more. As he was about to step into the void to leave, he turned his head slightly and left behind a meaningful statement. So Wu. He emphasized So Wu's name. I have cleared away your future worries. I hope that in the near future, you will not disappoint me. A flicker of motion occurred, and Lin Feng's figure and the suffocating pressure disappeared simultaneously, as if he had never appeared at all. On the balcony, So Wu remained silent for a long time, allowing the cold snowflakes to fall upon his shoulders. After a while, he picked up the tea on the table, which had already gone cold, and drank it in one gulp. He spoke slowly. It has been so long, yet you are still the same. Thank you. The next morning, the soft morning light pierced through the sky full of flying snow, and spilled into the living room of Villa 186. So Wu sat on the leather sofa and tossed a spatial ring to Suyu, who had just finished his morning exercise. Catch. Suyu caught it in a panic and asked doubtfully, Father, what is this? The legacy of the Martian Li family. So Wu picked up his hot tea and took a sip, his tone as casual as if he were talking about buying a cabbage in the morning. Suyu tentatively probed it with a trace of spiritual power. The next second, he gasped sharply. Within the vast storage space, a long blade shimmering with cyan wind attribute light floated quietly. It was indeed a first-rank ancient martial weapon. Beside the long blade floated a dark gold jade slip, which was the supreme spatial evasion technique, the UN escape. What made Suyu's heartbeat even faster was the mutton-fat jade bottle stored in the deepest part of the ring. Even through the bottle, he could faintly feel the terrifying blood energy it contained. It was exactly the tiger-rising blood chi pill that Principal Luo Ting had sent as an apology yesterday. You should familiarize yourself with that blade and the evasion technique as soon as possible over the next few days. So Wu looked at his son, who was full of shock, and instructed him earnestly. As for that bottle of the tiger-rising blood chi pill, do not be in a hurry to consume it. The medicinal power of that thing is too overbearing. Use it only when you have polished your foundation as a grandmaster to the point of perfection and are ready to impact the martial king realm. Although Luo Ting said that the tiger-rising blood chi pill could help so you quickly break through to the martial king realm, so Wu naturally would not do something as self-defeating as pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Instead, he intended for Suyu to use it as a breakthrough pill. A short week passed in the blink of an eye. That afternoon, Suyu, who was feeding mutant dried fish to Little White in the courtyard, heard the long-lost and beautiful mechanical sound in his mind as expected. The system detected that the descendant, Suyu, possessed exceptional talent and practiced day and night. He had successfully cultivated the second-ranked top-quality movement technique, the UN escape, to the entry level. The system for the father benefiting from the child triggered a critical feedback. Congratulations to the host. The UN escape has automatically evolved to the state of perfection. A hum resonated through his mind. The moment the prompt finished, Suyu felt a subtle change occur in the world before his eyes. The previously stable spatial structure became as soft as the surface of water in his view. He did not need any hand seals or energy accumulation. With just a thought, his body could melt into the void as smoothly as a swimming fish, achieving the true ability to shrink the earth into inches and travel thousands of miles in an instant. It truly is a top-tier evasion technique. Suyu felt the power to control space within his body, and a satisfied curve appeared on his lips. This kid's comprehension is becoming increasingly abnormal. He mastered the UN escape in just 1 week. With the cleanup and deterrence of the director Lin Feng behind the scenes, the power of the star demon cult in the solar system seemed to have been uprooted and had disappeared completely. The destruction of the three major families of Mars also caused all potential enemies to withdraw their fangs. The So father and son finally welcomed a rare and precious period of quiet growth. Spring departed and autumn came, and the seasons rotated. In this vast interstellar era, a year was nothing more than the blink of an eye. Time flew by, and an entire year passed quietly, while Suyu sweat and trained day after day. Chapter 54. For 1 year, Suyu locked himself within the underground training chamber. Through countless cycles of blood energy depletion and reconstruction, he polished his Grandmaster foundation until it was thick and pure. His realm remained steadily at the peak of the Grandmaster stage. He stood mere half a step away from the martial king realm that countless martial artists dreamed of. Compared to the son's grueling training, So Wu's days on the second-floor balcony passed in a plain and unassuming fashion. The afternoon sun spilled lazily onto the wide rattan chair. So Wu reclined, holding a steaming cup of supreme spiritual tea. He squinted his eyes, a thought flickering through his mind. A pale blue transparent panel appeared before him, visible only to him. Host, So Wu. Bound Descendant, So Yu. Descendant Realm, peak of the Grandmaster stage. Host Realm, 9th rank Starlord stage. Technique, 8 Desolation and 6 Harmonies technique, perfected, 3 attributes. Martial skill, 3 Fire Thunder Blade, perfected. Blood Evil Transformation, perfected. UN Escape, slightly mastered spatial attribute. Combat skill, micro level. Divine ability, Blade Domain, mid-level. So Wu stared at the panel. A faint smile pulled at the corners of his mouth. 9th rank Starlord stage. During this past year, as So Yu's realm climbed steadily, the system's unreasonable feedback mechanism pushed So Wu's cultivation to the peak of the Starlord stage. He remained separated from the so-called Star King realm by only a thin layer of window paper. Meanwhile, inside the underground training chamber, gravity had been adjusted to 100 times that of the outside world. The air grew thick and viscous due to the extreme pressure. If an ordinary master stepped into this place, the pressure would instantly crush them into a pile of meat paste. So Yu stood bare-chested. His muscles looked defined. A pale purple gold glow of blood energy circulated across the surface of his skin. He took a deep breath, adjusting his essence, energy, and spirit to their absolute peak. His thoughts stirred, and the spatial ring flickered slightly. A jade bottle emitting a warm luster appeared before him. It held the tiger rising blood chi pill. The Martial King realm. Today I will break through it. So Yu reached out and pulled the stopper from the jade bottle without hesitation. The moment the cork popped, a deafening tiger roar echoed in the training chamber out of thin air. A phantom of a fierce tiger, burning with starry sky flame fire, surged from the bottle mouth, baring its fangs and claws. So Yu let out a cold snort, opened his mouth, and inhaled sharply. The phantom of the starry sky flame tiger, attempting to struggle, along with the bright red pill covered in golden patterns, turned into a stream of fiery light. He swallowed it whole. Boom. The moment it entered his throat, So Yu felt a massive, scorching, and violent energy. It exploded within his limbs and bones like a surging tide. Ugh. What terrifying power. Even with the chaos body, So Yu let out a suppressed, painful low roar. The energy felt like thousands of venomous snakes burning with flames, frantically scurrying through his meridians. Wherever they passed, his meridians felt as if molten lava were forcefully widening and burning them. His bones emitted a jarring clicking sound, as if the violent medicinal power would crush them at any moment. The pain felt like countless steel needles, frantically stimulating every one of his nerves. So Yu bit down on his teeth. His eyes turned blood red. Beans of sweat seeped out of his forehead only to evaporate into white mist due to the high temperature on his skin. Suppress it. So Yu frantically operated the 8 Desolation and 6 Harmonies technique. The chaos vortex within his body acted like a greedy black hole. It began to forcefully swallow and tear apart the violent medicinal power. The medicinal power of the tiger rising blood chi pill continued to disperse, forming a terrifying white-hot vortex within his dantian. This vortex constantly converted the medicinal power into the purest blood energy, frantically impacting the invisible realm barrier. Crack, crack. So you could clearly feel that the bottleneck at the peak of the Grandmaster stage, already sturdy to the extreme, began to emit shattering sounds under the impact of this overwhelming force. It felt like a massive dam blocking a river, finally showing cracks. As time passed, a blood-colored light cocoon, thick as substance, gradually appeared on the surface of So Yu's body. His aura climbed steadily, becoming stronger and stronger. An oppressive sensation, one that surpassed that of a grandmaster, began to permeate the training chamber. He did not know how much time had passed. When he finally refined and absorbed the last trace of medicinal power, he opened his eyes wide and released a long roar that pierced through metal and cracked stone. Boom. For a long time, the airwaves calmed. So Yu stood up slowly. He did not rely on any external force, nor did he operate the UN escape movement technique. He simply raised his foot naturally and took a step into the void in front of him. The air under his feet seemed to turn into a solid staircase. So Yu's body hovered steadily in midair, as if walking on flat ground. Flight in the air. Stepping through the air. This marked the completion of the transformation of his life level after breaking the shackles of gravity. He had achieved the Martial King realm. The moment So Yu made his breakthrough, on the second-floor balcony, So Wu, who had been closing his eyes to rest while silently focusing on the movements in the basement, finally revealed a knowing smile. At the same time, deep within So Wu's mind, the system's mechanical voice, sweet as heavenly music, sounded again. Detected that descendant So Yu has experienced countless sharpenings, broken through human shackles, and created a flawless martial arts foundation. He has successfully promoted to the early martial king realm. The host's realm is undergoing synchronized critical feedback. Congratulations to the host. Successfully shattered the Star Lord barrier, and promoted to the first rank Star King realm. Triggered special reward. Because descendant So Yu created a perfect foundation, the host is rewarded with successful mastery of first rank space attribute, first rank fire attribute, first rank thunder attribute, and first rank water attribute. At this very moment, the world around So Wu stopped. This was not an illusion. It occurred because time and space, under the interference of some extremely high-dimensional power, came to a standstill. Falling leaves hung suspended in midair. The chirping of birds in the distance cut off abruptly. So Wu felt a massive power, impossible to describe in words, pour into his limbs and bones like the weight of the entire universe. If the Star-Lord realm involved condensing a star vortex in the body to control a microgalaxy of one's own, then the Star King realm involved letting this microgalaxy resonate completely with the great universe. This represented a leap in the dimension of life. So Wu's soul felt lifted infinitely high. He looked at the essence of this world. Countless profound, obscure, deep, and vast insights poured into his mind out of thin air like a torrent of information. After a martial artist reaches the Star King realm, the focus of cultivation no longer centers on the simple accumulation of blood energy and vital energy. Instead, it starts to comprehend the attributes of the origin between the universe. These attributes divide from shallow to deep into 9 ranks. They do not act like the surface energy of vital energy, but rather as the code that constructs the bottom layer of this universe. They also serve as the foundation for entering higher realms and cultivating the highest laws in the future. Once a martial artist successfully comprehends an attribute, the power of the vital energy used in their gestures will undergo an exponential and terrifying explosion. The system forcefully carved the first-rank mysteries of 4 types of attributes deep into So Wu's soul. Boom. First, an infinite void exploded within So Wu's sea of consciousness. First-rank space attribute. He sensed the folding, faulting, and veins of the surrounding space clearly. He possessed a strong intuition that now, with just a single thought, he could easily tear through the spatial barrier in front of him to perform short-range instantaneous movement. He could regard spatial distance as nothing, just like Lin Feng in the past. Immediately following that, flames burned the sky. First-rank fire attribute. This did not act as ordinary fire, but as cosmic fire capable of incinerating stars and igniting the void. Subsequently, the roar of world-destroying thunder. First-rank thunder attribute. It represented heavenly punishment and destruction. Every arc of electricity contained a violent intent capable of destroying vitality. Finally, first-rank water attribute. It possessed supreme softness yet absolute hardness, containing all things, while possessing the capability to pierce stone and crush the void. Space, fire, thunder, water. The 4 types of first-rank attributes intertwined and fused within So Wu's body. So Wu opened his eyes slowly. The harvest this time is not small. So Wu clenched his fists. He did not release any earth-shattering aura. He confined all his power perfectly within his body. No wonder everyone beneath a Star King acts as an ant. Mastering the power of attributes makes dealing with Star Lords look exactly like a dimension reduction strike. Chapter 55. 3 days slipped by. So Yu, having recently broken into the Martial King realm, stayed inside the training chamber night and day. He consolidated his surging strength and mastered the new sensation of walking through the air. So Wu, meanwhile, lounged on the balcony, sipping tea and letting the sun warm his skin. He focused on internalizing the terrifying power of the Star King. On the morning of the 3rd day, a familiar presence landed in the courtyard of Villa 186. So Wu, reclining in the rattan chair, arched a brow. His gaze cut through the walls to identify the visitor. Su Liang, the vice principal of Beijing Martial Arts University. Su Liang stepped into the living room. As he looked up and spotted Su Wu walking down the staircase, the Star-Lord realm expert, usually as immovable as a mountain, faltered. He stopped dead. His pupils contracted in shock. How could this be? Waves of disbelief crashed through him. They had not met for an entire year. He assumed So Wu, despite his massive talent, would still be a Star Lord. Now, he could not fathom the depths of So Wu's power. A year ago, So Wu felt like a sharp, peerless blade with edges one could perceive. Today, he felt like a bottomless black hole. Su Liang's spiritual sense screamed warnings at him. If this man so desired, a single glance could erase his 5-star Lord level existence. Had he truly stepped across that line? Impossible. It had only been 1 year. Su Liang suppressed the terror surging in his chest. He plastered a respectful smile onto his face. Principal Su, you visit uninvited at the crack of dawn. Is there some urgent business today? Su Wu walked slowly to the sofa, sat down, and gestured to the seat opposite. His tone remained casual. Su Liang blinked, shaking off the trance. He hurried over to sit, dropping the vice principal act. He adopted the humble posture of a junior. Please excuse me, Mr. Su. There is indeed an urgent matter. Su Liang nodded, his voice respectful. Word has reached us that Su Yu has spent the past year in seclusion. He has successfully stepped into the Martial King realm. I come today because some critical details require Su Yu's immediate attention. Oh. So Wu let a hint of surprise cross his eyes. A matter requiring the personal visit of the Beijing Martial Arts University vice principal clearly went beyond small school activities. Little White. So Wu called out without turning his head. A soft rumbling sound echoed from the wool rug nearby. A ball of white fur, which had grown significantly rounder over the past year of lazing about the villa, perked its ears at the summons. It let out a lazy yawn, glanced at Su Liang, and trotted off on short, stubby legs. Less than a minute later, heavy, steady footsteps approached. Su Yu, having just stabilized his realm, followed Little White into the living room. Principal Su, you were looking for me. Su Yu greeted him politely. Su Liang gazed at the sharp, energetic young martial king, his admiration evident. Su Yu, first of all, congratulations on breaking your shackles. At such a stunningly young age, you have successfully stepped into the martial king realm. Su Yu nodded with humility, refusing to let the praise go to his head. Principal, you are too kind. Is there a specific reason for your visit today? I will not beat around the bush. Su Liang turned grave. I represent the Beijing Martial Arts University Board of Trustees. I formally invite you to represent our school in the upcoming seed tournament. Seed tournament. Both Su Yu, fresh from his seclusion, and Su Wu, sipping tea on the sofa, paused in confusion. In this information-rich era, they had heard of countless genius battles and selection matches in the Federation, but this seed tournament remained entirely unheard of. Su Liang saw their puzzlement. He gathered his thoughts and explained in a low voice. It is natural that you do not know. This is not a competition at the Earth level. Our solar system cannot host it alone. Su Liang's gaze grew profound. He seemed to look past the ceiling and into the boundless starry sky. Mr. Su Yu, you both know that while the human Federation dominates the Milky Way, we are but a drop in the ocean when looking at the entire universe. The vast Milky Way divides into 6 major star domains. Our solar system, along with thousands of neighboring star systems, forms what we call the first star sector. This first star sector is merely a small corner under the jurisdiction of the Aeolin star domain. As Su Liang spoke, a grand and infinite star map seemed to unfurl before them. The seed plan is a top-level interstellar selection event led directly by the high command of the Aeolin star domain. Su Wu and Su Yu felt their pupils constrict. An event organized by the Aeolin star domain. This meant the participants would not be limited to geniuses from Earth. They would face monsters from hundreds or thousands of different planets. The stakes and terror of this competition defied imagination. The ultimate purpose of the seed tournament is to pick true sparks for the seed plan of the Aeolin star domain. Su Liang's voice dropped. You may not know this, but at the edges of our star domain, on the front lines of the universe, a meat grinder of a war rages without pause. It is a war to defend against the bloodthirsty alien civilizations that seek to devour human civilization. The front lines suffer heavy casualties. We need a steady supply of top-tier powerhouses to fill the gaps. The high command of the Aeolin star domain exhausted countless resources to open the seed plan. To put it bluntly, they want to find the most talented monsters in the vast sea of stars to nurture. Su Liang looked at Su Yu, fire burning in his eyes. Once you become a true seed, the star domain will pour massive resources into you. From cosmic oddities that change fate to supreme law inheritances that point directly to the Star King realm and beyond, you will want for nothing. When those seeds grow, whether you choose to lead a fleet to the front lines, to fight aliens, or stay in the Aeolin star sector to build merit and rule territory, you will become an absolute giant standing at the peak of the stars. The living room fell silent. Even Su Wu, who had seen his share of storms, felt waves crashing within his heart at this grand narrative. So, Principal Su, your intention is to have you participate in this so-called seed tournament. Su Wu set down his teacup. His gaze burned like a torch. He understood the real purpose of Su Liang's visit. Exactly. Su Liang nodded heavily, his tone proud and grave. To cope with the pressure on the front lines, the Aeolin star domain high command decided to expand the selection scope. This time, they made an exception to choose a batch of seed spots on Earth, the origin of humanity in our first star sector. Our Beijing Martial Arts University has a deep foundation. After maneuvering between the military and top brass, we struggled to fight for 10 spots in the preliminary tournament. Su Liang stood up and stared intently at Su Yu. Su Yu, you stepped into the Martial King realm at 18. This talent is stunning even if you look at the entire first star sector. Among these 10 spots, you must have one. Su Yu stood still, saying nothing. More resources, greater strength, protecting his family, finding his mother. Was this not the peak of martial arts he had always craved? Su Wu, sitting on the sofa, gently rubbed his chin. Aeolin star domain, alien civilizations. Su Wu calculated in his mind. If Su Yu became a seed, he would naturally ascend rapidly. And what about himself? He would benefit just the same. Chapter 56. After weighing the options, Su Yu's eyes held no confusion. The starry sky was vast, and thousands of races vied for dominance. Rather than remaining a sheltered flower in a greenhouse, he would carve a bloody path through the infinite universe. He made his decision without hesitation. He would join the seed tournament. According to the news brought by Vice Principal Su Liang, the preliminary round for the first star sector would be held on Earth, in Magic City. 1 month remained before the start of the tournament. For Su Yu, who had just stepped into the early Martial King realm, this period was crucial for consolidation. He declined all social engagements within the university, rarely even stepping foot into Jiangnan Garden. He became a tireless training machine, polishing his newly liquefied Martial King blood energy in the underground chamber with its gravity set to 100 times normal. With the resources provided by his father, his aura grew thicker with every passing day. However, half a month into Suyu's seclusion, a different power stirred. Deep beneath the Yanjing Base, inside an abandoned nuclear fallout shelter 1,000 meters underground, darkness reigned. The air hung thick with the stench of blood and decay. In the center of the shelter, a massive, eerie totem emitted a dark red light as it rotated slowly. A gaunt figure, like a skeleton draped in human skin, sat cross-legged at the center of the blood-colored totem. His features looked demonic, yet his skin hung as pale as paper. The black veins pulsing beneath the surface remained clearly visible. Had So Wu or Luo Ting stood there, they would have felt shocked to discover that this man was none other than Night Owl, the high priest of the Star Demon cult, the same person who had crushed his own heart above Jiangnan Garden 1 year ago. Night Owl, a monster who had lived for hundreds of years, possessed far more contingencies than one could count. What he had crushed that day was merely a core decoy fashioned through the cruel blood shadow substitute technique. The true Night Owl had long since used the cover of blood mist to slip a wisp of his remnant soul into the underground water network of the Yanjing Base. For 1 entire year, he had crept like a sewer rat, dragging his heavily wounded, dying body to engrave this grand formation capable of communicating with the abyss of the starry sky at 108 core nodes beneath Yanjing. Night Owl coughed up a mouthful of black blood. His aura waned, yet his inverted pupils flashed with extreme madness and venom. Damn it. He had ruined a century of foundation. Night Owl glanced at the now completed blood-colored patterns on the ground, regret and annoyance flashing in his eyes. What a pity. With the blood of 100 top-tier geniuses, this formation could have summoned a 9th-rank Star King clone of the demon god. Now, even by sacrificing himself, his broken soul could only tear open a tiny gap, summoning a 2nd-rank Star King demon god clone. 2nd-rank Star King. To Night Owl, in a world where even 5th-rank Star Lords could reign supreme, the Star King realm represented an absolutely invincible, dimension-breaking strike. That is enough. Night Owl wiped the black blood from his mouth, a twisted grin spreading across his face. While he could not kill Lin Feng, before he returned, this demon god clone would chew the entire Yanjing Base to the bone. Let these ignorant natives wail in the wrath of the gods. Night Owl's eyes held no attachment to the living. He flipped his right hand, and a white bone blade drenched in poison and curses appeared. He plunged it backward into his own newly reshaped chest. Noble king, please have pity on your loyal subject. Night Owl raised his head, emitting a shrill, fanatical shriek that lacked any humanity. His body began to disintegrate, turning into pure dark energy that poured into the totem at his feet. Use my soul as a guide. Let a destructive rebirth descend upon this land. The earth beneath Yanjing Base trembled violently. Then, under the terrified gazes of 10 million citizens, thousands of bloody light pillars erupted without warning from the city center, the 4 major military districts, and the 3 core zones, including Beijing Martial Arts University. These pillars soared into the sky, ignoring the energy shield that supposedly blocked meteor impacts, intertwining 10,000 meters in the air. Within seconds, a weird, blood-colored magic array, covering a radius of 100 miles, hung above Yanjing like a giant abyss mouth devouring the sky. Oppression. Extreme pressure. At this moment, every powerhouse above the Star-Lord realm in Yanjing Base, whether an old monster in seclusion, or a legion commander guarding a territory, felt a shudder from the depths of their soul. It was a terror born from a life level being absolutely crushed, as if an indescribable, terrifying existence were casting a cold gaze upon them from across the endless stars. What is this? Above Beijing Martial Arts University, Principal Luo Ting transformed into starlight and shot into the sky. He watched the rotating blood array above his head, pale-faced, feeling the destructive aura that far exceeded the limit of a 9th-rank Star Lord. His hands trembled uncontrollably. Star King level energy fluctuations. And it is a Star King with an extremely evil attribute. These lunatics from the Star Demon cult actually completed a descent ceremony inside the Yanjing Base. Luo Ting activated his emergency communicator without hesitation. In the vastness of space, the huge fireball radiating infinite light and heat, the sun. In the corona layer where temperatures reached millions of degrees Celsius, violent solar storms could shred any S-class interstellar battleship in an instant. Yet, on this surface akin to purgatory, a slender figure strolled casually through the rolling plasma sea of fire. Lin Feng, the federal director, wore no protective gear, resisting the terrifying high temperature of the star with his bare flesh. He bent down slightly, his long fingers pushing aside a cluster of bursting solar prominences, and carefully pulled out a strange, crystal-clear little plant burning with golden flames. The sunflame grass planted last year is just right now. Lin Feng curled his lips in a satisfied smile. At that moment, the communicator on his wrist flashed wildly, with a red alarm representing supreme crisis. Luo Ting's anxious voice passed directly into his mind through the quantum encrypted frequency. Descent ceremony. Star King level demon god clone. Chapter 57. Earth, Yanjing Base. The blood-colored formation high in the sky spun at its maximum limit. The firmament looked as if a bloody wound had been ripped open. A roar shattered the soul. A terrifying blood shadow, thousands of feet tall, covered in sharp bone spurs and dripping with corrosive magma, clawed at the edges of the rift. Its eyes, like 2 blood moons, fixed on the world below as it struggled to squeeze through the pattern. Even with only its upper body exposed, the terrifying pressure belonging to a second-rank Star King knocked countless ordinary people within Yanjing Base unconscious. Masses of flying cars lost control and plummeted like dumplings falling into a pot. The apocalypse seemed to be right before them. Villa 186. In the spacious courtyard, Suwu, Suyu, and Little White, now a small furry ball, tilted their heads back in unison. They stared at the shocking and magnificent sight in the sky. Big brother, something feels wrong. This guy looks like it knows how to fight, Little White said. It covered its nose with a small paw. Its fur stood on end. This was the instinctual reaction of a star beast to an extremely dangerous creature. Suyu, fresh from seclusion, wore a grave expression. He clenched his fists. Dad, this aura is countless times stronger than Principal Luo Ting. Is this the legendary Star King realm? Suwu ignored the chatter. He stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes remained calm without a ripple. He tapped his toes lightly. He drifted toward the sky tens of thousands of meters high as if he weighed nothing. As he ascended, his right hand grasped the void. The red long blade appeared in his palm. His eyes sharpened to an unparalleled degree. The star vortex within his body accelerated suddenly. He called upon the attributes he had just gained through the system reward. First rank fire attribute. First rank thunder attribute. Explosions thundered twice. The body of the red blade trembled violently. A layer of extreme incandescent source fire and streaks of purple-black mad thunder, as thick as water buckets, and radiating destructive energy, coiled around the blade like two roaring dragons. A terrifying power erupted from the blade under the crazy amplification of these two attributes. Principal Luo Ting caught sight of the figure intertwined with thunder and fire. Suwu held the thunder fire blade high. Without any flashy preparation, he swung it casually at the demon god clone that had only just pushed half its body out of the blood formation. Cut, he whispered. The short command drowned out the roar of the heavens. A bright blade light, tens of thousands of meters long, and woven from extreme thunder and raging fire, cut through the oppressive bloody firmament of Yanjing Base. It looked like the first ray of light at the birth of the universe. The speed of the blade light seemed to freeze time itself. The second-rank Star King demon god clone did not even have time to utter a complete scream. Its proud demon god body proved as fragile as butter before a hot knife when faced with the explosive fire and destructive thunder contained in that slash. The blade light flashed across the waist of the demon god clone without any obstruction. Everyone watched in horror as the terrifying blood shadow was cut in half by the blade light that spanned the heavens. The upper body vaporized instantly within the violent thunder and fire. The lower half that had just emerged, along with the massive blood summoning formation, shattered piece by piece under the lingering blade intent, much like broken glass. It eventually turned into a rain of bloody light and dissipated completely between heaven and earth. One slash, the demon god perished, and the ominous phenomenon vanished. The sky over Yanjing Base returned to its original blue and tranquil state within a single second, not a cloud in sight. Sunlight spilled down once more. If not for the chaos covering the ground, the entire event would have felt like an absurd hallucination. High in the air, Principal Luo Ting remained in an upward gaze. He froze in place as if hit by a paralyzing spell. His mouth hung open wide enough to fit an ostrich egg. That domineering blade intent fusing thunder and flames. Luo Ting gulped with difficulty. The image of the sky above Jiangnan Garden from a year ago replayed frantically in his mind. Could it be Suwu? The thought made Luo Ting shiver. But how could this be? That was the Star King realm. A year ago, he had only just entered the 5th rank Star Lord realm. How could anyone reach the Star King realm in just 1 year? Luo Ting's worldview suffered a destructive blow at this moment. The entire Yanjing Base remained in a deathly silence and confusion, stunned by their survival. Half an hour later, the space above Yanjing Base twisted without warning. The slender figure of Lin Feng arrived at full speed, jumping from the surface of the sun. He stood high in the sky and closed his eyes. His powerful spiritual sense swept through the entire base city instantly, catching the residual energy fluctuations in the air. Luo Ting saw this and flew over like a streak of light. His expression remained hard to mask with excitement and shock as he reported the demon god arrival and the earth-shattering slash to Lin Feng. Director, that power definitely reached the Star King level. I suspect Suwu made the move. But, Luo Ting swallowed his saliva and added emphatically, it has only been a year since he last made a move. 1 year, from 5th rank Star Lord to Star King. Lin Feng listened quietly to Luo Ting's report. He felt the extremely pure residual 1st rank fire and thunder attributes in the air. Instead of surprise, a fanatical smile of satisfaction appeared on his handsome face. Perhaps it is him. Lin Feng accepted this inference, which seemed like a fantasy to ordinary people, in a flat tone. He looked toward the direction of Villa 186. But this speed is just too. Luo Ting wanted to argue further. Lin Feng turned slowly. His white cloak snapped in the wind. Remember this, Luo Ting. Under this vast starry sky, when you meet a monster who has truly broken the shackles of fate. Lin Feng merged back into the void, leaving only one sentence echoing in the clouds. Nothing is impossible. Chapter 58. On the terrace of the villa numbered 186, Suyu had just broken through to the Martial King realm. He stared at the horizon, lost in thought. Suddenly, he turned his head towards Suwu, who lay on a rattan chair sipping tea. Father, I want to leave today. Suyu's eyes revealed an eagerness he could not hide. The seed tournament was still half a month away. According to the arrangements at Beijing Martial Arts University, participants only needed to arrive in Magic City 3 days early. Suyu could not wait another moment. Su paused, the teacup hovering in his hand. He raised his eyelids to look at his son, who was usually calm and reserved but now appeared rather restless. A playful smile, one familiar to every experienced father, curled the corners of his mouth. Going to the Jiangnan Base? Su blew gently on the tea foam. If my memory serves, the little girl named Su Lele ended up being admitted to the Jiangnan Second Martial Arts University, because she did not get into Beijing Martial Arts University. His father had pierced right through his thoughts. A rare expression of embarrassment crossed Suyu's cold features. His earlobes turned a faint red, yet he steeled himself and nodded. Yes, the tournament is in Magic City anyway, and it is very close from Jiangnan. I want to see her first. A full year had passed. For the last year, he had locked himself in the basement, training day and night, cutting off almost all contact with the outside world. Only in the deep of night, when his blood energy surged to the point of near cultivation deviation, would he look down at the handmade bracelet on his left wrist. The bracelet, engraved with the character for joy, had supported him through countless life and death limits. Go. Su set down his teacup without any sign of objection. The path of martial arts required not only strength, but also clarity of mind. A man should just go when he wants to. Do not be so hesitant. Su waved his hand dismissively. Warmth filled Suyu's heart. He nodded heavily. Squeak. I am coming too. Little White, previously asleep on the sofa, heard about the long trip, and transformed into a streak of white lightning. It expertly scrambled onto Suyu's shoulder, and gripped his clothes tightly, terrified of being left behind. Fine, I will take you. Suyu stroked Little White's furry head, and bowed deeply to Suwu. Father, I am leaving now. We will meet in Magic City. He finished speaking. Boom. Suyu stepped out onto the balcony. His martial king blood energy erupted, instantly compressing the surrounding air into solid steps. He ascended into the sky as if strolling. His figure turned into a purple-gold stream of light that pierced the clouds of the Yanjing Base and sped toward the southeast. Yanjing Base lay several thousand kilometers from the Jiangnan Base. For an ordinary person, this might be a long journey. For a martial king realm expert capable of ignoring gravity and flying, it took but a single day. Evening arrived. The glow of the setting sun stained the horizon a captivating orange-red. Suyu hovered 10,000 meters in the air, overlooking the super city surrounded by countless waterways and lush vegetation below. The Jiangnan Base. Unlike the stern, magnificent iron jungle of the Yanjing Base, the Jiangnan Base radiated the grace and peace unique to a southern water town. Under the massive energy shield, antique buildings merged perfectly with futuristic skyscrapers. Distinctively shaped airships wove back and forth along the intersecting, suspended waterways. The air here is certainly more humid than in Yanjing. Suyu inhaled deeply, his eyes shining with anticipation. Stop talking nonsense. I saw Jiangnan sweet and sour fish on the television, and it looked delicious. We must eat that. Hurry down. Little White on his shoulder drooled, urging him forward with its small paws. Suyu smiled helplessly. He plucked Little White from his shoulder and held it in his arms. His figure plummeted like a meteorite toward a spot in the Jiangnan Base. At the highest point of the Jiangnan Base alloy city wall, a patrolling captain of the city defense force looked up. He felt the fleeting, terrifying pressure from high above, and his face turned deathly pale. Commander, the radar shows an unknown high-energy reaction approaching. Should we activate the anti-aircraft artillery? The adjutant beside him reported nervously. Use your head. Do you want to die? The commander slapped the adjutant on the helmet. He wiped cold sweat from his forehead and looked with awe at the stream of light vanishing deep within the city. To be able to walk on air without any flying device, relying only on one's own body, that is a superpower house above the martial king realm. Such a big figure might be a visiting inspector from the Federation headquarters. Ignore it and act as if you saw nothing. The Jiangnan Second Martial Arts University sat by the shore of the West Lake, the most scenic spot in the Jiangnan Base city. True to its name, its comprehensive strength in the Jiangnan region ranked only second to the Jiangnan First Martial Arts University. Ancient trees towered over the campus, accompanied by rockeries and flowing water. The buildings featured traditional pink walls and black tiles, exuding a deep foundation where academics and martial arts held equal weight. It was leisure time after dinner. Crowds flowed in front of the number 3 canteen. Su Lele wore a faded white training suit and a simple ponytail. She walked out of the canteen chatting and laughing with her two best friends, short-haired Lin Xiaoxiao and slightly plump Chen Jiajia. A year had turned the once green girl into a young woman of grace. Though her talent was average, she had practiced with almost desperate effort over the past year. Just a few days ago, she finally broke through to the late Xiantian realm. Lele, my father told me that our neighboring city, Magic City, is going to hold a very important competition. Lin Xiaoxiao hugged Su Lele's arm, her face full of excitement. I heard Beijing Martial Arts University has entry spots. Do you think your Suyu will come? Upon hearing the name Suyu, Su Lele's steps faltered. A glimmer of sadness flashed through her clear eyes, but she quickly masked it with a smile. He is a top student at Beijing Martial Arts University. He is so busy. Even if he participates, how could he have time to come to a small place like the Jiangnan Base? Su Lele subconsciously touched the empty red rope on her left wrist and smiled bitterly. The two had rarely been in contact over the past year. She did not even dare to ask about him, fearing that seeing how high he had climbed would make her feel inferior. Oh, stop thinking about that heartless guy. Chen Jiajia waved her fist. Let us go. There is no evening class tonight. We should stroll through the night market outside the school. However, Chen Jiajia did not finish her sentence. The three girls stopped in their tracks. It was not just them. The noisy entrance to the canteen went completely silent. The surrounding students retreated to the sides of the road like people avoiding a plague, leaving a large open space in the middle. Oh no. Lin Xiaoxio's face went pale. On the tree-lined avenue ahead, a row of 20 bodyguards dressed in black walked in perfect formation. Each bodyguard stood burly and wore sunglasses. They radiated the powerful aura of grandmasters, or even early-stage grandmasters. Every one of them held a large bouquet of fresh, red roses. The display was absurdly extravagant. The bodyguards split into two rows. A young man wearing a high-end custom white suit walked out with an arrogant stride. His hair was slicked back, and a wicked smile hung on his lips. He played with a car key encrusted with diamonds. It was Wang Tianhao, the eldest young master of the Wang family of Jiangnan. My dear Lele, long time no see. Wang Tianhao stopped 3 meters away from Su Lele. He bowed dramatically and extended the most precious bunch of star roses toward her. Today is the 1-year anniversary of when we met. These flowers represent my unwavering sincerity toward you. I have booked the top floor of the Zizi Hotel tonight. Give me the honor. Shall we have dinner together? Wang Tianhao spoke loudly, as if he wanted the entire school to hear him. Chapter 59. Su Lele looked at the supposedly deep gesture from Wang Tianhao without a flicker of emotion. Only deep disgust and exhaustion remained. For the past year, this young Master Wang had been like a leech that refused to detach. He used high-profile, suffocating methods to harass her. It disrupted her daily life. He even covertly suppressed other classmates who dared to approach her. Wang Tianhao, I have said it countless times. I do not like you. I have no desire to eat dinner with you. Please, stop bothering me. Su Lele set her face in a cold mask. She did not reach for the flowers. She grabbed Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Jiajia by the hands, bypassing him. It is that Wang Tianhao again. He relies on being the eldest son of the Wang family to harass Lele all day. He is like a piece of sticky gum. Chen Jiajia lowered her voice, her tone sharp with anger. Jiajia, lower your voice. Lin Xiaoxiao tugged on her sleeve, her face draining of color. He is the young master of the Wang family, one of the 8 great families in Jiangnan. His grandfather is said to be an extremely powerful martial saint. We cannot afford to offend them. Su Lele felt a pang of helpless humiliation at the mention of the Wang family. In this era where the strong prey on the weak, common martial artists without background or top-tier talent were like fish on a cutting board. They had no power, no resources, and no qualifications to resist these great clans. The 3 girls lowered their heads. They only wanted to escape this suffocating place. They had only taken a few steps before their path was blocked once more. This time, it was not the bodyguards who stood in their way. It was 4 girls. They were known as social butterflies in the Jiangnan Second Martial Arts University. They were also playthings kept by Wang Tianhao. So, this is our noble and holy school beauty, Su Lele. Li Na, the girl in the lead, wore her hair in large wavy curls. She crossed her arms and looked down at Su Lele. Her eyes were filled with jealousy and malice. What is the matter? Young Master Wang gave you flowers personally. That is him doing you a favor. Who do you think you are to embarrass him in public? You are nothing but a pretentious tea-bitch. Li Na spat out the words with venom. What are you talking about? Who wants his flowers? Chen Jiajia could not hold back. She stepped forward to argue. Do you have any right to speak here, you fat pig? Li Na sneered. She raised her hand without warning. Slap. A crisp, loud sound exploded at the entrance of the canteen. Li Na channeled her blood energy into the strike. She did not hit Chen Jiajia. She reached past her and struck Su Lele across her fair cheek. The force sent Su Lele flying. She was caught off guard and crashed hard onto the stone floor. Ah! Su Lele let out a cry of pain. Her left cheek swelled instantly. 5 clear fingerprints marred her skin. A trickle of blood ran from the corner of her mouth. Half of her face went numb from the shock of the blood energy. A buzzing sound filled her ears. Lele, Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Jiajia screamed. They rushed over, trying to help Su Lele up. Wang Tianhao stood with his hands in his pockets. He maintained that aloof, cold posture. He watched the scene in silence. He felt no pity for Su Lele. A twisted sense of excitement flickered in his eyes. Young master, a lackey standing nearby leaned in to whisper. That little bitch Li Na hit Su Lele. Should we intervene? Did you not want her? Why should we intervene? Wang Tianhao sneered. Am I blind? This is called strategy. Do you understand? A common girl like Su Lele, who looks soft on the outside, but has the stubbornness of a donkey on the inside, will not be broken by flowers or money. You must crush her dignity first. You must tear apart her pride. Wang Tianhao watched Su Lele struggle on the ground with a cold expression. Let Li Na and those stupid women humiliate her and trample on her. Let her feel the malice of the world and her own powerlessness. When she falls into absolute despair and screams for help, I will appear like a god descending. I will drive Li Na away. I will hold her and offer comfort. By then, she will be filled with gratitude. She will willingly become a canary in my cage. This is what we call soft and hard manipulation. The lackey gasped after hearing this. He quickly gave a thumbs up. Young master, you are brilliant. You are a reincarnation of a saint of love. Why would you hit people? Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Jiajia were red-eyed. They stood in front of Su Lele like mother hens protecting their chicks. They glared at Li Na with anger. Why? Li Na blew on her freshly manicured nails with disdain. She gave a scornful laugh. Because this bitch acts pure all day, but secretly seduces our young Master Wang. A shameless, low-class person like her deserves a beating. You are making false accusations. Su Lei struggled to climb off the ground. She covered her stinging cheek. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she bit her lip hard to keep them from falling. Humiliation, anger, but more than anything, she felt a suffocating sense of powerlessness. She scanned her surroundings. The classmates who usually wore friendly faces, even the boys who had pursued her in the past, were all looking away or staring at the ground. No one dared to stand up for her, let alone step in to stop the violence. Wang Tianhao's black-clad bodyguards stood nearby. They represented the absolute martial power of the Jiangnan Wang family. Anyone who stood up now would invite disaster upon themselves and their families. In this cruel world, weakness was the original sin. Do not push things too far. I will go to the Academic Affairs Office to report you. Lin Xiaoxiao shouted, though her voice trembled. Report me. Ha ha ha. Go ahead and report me. Li Na acted as if she had heard a hilarious joke. She took a few steps forward. Her eyes turned venomous. Pull those two nuisances away. Li Na waved her hand. The other three girls rushed forward. They were at the late stage of the Xiantian realm. Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Jiajia were no match. They were pushed down into the green belt on the sides, unable to move. What are you doing? Let them go. Su Lei grew anxious. She tried to help, but Li Na grabbed her hair. Bitch, you still have time to worry about others. Today I will make sure you learn your lesson. Li Na looked ferocious. She reached out like iron pincers and clamped onto Su Lei's slim, fair neck. She shoved hard, pinning Su Lei against a thick plane tree trunk. Ah! A wave of suffocation hit her instantly. Su Lei's face flushed red from the lack of oxygen. Her feet dangled in the air. She clawed instinctively and weakly at Li Na's fingers, trying to break free. But her strength was no match for Li Na. Save! Help! Su Lei's vision began to blur. Only the sound of Li Na's vicious curses remained in her ears, along with the cold sneer of Wang Tianhao in the distance. Do you feel hopeless? Do you feel like no one can save you? Li Na leaned close to Su Lei's ear. She laughed coldly. Kneel down and shout 3 times that I am a bitch who seduces the young master. Then I will let you go. Despair washed over Su Lei like a tide. She closed her eyes. Images flashed through her mind like a spinning lantern, capturing every detail of her 18 years of life. The scene settled on a moment from over a year ago, in the forest during the actual combat assessment of the Jiangnan Base. A young man, descending from the sky like a god of war, stood in front of her and sent the candidate who had bullied her flying with a single punch. Su Yu, if only you were here. A crystal-clear tear finally slid from the corner of her eye. Not far away, Wang Tianhao watched Su Lei's eyes roll back from the lack of oxygen. He glanced at his watch. It is about time. The fire is hot enough. It is time for me, the young master, to play the hero saving the beauty. Wang Tianhao adjusted his collar. A self-satisfied smile curved his lips. He stepped forward, preparing to stop Li Na. Chapter 60. Just as he lifted his right foot, before he could set it down, a tearing sound ripped through the air. It did not sound like metal colliding. It sounded like extreme speed and sharpness, slicing through the air, slicing through bone and flesh. Li Na, who had been arrogant and cruel a second ago, clutching Su Lei's neck, let out a scream. It was a piercing, inhuman shriek of agony. Her right hand, the one gripping Su Lei's throat, was severed at the root. There was no warning. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. For a fleeting moment, not even blood managed to spurt out. Half a second later, with a dull thud, crimson blood sprayed from her stump like a high-pressure water hose, splattering the ground with red. Su Lei, released from her attacker, collapsed onto the ground. She clutched her bruised neck, greedily gasping for fresh air, coughing violently. She looked up, her gaze hazy through tear-filled eyes. In the falling rain of blood, a tall, straight figure emerged. He looked as if he had stepped out of an abyss. He stood there silently, blocking her path. He wore a simple black windbreaker, a small white cat gnawed on dried fish on his shoulder. In his right hand, he held an ancient long blade. The blade bore not a single drop of blood, yet it swirled with red and purple thunder fire that made one's soul tremble. Just like that afternoon over 1 year ago, he stood before her again, shielding her from all malice and harm. Su Yu. Su Lei stared at the back she had missed every single day. She could not believe her eyes, thinking this must be a hallucination before death. The figure in front of her trembled slightly upon hearing her weak call. He turned his head slowly. When he saw Su Lei's swollen cheek, the dried blood at the corner of her mouth, and the striking bruises on her neck, his pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks. The blood within him seemed to ignite. A terrifying martial king pressure, one he did not even realize he possessed, erupted like a volcano. It swept across the area within a 100-meter radius. Every piece of glass within 100 meters shattered instantly. It is me. I am late. Su Yu squatted down. He reached out with his left hand, the one not holding the blade, wanting to touch her injured cheek. He paused, afraid to cause her pain, and let his hand hover in the air, aching for her. Not late. You are not late at all. The grievance and fear in Su Lei's heart turned into a flood the moment she saw Su Yu's gentle eyes. She threw herself into his arms and sobbed uncontrollably. Be good. Do not be afraid. Leave this to me. Su Yu patted her back gently, then stood up slowly. He turned his back to the enemies, who were already frozen in shock at this sudden turn of events. He spoke to the girl behind him with extreme softness. It will be a little bloody now. Lei, close your eyes. Su Lei nodded obediently. She squeezed her eyes shut. She knew that when this boy told her to close her eyes, it meant those who had hurt her were going to hell. My hand. My hand. Li Na lay in a pool of blood, clutching her severed wrist. She rolled on the ground in agony, letting out shrill, piercing screams. Her delicate makeup mixed with tears and dirt. The surrounding students were terrified by this bloody, violent scene. They turned pale and screamed, scrambling to escape, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Wang Tianhao stood not far away. The saint of love smile on his face had frozen, then twisted into a look of extreme darkness. He stared intently at the Suyu who had suddenly appeared. The rage in his eyes seemed ready to explode. The prey he had coveted, the script he had meticulously designed, had been ruined by some wild brat who had crawled out from nowhere. This brat had even chopped off his woman's hand right in front of him. This was equivalent to rubbing the Jiangnan Wang family's face into the dirt. Who the hell are you? Do you have a death wish, acting against my Wang family in the Jiangnan Base? Wang Tianhao pointed at Suyu, his voice cracking with rage. Suyu did not even glance at him. He turned slowly, his cold, emotionless eyes locking onto Li Na, who was still rolling on the ground. Which hand did you use to hit her? Suyu's voice was soft, like the judgment of the Grim Reaper. Li Na trembled. She endured the sharp pain and glared at Suyu with venom. You are dead. Young Master Wang will not let you go. I will tear you into 1,000 pieces. Not saying anything. Then you must have used both hands. Suyu lacked the patience for small talk. He flicked the long blade in his hand downward. A crescent blade light, almost impossible to see with the naked eye, flashed by. Snap. Li Na's screaming stopped abruptly. She stared blankly at her intact left hand. It detached smoothly from her forearm and fell to the ground. 1 second later, a scream 10 times more piercing than the last rang out. The pain of losing both arms caused Li Na's eyes to roll back. She fainted from the agony, collapsing into the pool of blood like a pile of mud. Everyone stood frozen, stunned by Suyu's ruthless, decisive brutality, treating human life like grass. This was not a student fight. It was a one-sided slaughter. You bastard. This is treason. This is absolutely insane. Wang Tianhao shook with rage. His reason was swallowed by fury. Attack. Beat this trash to a pulp. Dead or alive, it does not matter. I will take responsibility for whatever happens. At Wang Tianhao's command, the 20 black-clad bodyguards standing on the sides regained their senses. They drew the high-frequency alloy blades from their waists, erupted with powerful blood energy, and lunged at Suyu like a pack of wolves. 20 Grandmaster-level combatants. This force was enough to sweep through any gang in the Jiangnan Base. Be careful. Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Jiajia, pinned in the green belt, closed their eyes in terror. However, seeing the black-clad men rushing at him like mad dogs, a cold, cruel, mocking smile curled Suyu's lips. A group of grandmasters. If this were a few months ago, he might have needed to expend some effort. But now, he was a martial king. Get out. Suyu did not even draw his blade. He stood in place, and with his right foot, he stomped casually but heavily onto the hard bluestone floor. Rumble. As his foot landed, an indescribable, terrifying shockwave of materialized sound and blood energy erupted from Suyu as the center, sweeping outward in a ring in all directions. The force of this shockwave caused even the surrounding air to produce sonic booms. Bang, 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 bang. The 20 or more black-clad bodyguards, who had just charged within 5 meters of Suyu, did not even touch the corner of his clothes. They slammed into an invisible, indestructible high-speed train. Puff. Accompanied by the uniform sound of shattering bones and spraying blood, the 20 Grandmaster-level bodyguards, who were usually high and mighty, were sent flying backward 10 times faster than they had charged. They smashed into the walls, tree trunks, and flower beds more than 10 meters away. Upon landing, every one of them had broken bones and organs, lost all combat effectiveness, and lay on the ground wailing in despair. One-hit kill. It was a complete, dimension-smashing suppression. Suyu carried his dripping blade, walking step by step toward Wang Tianhao, who stood paralyzed and pale-faced. Who did you say you wanted to beat to a pulp just now? Chapter 61. Do not come over. Wang Tianhao scrambled backward. He watched Suyu approach, step by step. His defenses shattered completely. His face, usually groomed to perfection, turned pale as paper from sheer terror. I am the eldest young master of the Wang family. My grandfather is the old ancestor of the Wang family. If you dare touch a single hair on my head, your entire family will die. There will be no place for you in the entire Jiangnan Base. Wang Tianhao shrieked until his throat felt raw. His panic caused his voice to crack, turning shrill and piercing. He tried to use his family's overbearing reputation to build a final psychological wall against this unknown god of death. Suyu's footsteps paused for a moment. Wang Tianhao felt his heart, which had been threatening to jump out of his throat, drop suddenly. A glimmer of manic ecstasy washed over his face, the joy of surviving a catastrophe. Ha, are you afraid? If you are afraid, hurry up and kneel to kowtow and admit your mistake. Then cut off your own hands. Maybe I will leave you an intact corpse. Before his wild words could fade, his voice died in his throat. Suyu did not retreat. In those deep, icy eyes, there was not a hint of awe for the Jiangnan Wang family. Instead, a cold indifference surged forward, as if he were looking at a dead man. The Jiangnan Wang family. Suyu curled the corner of his mouth in a mocking arc. I have not gone to settle accounts with you yet, but you have proactively come to find me. Boom. Before the words had fully left his lips, Suyu vanished from his spot. Wang Tianhao's vision blurred. An irresistible, terrifying force locked onto his throat. Suyu appeared in front of him like a ghost. He gripped Wang Tianhao's throat with one hand, lifting him into the air like a chick. A crushing sense of suffocation stripped away all of Wang Tianhao's strength. His legs kicked desperately in the air. His hands clawed at Suyu's iron-like arm. His eyes bulged from the blood rushing to his head. Let go of me. My grandfather is a martial saint. If you dare touch me, you will surely die. Wang Tianhao squeezed the fragmented threats from his throat. Even now, he fantasized that his grandfather, the martial saint who shook Jiangnan, would act as his golden shield. Bang! Before Suyu could move, Little White, who had been resting obediently on his shoulder, thrust out a fuzzy, harmless-looking paw. It landed a solid punch on Wang Tianhao's twisted face. You idiot. Little White retracted its paw and shook it in disgust. It cursed with a voice that was childish yet filled with endless arrogance. A martial saint? You are trying to scare me with a martial saint? I could crush that dogshit martial saint of yours into meat paste with one hand. Little White was not bragging. Its peak strength was enough to rival a super entity at the 9th rank of the Star-Lord realm. In the eyes of such a top-tier cosmic predator, the so-called martial saint on Earth was no different from an ant on the ground. However, the students shivering in the distance could not understand what the talking cat was saying. They only felt that the world had gone completely insane. Just as Wang Tianhao began to roll his eyes and lose consciousness, and as the surroundings fell into a deathly silence, a roar like thunder rolled from deep within the Jiangnan Second Martial Arts University. Arrogant brat. A heavy, terrifying pressure, like Mount Tai pressing down, descended on the square in front of the No. 3 canteen. To step into the martial king realm at such a young age is indeed a rare, monstrous achievement. But this is not a capital that allows you to act recklessly on the grounds of my Jiangnan Second Martial Arts University, just because you possess the cultivation of a mere martial king. With that shout, filled with the authority of a superior, a gray figure appeared in the crowd's line of sight. The wind dissipated. The newcomer was an old man dressed in a gray tang suit. His hair and beard were white, but his back was straight as an arrow. His body radiated an ocean of vast blood energy. Within his deep-set eye sockets, his gaze was sharp as a falcon's, locking onto Suyu, who held Wang Tianhao. He was Wang Zenin, the vice principal of Jiangnan Second Martial Arts University, the second most powerful figure in the Jiangnan Wang family, and Wang Tianhao's own second uncle. Oh my god. It is Vice Principal Wang, a martial emperor. Vice Principal Wang is a genuine martial emperor realm expert. Wait. What did Vice Principal Wang say just now? A martial king? That young man, that boy who looks about the same age as us, is actually a martial king. Suppressed exclamations and gasps erupted from the surrounding students. A martial king at 18 or 19? This overturned their understanding of martial arts cultivation. In the Jiangnan Second Martial Arts University, being able to reach the Grandmaster realm at this age was enough to walk sideways. A martial king? That was someone capable of serving as the city lord of a medium-sized base city. Second uncle, save me. Wang Tianhao, choking and nearly out of breath, saw Wang Zenin appear. He looked as if he had grasped a final straw. Snot and tears streamed down his face as he reached desperately toward the old man. Wang Zenin watched his nephew's miserable state and glanced at the guards scattered on the ground with broken limbs. His face darkened until it seemed ready to drip water. His gaze was like a torch, scanning Suyu up and down. Although he felt extreme shock at Suyu's age and cultivation, he relied on his own martial emperor realm cultivation to maintain his condescending arrogance. Young man, leave some leeway in your actions to make it easier to meet in the future. I do not care whose descendant you are. Put down my nephew immediately. Kneel and kowtow to apologize. I might, for the sake of how hard you have trained, waste only your cultivation and spare your life. In Wang Zenin's eyes, no matter how heaven-defying a newly promoted martial king was, he had to bow his head in the face of an old-school martial emperor like him. The atmosphere froze to the freezing point. On one side was an unfathomable peerless genius, and on the other was a martial emperor who shook Jiangnan. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the storm to break. Suyu. At that moment, a pair of slightly cold, trembling hands tugged gently at the corner of Suyu's coat. Su Lele endured the swelling on her face and the sharp pain in her neck as she walked cautiously to Suyu's side. She glanced at Wang Zenin, who stood with an intimidating presence. A glimmer of deep worry flashed in her eyes. She lowered her voice and pleaded, "How about we just let it go? You have already taught them a lesson for me. That is a martial emperor expert, and the Wang family's power is too great. I do not want you to face mortal danger because of me." In her understanding, a martial emperor was an existence capable of destroying the world. She did not want to watch the boy who shone like light in her life throw away his promising future because of a momentary impulse. Suyu heard the voice filled with worry and grievance. His gaze, once cold as frost, melted into endless tenderness the moment he turned to Su Lele. He did not look at Wang Zenin in the air. Instead, he lowered his head slightly to look at the girl before him, who had chosen to swallow her pride to avoid implicating him. "It is fine. Trust me." Suyu's voice was soft, but it carried an absolute confidence that seemed capable of holding up the entire sky. He reached out with his free hand and gently tucked the loose hair from her forehead behind her ear. He said softly, "In this world, no one can bully you and continue to live intact. Not even the King of Heaven." Chapter 62. Suyu's deep and resolute eyes met hers. Su Lele's heart skipped a beat. Fear vanished, leaving an unspeakable sense of calm. She offered no further objections, simply nodding once before retreating half a step to cede the battlefield to the young man. After comforting her, Suyu turned back. His gaze settled on Wang Tianhao and Wang Zenin, the tenderness replaced by pure intent to kill. What do you think you are, to demand that I show mercy? Suyu asked. Suyu watched Wang Zenin hovering in the air with a calm expression, then dropped Wang Tianhao onto the stone floor. Cough, cough. Second uncle, kill him. Tear this bastard to shreds, Wang Tianhao sputtered. Free at last, he breathed greedily, crawling and scrambling toward Wang Zenin, while screaming hysterically. He had only taken 2 steps. I said it before. You must die. Suyu's voice echoed deep within Wang Tianhao's soul. No one witnessed the draw of a blade. No one registered the pulse of blood energy. A flash of violet light, cold as autumn water, flickered in the night like an aurora. It moved too fast. Even Wang Zenin, a martial emperor, failed to react in time. A faint, tearing sound followed. Wang Tianhao froze in mid-stride. The madness and malice etched onto his face locked into place. A thin red line appeared around his throat a second later. Before the eyes of hundreds of horrified students and teachers, his head slid from his shoulders like a kicked ball and rolled onto the ground. Momentum drove the headless torso forward for 3 or 4 more steps. Then, blood erupted from the neck like a fountain, and the body collapsed. 1 slash. Decapitation. The young master of the Jiangnan Wang family had been slaughtered like a chicken in public. The square plunged into a deathly silence. Only the sound of blood spurting from Wang Tianhao's body remained, grating against the evening wind. How yar, Wang Zenin roared. It took 3 full seconds for Wang Zenin to process the impossibility of the scene. His eyes cracked with rage, bloodshot and crimson. To dare kill the direct heir of the Wang family right in front of him, a martial emperor, was an insult. It was like tearing the face of the Jiangnan Wang family from their heads and trampling it into the dirt. You little animal. I will skin you alive, Wang Zenin screamed. With a boom, he lost control. He unleashed the terrifying aura of a mid-stage martial emperor without reservation. He formed claws with his hands, gray blood energy swirling at his fingertips to tear the air apart. He dove toward Suyu like a destructive gale. Suyu did not even furrow his brow. He stood still. He knew he would not need to make a move. Stop whining. You are too loud, the cat muttered. Wang Zenin's lethal claws closed to within 3 meters of Suyu's head. The small white cat on Suyu's shoulder picked at its ear, looking utterly bored. Noisy, it whispered. A hum resonated. The moment the word dropped, a terrifying pressure that transcended mortal life slammed onto Wang Zenin without warning. It was the absolute domain of an imperial star beast. What? Wang Zenin's pupils shrank to pinpricks in his frenzy. An irresistible force caused his soul to tremble, sealing all the blood energy within him instantly. His proud martial emperor's strength felt as fragile as a soap bubble against this pressure. With a pop, it shattered. Bang! Little White made no other move. As Wang Zenin fell from the sky, invisible forces seemed to crush him from both sides like 2 massive mountains. He had no chance to resist. Not even the sound of cracking bones emerged. A veteran martial emperor, who had once shaken Jiangnan, was crushed into a blindingly red mist of blood right before the eyes of the crowd. A breeze passed by, scattering the mist until nothing remained. It was as if Wang Zenin had never existed. The entire square sank into a deathly, desperate silence once more. The brains of the watching students and teachers shut down. What had they witnessed? Wang Tianhao was killed in a second. The martial emperor vice principal had been ground into blood mist by a single word from a nondescript pet cat on Suyu's shoulder. My god, what kind of monster is this? Someone whispered. Stay here and wait for me, Suyu said. He turned to look at the stunned Su Lele, his voice returning to a reassuring gentleness. I am going to finish the Wang family. If I pull the weeds, I must pull the roots. Otherwise, I cannot leave in peace. Su Lele studied his sharp profile. She expected to fear this cold-blooded Shura, but she felt only deep gratitude and peace. She knew his violence and bloodshed existed solely to protect her. Okay, I will wait for you, she nodded firmly. Suyu smiled faintly. He stepped into the air, carrying Little White on his shoulder, and shot toward the city center like a streak of light. Long after he vanished, the crowd in front of the number 3 canteen finally awoke from their trance, with a burst of suppressed gasps. Lele, are you okay? Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Jiajia rushed over, scrambling to hold her, and checking her body, while tears streamed down their faces. That was so terrifying, Lin Xiaoxiao said, her teeth chattering. That was Wang Tianhao and the vice principal. They are just dead? Chen Jiajia glanced at the headless corpse nearby, and at Li Na, who lay in a pool of blood with both arms severed. She spat on the ground. Good riddance. These scumbags deserved it. Lele, your boyfriend is basically a god. Who on earth is he? The word boyfriend brought a shy flush to Su Lele's swollen cheek. She shook her head slightly, offering no explanation, and stared in the direction Suyu had gone with tenderness filling her eyes. Chapter 63. A few minutes later, in the most prosperous central area of the Jiangnan Grand Base, sat a luxurious complex of buildings. Covering hundreds of acres and heavily guarded, it resembled an ancient palace. This was the core residence of the Wang family, one of the 8 great families of Jiangnan. The Wang family estate was brilliantly lit tonight. The current patriarch of the Wang family sat in a master chair, sipping premium Dongbao tea. In the forbidden area behind the mountain, the Wang family anchor, an ancestor at the level of an early-stage martial saint, practiced in seclusion with eyes closed. However, the originally calm night sky suddenly boiled violently. A terrifying pressure, full of destruction and violence, enveloped the entire Wang family estate. A shrill alarm echoed instantly throughout the entire Wang family estate. Who dares to act wild in my Wang family? The Wang family ancestor snapped his eyes open. His terrifying martial saint blood energy erupted, shattering the dome of the secret chamber as he shot into the sky. He bypassed the family patriarch, who was organizing the defense, and reached an altitude of 10,000 meters. However, in the night sky above the Wang family estate, a tall figure stood in the air. Behind the figure, a huge, terrifying beast covered in gray-black metal scales with dark gold horns on its head looked down coldly, with a third vertical eye that emitted a dark purple light. What is this monster? The ancestor felt deep fear. He sensed a desperate aura from the beast, capable of wiping him out 100 times over in an instant. He fell to his knees in midair, trembling as he begged for mercy. Senior, and this divine beast, I do not know where my family offended you. If there was an offense, our family is willing to compensate with all our wealth. However, before the ancestor could finish begging, Little White, as scarlet eyes showed no mercy. The void behind it twisted instantly. Hundreds and thousands of silver beams of light shot out from the void without warning, like a dense rain of lasers. No. The ancestor let out a final, shrill scream. The dense silver beams pierced the ancestor's body instantly, turning his tempered martial saint body into a sieve and annihilating him in the void. The thousands of silver beams continued, pouring onto the hundreds of acres of the Wang family estate like divine punishment. The earth-shattering explosion caused a slight earthquake throughout the Jiangnan Base. The tightly guarded formations, the sturdy alloy fortresses, and the thousands of martial artists and guards within the Wang family estate were razed to the ground along with the luxurious estate without even time to scream. In a single breath, the Wang family, which had ruled Jiangnan Base for 100 years, was wiped from the map and utterly destroyed. Siyu glanced at the huge, scorched crater, tens of meters deep, below. His expression remained calm. He turned and patted Little White's neck. Let's go. After eliminating the tumor that was the Wang family, the Jiangnan Base went completely quiet for the next few days. There was no investigation by the Federation, no interrogation. When the high-level officials saw the huge crater at the side of the Wang family estate, they all chose to remain silent. Siyu enjoyed the leisure. He adopted a semi-free-range model for Little White. As long as this glutton did not wreak havoc in the city, he let it hunt high-rank beasts in the wilderness, or sneak food in the base. This gave Siyu more time to be alone with Su Lele. Outside the Jiangnan Base, there was an abandoned highway left over from the old era. The asphalt road was covered with moss and mutated vines, and primitive forests towered into the clouds on both sides. This had once been the artery of human industrial civilization, but now it became a quiet corridor witnessing the passage of time. At dusk, the sunset burned like fire clouds, gilding the entire abandoned highway with a layer of gentle broken gold. Siyu and Su Lele walked shoulder to shoulder, like the most ordinary mortal couple, strolling quietly on the leaf-covered road. A breeze blew, lifting the hair at Su Lele's temples. The swelling on her fair cheek from the blow had completely faded, and she had returned to her usual beauty and gentleness. In a few days, you are going to the demon capital to prepare for that seed competition. Su Lele turned her head. Her clear eyes reflected the evening glow and the dazzling boy beside her who shone like the stars. Yes. Siyu nodded and stopped. He looked at the horizon, his eyes deep. That is a cruel selection that gathers countless extraterrestrial geniuses from the entire Aeolin star field. That is the true stage for martial arts. Speaking of this, a hint of guilt flashed in Suyu's tone. He turned to look at Su Lele. I am sorry. I just came to see you a few days ago, and I am preparing to leave again. This time, I do not know how long it will take, or if there will be danger. Silly, why are you apologizing? Su Lele was not angry. Instead, she revealed a bright smile like the warm sun in spring. She bravely stretched out her hands and took the initiative to hold Suyu's calloused palms. Her hands were small, even slightly cold, but at this moment, they conveyed an incomparably stable power to Siyu. I knew long ago that you were different from me. Su Lele raised her head slightly, her eyes shining with undisguised worship, anticipation, and gentle encouragement. Your talent is so good, and your progress is so fast. This small earth cannot trap you, a dragon crossing the river. The starry sky, that vast and boundless universe, is your true home. She gently rubbed the blue bracelet with the word LE on Suyu's wrist. Her voice was soft but firm. I believe you will shine there, and let everyone see your light. Fly with confidence. I am not going anywhere. I will stay right here. I will work hard to cultivate. Maybe I cannot catch up to your steps, but I will be here, waiting for you to come back and cheering for you. Listening to the girl's unreserved support, Siyu felt his softest place in his heart hit hard. He grasped Su Lele's bone-soft hands with his backhand, fingers interlaced. Lele. Suyu's gaze became firmer than ever, as if making the most solemn vow to the gods. Rest assured. I, Siyu, promise you, no matter how high I fly or how far I go, the string of this kite will always be in your hands. The last ray of sunset shone on them, stretching their shadows long, very long on the mottled highway. Su Lele smiled. She leaned gently on Suyu's broad shoulders, listening to his heartbeat. She knew that in this era of interstellar high martial arts, where crises lurked, no matter what cosmic storms they would face in the future, as long as two hearts were closely connected, that was enough. Chapter 64. The Yanjing Base, specifically at the Jingda Martial Arts University. Inside Villa number 186, the night wrapped its arms around the steel megalopolis. On the second-floor balcony, cold winds howled, yet they vanished upon reaching the railing, dissolved by an invisible force. Suwu reclined in a rattan chair, dressed in comfortable loungewear, his fingers curled around a steaming cup of tea. Beside him, a slender figure perched upon the carved marble railing with unbridled recklessness. The man wore a trench coat. One leg was bent and resting on the railing, while the other dangled casually in the air. This was the Star King level powerhouse, Lin Feng. Lin Feng gestured with his wine pot, his narrow, deep eyes squinting at Suwu. I say, you are quite the big-hearted father. His tone carried a touch of superior mockery. Are you going to stop being the protective shadow? Suwu blew on the tea foam, his eyes narrowing slightly. He gazed past the myriad lights of the Yanjing Base and toward the boundless, deep starry sky. People always grow through killing and bloodshed. Suwu spoke calmly, his voice carrying a detachment born of many years of hardship. I can protect him for a moment, but I cannot protect him for a lifetime. He has his own martial path to walk. He must face the storms of his own era. Suwu paused and turned his head to look at Lin Feng. His eyes burned with intensity. Once he stands out on this earth and secures the seed quota for the Aelan star field, I will leave him for a while. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by the decision. He threw his head back and laughed aloud. The laughter echoed in the night sky, tinged with a sense of relief. You are quite open-minded. Once he becomes a true seed and is sheltered by the Aelan star field, you really will not need to worry about him as a father anymore. The laughter subsided and Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. He stared hard at Suwu. But are you so certain that Suyu will become a seed? He is my son. Suwu offered no further explanation. He simply took a sip of tea. Those 8 simple words contained absolute confidence in the chaotic body and the perfect foundation. Lin Feng paused. Memories of over 20 years ago flashed through his mind. He shook his head, a trace of nostalgia curving his lips. You still have that same stubborn, simple-minded nature from back then. Lin Feng shed his frivolous demeanor. He jumped down from the railing, walked to the rattan chair, and his expression turned grave. True. Lin Feng nodded. Suwu's son is bound to be extraordinary, just like you. You two are genuine monsters, breaking through 4 realms in 1 year to reach the Star King level. Even Lin Feng, known as the Earth's first genius in 1,000 years, felt a deep sense of powerlessness at that cultivation speed. Suwu placed his teacup on the tea table. The ease on his face faded, replaced by an obsession that had been suppressed for 20 years, like a volcano about to erupt. Lin Feng. Suwu looked up, staring directly at the powerful figure. It has been so many years. The matter I asked you to investigate, how much have you actually found? To be honest, I thought I would never need to tell you these things. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Because that level, that kind of existence, is simply too far away for who we were, and even for who we are now. Suwu did not rush him. He waited quietly. The people who took her back then do not belong to our first star sector, nor do they even belong to the Aelan star field where we reside. Lin Feng turned around, speaking word by word. Lin Weiner, her clan is known as the Starry Sky God Race. And this God Race is located at the very center of the vast Milky Way, the Holy Spirit Star Field. The Holy Spirit Star Field. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with deep awe and helplessness. That is one of the origins of the greatest human civilization in the entire Milky Way, and it is the strongest and most core star field of humanity. Suwu smiled. Is that all? Suwu leaned back in his rattan chair, hands folded. What else do you want to know? As a rural chief inspector in a remote star sector, I spent 20 years just to find the words Holy Spirit Star Field and Starry Sky God Race. I was risking my life just to test the waters. Do you want me to get you their defensive maps too? Sigh. Suwu did not blame Lin Feng. He let out a long sigh. 20 years. This name was buried in the deepest part of his heart, the figure that caused him such agony in his dreams. He closed his eyes, and time seemed to be dragged back by an invisible hand to that winter over 20 years ago. That year, the Earth era had passed for several hundred years, and the wave of spiritual energy recovery had not yet reached its peak. That year, Lin Feng was 18 years old, already a world-renowned genius who had stepped into the great Grandmaster realm. That year, Suwu was 19 years old. Although his talent was good, he had only just reached the peak of the Grandmaster realm. Among the young generation of the Federation, he could be considered a genius, but certainly not the top tier. Just that year, an event occurred on Earth that shocked the entire Aelan star field. In the Kunlun Mountains, known in Chinese legend as the ancestor of all mountains, an unprecedented super-earthquake occurred. Accompanying the earthquake was a spatial rift that tore through the Earth's atmosphere and led directly into the depths of the universe. This was not an ordinary dimensional rift. In the terminology of star powerhouses, this was called an ancestral land. An ancestral land is a special star relic, extremely rare in the universe, formed after the collapse and solidification of the small universe, within a superpowerhouse from ancient or even primeval eras. These relics not only contain heaven and earth spirits extinct in the outside world, but also seal various inheritances and ancient treasures left behind by ancient powerhouses. They might even hold heaven-defying fortunes that make even Star King-level powerhouses drool with greed. But this ancestral land in the Kunlun Mountains had an extremely strange and overbearing spatial rule restriction. It limited the cultivation ceiling. Any martial artist with a cultivation exceeding the Great Grandmaster realm would trigger an instant spatial collapse and be shredded into nothingness by void storms upon attempting to force their way in. In other words, Star King-level powerhouses and above were completely barred. This sent the entire solar system, and even the many family factions in the Aelan star field outside the solar system, into a frenzy. Star Kings and Star Emperors could not enter. Then they would send the strongest Great Grandmaster geniuses of their families into plunder. In an instant, winds and clouds surged, and demons danced. At the foot of the Kunlun Mountains, the once sparsely populated glacier snowfield turned into a massive encampment within just half a month. Starships of various shapes and sizes, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations, were docked in the sky. High-tech camps spread across dozens of miles on the ground. Representatives of alien forces with different skin colors and hair colors gathered here. Yellow skin, black skin, white skin. On a hidden ice cliff on the main peak of the Kunlun Mountains, cold winds howled and snow drifted. A woman with an extremely slender figure and ethereal temperament stood quietly in the wind and snow. She wore a dark silver, streamlined advanced nanotech combat suit. This material was unseen on Earth, feeling as if it had life as it clung to every inch of her skin, outlining her perfect curves to perfection. Most striking was the sophisticated nanotech mecha mask on her face, revealing only her eyes and lips. The surface of the mask flowed with faint blue light, exuding a cold and mysterious aura that kept people at a distance. This woman was the eldest daughter of the starry sky god race, Lin Wainer, who had traveled across the endless star sea and snuck out of the Holy Spirit star field to explore the world. Miss. At that moment, the void behind Lin Wainer twisted slightly, and an aged, anxious voice entered her ears. Although this ancestral land is in a remote corner on the edge of the Milky Way, it is a mixed bag of people. Are you truly going in? That space repels power above the Great Grandmaster level, and this old servant cannot enter either. The one speaking in the shadows was Lin Wainer's protector, a terrifying powerhouse who was like a god in the eyes of Earthlings. Lin Wainer tilted her head slightly. Her eyes, bright as stars, flashed with unyielding stubbornness. She shook her head slightly, her voice crisp as pearls falling on a jade plate, yet filled with unquestionable firmness. Fubo, you need not persuade me any further. Even in our Holy Spirit star field, the fortunes within this ancestral land are considered rare treasures that appear once in 1,000 years. Besides, did I not sneak out from Father to experience the mortal world? If I shrink back because of danger and refuse to enter, how can this count as a true exploration of the starry sky? But Miss Fubo tried to persuade her again. There is no but. Lin Wainer interrupted him, her tone carrying a hint of arrogance. Although I am only at the mid-stage of the Great Grandmaster realm, I carry the 9 Heavens ring and various ancient life-saving treasures given by my father. Can this tiny Aelan star field truly pose a fatal threat to me? Fubo, hiding in the dark, could only let out a long, helpless sigh. He muttered to himself in his heart. My little aunt, what core descendant of a major family would dare run wild throughout the universe at only the Great Grandmaster stage? If you had not been making noise in the family every day about wanting to see the outside world, and if the family head did not spoil you to the point of no return. Sigh in this world. How could there be such a willful yet impossible to refuse young miss? But in the end, Fubo chose to keep his mouth shut. He knew his young miss's temper all too well. Once she decided on something, even 9 starry sky giants could not drag her back. Meanwhile, within a Federation official camp a few miles away from the ice cliff, 2 young figures stood together. The atmosphere appeared somewhat less than harmonious. What the hell is this? 18-year-old Lin Feng wore a flashy silver combat suit, his hair standing up aggressively, his handsome face filled with impatience and arrogance. He turned his head and pointed his finger rudely at the nose of Siwu, who stood next to him looking somewhat honest and simple. He complained loudly. Have those old men in the military gone senile? Why should I, a great grandmaster, team up with a grandmaster? Even if you are at the peak of the grandmaster realm, you are just a burden who will hold me back. As Earth's recognized first genius, Lin Feng had the capital for arrogance. In his eyes, he was destined to be the protagonist who would slaughter in all directions and seize the core fortune upon entering the ancestral land. Bringing along a peak grandmaster, how was that any different from carrying an accessory? Facing Lin Feng's aggressive attitude, Siwu did not get angry. He rubbed his nose, a brilliant, almost goofy smile spreading across his face as he accompanied the laughter. Great genius Lin, calm down, calm down. It is an arrangement from above. What can we do? Rest assured, I will definitely listen to commands after going in. If you say go east, I will never go west. I guarantee I will stay far away and definitely not hold you back. Seeing Siwu's incompetent, spineless appearance, Lin Feng felt rage rising. He snorted, sat down directly on a supply crate nearby, and turned away, finding it annoying to even look at him one more time. Siwu wisely chose not to provoke him further. He found a relatively sheltered corner, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes to rest. In fact, what others did not know was that the military top brass had their own profound considerations for forcing Siwu and Lin Feng together. 3 months ago, Siwu had a near-death experience, while exploring an unexpectedly opened underground realm, and obtained an incredibly miraculous exotic treasure, a set of liquid biomecha from an unknown advanced civilization. This mecha usually lay dormant around Sowu's heart in the form of liquid metal. Once activated, it could instantly cover his entire body. Under the energy boost of the mecha, although Sowu was only at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, his explosive combat power, defense, and recovery ability could absolutely reach the level of a peak Great Grandmaster, even in a life and death state, relying on Sowu's combat intuition that far surpassed ordinary people. Who was stronger between him and Lin Feng remained an unknown. This was Sowu's confidence in playing the pig to eat the tiger. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye amidst the anxious waiting of the crowd. At noon on this day, the entire Kunlun mountain range suddenly began to shake violently. Large-scale avalanches occurred on glaciers that had not melted for 10,000 years. Amidst the earth-shaking tremor, the space at the waist of the Kunlun Mountains, which had been calm, seemed to be torn apart forcefully by a pair of invisible giant hands. A slender spatial rift, thousands of feet long and dozens of feet wide, appeared before everyone's eyes. Within the rift, there was no starlight, only chaotic, gray, misty light and shadow. A mysterious aura, extremely ancient, vast, and even carrying the bloody scent of primeval giant beasts, surged out from the rift as if it possessed a magic that was crazily summoning everyone outside to enter. The ancestral land has opened. Charge. The fortune is right in front of us. Whoever dares to stop me, death. The crowd instantly boiled over. Geniuses, death soldiers, and mercenaries from various factions had red eyes. They erupted with powerful blood energy and true essence, charging toward the spatial rift like locusts crossing the border, racing against each other. Do not dawdle. Keep close. I will not collect your corpse if you die. Lin Feng stood up, excitement flashing in his eyes. Leaving behind those ruthless words, his figure turned into a silver lightning bolt and charged into the rift first. Sowu did not hesitate either. True energy exploded under his feet, and he followed closely behind Lin Feng, crossing that spatial boundary. After a brief moment of weightlessness and dizziness, Sowu opened his eyes again. He found that he and Lin Feng had arrived in a vast, endless primeval forest. The gravity here was 3 times that of the outside world, and the heaven and earth energy permeating the air was so thick it was almost turning into water droplets. Every tree was 100 feet high, their trunks so thick they required more than 10 people to embrace them. Looking up, there was no sun in the sky, only a light-emitting dome radiating soft white light. It seemed identical to the outside world, yet everywhere it revealed something eerie. So Wu and Lin Feng did not act immediately. They lurked on the branches of a giant tree. Before entering, military intelligence had clearly informed them of the rules. This so-called ancestral land was not filled with treasures everywhere. Its core rule was this. Within the 1-month period it remained open. Every few days, a powerful ancient martial skill, or ancient treasure would randomly erupt from a certain direction of the ancestral land, accompanied by celestial phenomena. At that time, all contention would revolve around these born treasures. Of course, during this period, many people with weaker strength preferred to cautiously search for those ancient medicinal herbs and spiritual plants in the forest, unwilling to participate in that meat grinder-like core struggle. The two lay in ambush on the tree for half a day. Suddenly, deep in the forest, dozens of miles away from their position, a thick red beam of light shot into the sky without warning, dyeing half the sky red. Accompanying it was an aura of slaughter that made one's heart tremble. It is here. That is the sign of high-level ancient martial arts appearing. Lin Feng's eyes on the tree trunk lit up sharply, and he shot out instantly like an arrow leaving the string. Do not stare blankly. Hurry up if you want good stuff. So Wu took a deep breath and immediately traversed and jumped quickly through the dense canopy, following closely behind Lin Feng. The towering trees around them receded rapidly under their full-speed assault, and only the whistling wind remained in their ears. However, Lin Feng was worthy of being a wind element great grandmaster. His speed was simply too fast, truly like a ghost. Not long after, Lin Feng, who was charging at the front, suddenly threw back a cold sentence without looking back. Your grandmaster footwork is too slow. At your speed, the opportunity will be gone by the time you arrive. I will go ahead one step. You can climb slowly yourself. The words had just fallen when Lin Feng's figure suddenly erupted with a sonic boom in midair. His speed forcibly increased again, turning into a silver stream of light, disappearing instantly at the end of the dense, deep forest ahead. Damn, this bastard. So Wu stopped on a thick branch, looking at the direction Lin Feng had disappeared, and shook his head helplessly. It was not that he lacked the means to accelerate, but although the liquid mecha at his heart could make his combat power soar, the operation of the mecha consumed energy stored in his body. In the absence of a real life and death crisis, or a key moment to compete for treasures, wasting precious mecha energy on simple travel was an extremely stupid behavior. Sigh, this guy runs as fast as if he is going to his reincarnation. Forget it, I will slowly feel my way over. So Wu sighed, although the speed under his feet did not decrease. More than 10 minutes later, the red light in the sky in the distance flickered a few times, then dissipated completely. This meant that the ancient martial art that had appeared had either been taken by someone else, or the struggle had entered a white-hot, hidden phase. Finished, completely lost him. So Wu stopped and stood still in a relatively open clearing in the forest. He could be certain that he had completely lost track of Lin Feng, and could not even pinpoint the specific location where the red light had erupted. Just when Suwu was thinking about where to go next in a daze, accident struck without warning. A sound of breaking wind, extremely faint yet extremely fast, attacked from his left blind spot. As a martial artist who had walked on the edge of life and death for years, Suwu had extremely fast neural reflexes. He instinctively crossed his arms to protect his chest, and a layer of blood energy shield appeared on his skin surface. However, a dull, heavy sound echoed. Suwu felt as if he had been hit head-on by a heavy maglev train traveling at 800 kilometers per hour. That power was ridiculously huge, accompanied by an extremely sharp sense of spatial cutting. The blood energy shield on his skin surface shattered like glass the moment it made contact. Suwu was sent flying like a broken sack by this massive impact. He rolled continuously for more than 10 meters on the ground, breaking the roots of 3 big trees before barely coming to a stop. Hiss. Damn. What the hell is that? Suwu felt a sense of spinning, his internal organs churned violently, and a sweet, fishy taste rose in his throat. Fortunately, he activated a trace of the liquid mecha at his heart at the last moment to protect his vitals. Otherwise, even if this hit did not take half his life, it would have broken 2 of his ribs. After a long time, Suwu barely recovered. He stood up shakily from the ground, forcefully patted the mud and dead leaves off his body, pulled out the war knife from his waist with a clank, and scanned his surroundings vigilantly like a hawk, ready to deal with potential fierce beasts or attackers. However, when he saw the scene not far ahead, he could not help but be stunned. He saw that in a bush about 10 meters away, there were no terrifying fierce beasts, nor any vicious enemies. There, a slender, weak figure lay quietly. It was a woman. She wore a nanotech mecha mask filled with cracks, and the advanced combat suit she wore, which should have been extremely tough, was now torn apart as if by some terrifying force. What made Suwu's heart jump with fear was the wound on the woman's chest. It was a terrifying saber wound extending obliquely from her left clavicle to her right lower abdomen. The wound was deep to the bone, and the flesh at the edges was even burned to charcoal. Beneath the charred black, bright red blood was constantly surging out like a fountain, completely dyeing the soil beneath her into a striking scarlet. This wound is too heavy. Suwu's heart tightened. Human compassion made him subconsciously put away his long knife and carefully step forward to check. He squatted beside the woman, looked at the shocking wound, and placed 2 fingers lightly on the carotid artery of her fair, slender neck. Cold. There was no sign of a pulse. He extended his finger under the woman's nose. No breath. She died. Suwu was startled, hurriedly pulled his hand back as if electrocuted, and his body retreated back several steps. It has nothing to do with me. I did not do anything. I just happened to pass by and was hit by you. Yes, your death must be because of that fatal wound on your chest. It definitely has nothing to do with this light collision of mine. Yes, that is right, that is it. Suwu muttered as if hypnotizing himself, turned around, and prepared to oil his feet and slip away. But as he walked only 2 steps, his pace became sluggish. He stood in place, his mind flashing with the 10+ years of compulsory education he had received in his previous life under the rule of law, and then looking at this primeval forest in the wild. Sigh, forget it. Since I bumped into it, in the end, I can be considered a participant in this traffic accident. I cannot just let you be exposed in the wilderness and be gnawed on by those wild beasts. Right. Suwu turned around, walked back, looked at the female corpse on the ground, and sighed helplessly. Count yourself lucky to have met a kind-hearted youth like me. Then I will do you a favor and help you be buried in the earth. Remember to watch the road when you are reincarnated in your next life, and stop speeding. Action followed thought. Suwu inserted his long knife into the ground, squatted down directly, and began to dig the ground with both hands. Although there were no tools like shovels, he was a peak grandmaster martial artist after all. Blood energy wrapped around his hands, and the hard frozen soil was as fragile as tofu before him. Mud flew. In a short while, a shallow pit about 2 meters long and 1/2 meter deep appeared under the giant tree. Conditions are rudimentary. I have wronged you to make do with it. Suwu walked to the side of Lin Weiner's corpse, bent down, put his hands through her armpits and under her knees, and scooped up her light body. Here you go. Suwu did not pity the jade and cherish the fragrance, but very simply and cleanly threw Lin Weiner directly into the pit. Thud. Just as Suwu patted the mud on his hands, prepared to backfill the soil he had just dug up, and draw a period to this absurd encounter, an eerie scene occurred. He saw that on the surface of Lin Weiner's lifeless body, an extremely faint energy fluctuation suddenly appeared. Immediately afterward, a green bead, only the size of a soybean, crystal clear throughout, and emitting an extremely rich aura of life, floated out slowly from her chest. This green bead suspended in midair, emitting a soft and warm green light, illuminating this dimly lit clearing in the forest. Under Suwu's dumbfounded gaze, after the green bead floated in midair for a while, it seemed to be attracted by something, and slowly flew toward the forehead of Lin Weiner's mask, finally disappearing into the center of her eyebrows without a sound. The next second, a cough echoed. Lin Weiner, who had been judged completely dead by Suwu and lay quietly at the bottom of the pit, saw her body tremble extremely slightly. Immediately afterward, a cough, so weak it was almost inaudible, came from under her mask. Holy! Suwu was scared to the point his scalp went numb. His entire body bounced 3 meters back, his eyes widened as large as copper bells, watching this scene in disbelief. Was she feigning death? No, it was that bead. Suwu, who realized what had happened, did not go to save the person, but turned around and ran. Are you kidding me? Someone who could possess this level of life-saving trump card must be a core descendant from those super major factions. The cause and effect and vendetta involved in such a person were simply not something he, a native grandmaster of Earth, could afford to bear. Not dead yet. If she is not dead, then there is no need to bury her. Forget it, forget it. I should hide far away from such massive trouble. Suwu turned around while warning himself madly in his heart. Suwu, you are now in the cultivation world, where the weak are prey to the strong, not in a civilized society where you help old ladies cross the street. Put away your pathetic sympathy and hurry up and run. He took a large stride and walked toward the depths of the forest without hesitation. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He walked about 10 meters away. Suwu's pace, however, became heavier and heavier, as if lead had been poured into them. In his mind, that slender figure lying lonely in the cold mud pit, covered in blood, and likely to gasp out her last breath at any moment, could not be driven away. Damn. Suwu stopped suddenly, slapped himself hard in the face, and cursed through gritted teeth. Why cannot a dog change its habit of eating excrement? I received 10+ years of quality education in my previous life. I did not expect that after more than 10 years of crossing over to this cannibalistic world, this damn conscience of mine would still hurt. Forget it. If I die, I die. At worst, I will part ways with her as soon as I heal her. Suwu turned around suddenly, charging back like a whirlwind. He jumped into the pit he had dug with his own hands, scooped up Lin Weiner, who was at her weakest, hugged her, and left this place of right and wrong rapidly. Chapter 65. Underneath a hidden cliff on the outskirts of the ancestral land, Suwu discovered a dry and concealed natural cavern. He set a few simple tripwires at the entrance and hauled in a massive boulder, blocking off most of the opening while leaving just a narrow slit for ventilation. Deep inside the cave, he ignited a weak campfire. Dim, amber light danced across the stone walls, reflecting on Suwu's face, which was etched with exhaustion and gravity. He laid Lin Weiner down on a relatively flat boulder. Although the mysterious green bead had preserved the last flicker of her vitality, the wound across her chest still seeped blood. Without immediate treatment, infection and blood loss would surely claim her life. Cough, cough. Suwu muttered to himself as he worked to build his own mental resolve. This is strictly humanitarian aid. I have absolutely no ulterior motives. Please, avert your eyes. He reached out, his hands somewhat clumsy, as he began to unfasten the shattered nanocombat suit covering her. As the blood-stained fabric peeled away, a body as perfect as white jade, though marred by deep scars, was revealed in the flickering firelight. Even as Suwu repeated the mantra of purity in his mind, his breath hitched, and his ears burned hot at the sight of her slender waist and elegant curves. Enough. Focus on saving her. Suwu tore his gaze away, forcing his attention entirely onto the terrifying wound. Having spent over a decade surviving in this perilous world, he had long since mastered the art of field medicine. He retrieved strong disinfectant, hemostatic powder, and premium bandages from his spatial backpack. He cleaned the blood, sterilized the area, applied the medicine, and wrapped the bandages with nimble, gentle fingers. Once the wound was dressed, he pulled a clean, oversized shirt from his bag to keep her warm and carefully tucked away the remnants of her combat suit. He sat by the campfire, watching the unconscious woman, and let out a long, slow breath. She will live. Now, it depends on her own fate. Time slipped away in the dim cavern. There was no sun or moon in the ancestral land, so Suwu relied on his watch to mark the passing days. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 5 full days passed. During these 5 days, Suwu remained by her side. Every day, he used his own internal energy to clear her damaged meridians, and even fed her his own high-grade nutritional liquid, meant for his own cultivation breakthroughs, 1 spoonful at a time. He abandoned the chance to hunt for treasures, acting like a nanny in this cramped space, guarding a stranger he had never met. Late in the night on the 5th day, just as Suwu finished feeding her the last of the nutritional liquid, and prepared to lean against the wall for a nap, a weak but clear cough echoed through the silent cave. Suwu snapped his eyes open and vaulted from the ground like a spring, his gaze locking onto the figure on the boulder. In the dancing firelight, Lin Weina's thick lashes fluttered. Slowly, with great effort, she opened the eyes that had been shut for 5 days. Pain, agony that felt as if it were tearing her soul apart, was the first sensation she felt. She turned her eyes, her vision shifting from blur to clarity. She saw the campfire, the rough stone walls, and finally, her gaze settled on the young man standing by the fire, watching her with a complicated expression. Because the mask she wore had been damaged, but not dislodged in the previous battle, Suwu still could not see her true face. Wariness and the pride of a noble from the god race flared in Lin Weiner's eyes. She tried to push herself up, attempting to circulate her energy, but her injuries were too severe. Her meridians felt like a tangled mess. She let out a pained grunt, her arm gave way, and she collapsed back onto the cold stone. Who are you? Her voice was weak and raspy, like a spring that had run dry. Seeing her defensive posture, Suwu stopped the step he had taken to help her, pulling back. He crossed his arms, maintaining a safe distance, and shrugged with a flat tone. Me? I am just an unlucky guy who happened to pass by and got crashed into like a human cushion. Lin Weiner paused. She looked down at her own body. The mask remained, but the nanocombat suit was gone, replaced by a clean, oversized shirt that clearly belonged to a man, and carried the faint scent of soap. The lethal wound on her chest had been bandaged properly. A ripple of surprise touched her heart. She had grown accustomed to deceit and betrayal. In this place where people would turn on their own family for a chance at fortune, who would abandon treasure hunting to spend 5 days nursing a stranger. And, while she was unconscious and defenseless, the stranger had done nothing improper beyond tending to her wounds. "Did you save me?" She lifted her head, her eyes like cold stars fixed on So-woo, her tone softening. So-woo grunted in acknowledgement. Since she was awake, his duty was done. It was time to get back to business. "Now that you are awake, you do not seem to be dying anytime soon. Let us part ways here. I have my own matters to attend to. Take care of yourself." Without hesitation, he turned and walked toward the cave entrance, reaching for the boulder blocking the way. "Wait." Seeing him so ready to leave, a flash of uncharacteristic panic stirred in Lin Wanner. She spoke quickly, her voice rising with anxiety. "Please, stay. Look at my condition." Lin Wanner bit her bloodless lip, casting aside her usual arrogance, and spoke with a hint of pleading. "My injuries have not healed, my energy is exhausted, and I can barely walk. If you leave me here in this dangerous land alone, I will surely die." The moment she finished speaking, her emotional agitation aggravated her internal injuries. A flush of red washed over her face, and she turned her head, spitting out a small mouthful of dark blood as she gasped for air. So-woo's hand froze on the stone. He furrowed his brows until they formed a frown, cursing himself for being a busybody. If he left, abandoning a defenseless, severely injured woman here, how was that any different from killing her? Would his 5 days of care not be a complete waste of time? But if he stayed, he was wasting his chance to train and hunt for treasure in this ancestral land. Lin Feng was probably already rolling in fortune. So-woo turned back, looking at the pale woman on the stone slab, her eyes filled with a mix of pity and stubbornness. The scales in his heart finally tipped toward his own conscience. "I must owe you something in a past life." So-woo raked his hair in frustration, sat back down by the campfire, held up 2 fingers, and spoke fiercely. 2 days. I will stay 2 more days. Once you can move on your own, I am leaving." Hearing his agreement, Lin Wanna's tense nerves finally unspooled. Beneath her mask, the corner of her mouth hooked into a microscopic curve she did not even notice herself. "Thank you." Fortunately, Lin Wanna's background was far beyond that of an ordinary martial artist. Once she confirmed So-woo had no malicious intent, she retrieved several top-tier healing pills, radiating intense spiritual energy from the spatial artifact hidden within her sea of consciousness. With the aid of their terrifying potency, it took only 1 day for her deep wounds to scab over and her meridians to largely repair themselves. In that day together, So-woo learned her name was Lin Wanner. The name was gentle, but her character carried a cold, haughty pride. Though they shared the same space, they exchanged few words. Most of the time, So-woo grilled meat while Lin Wanner meditated to heal. However, this quiet understanding was shattered on the second morning by a violent intrusion. Boom! The boulder blocking the cave entrance was kicked to pieces from the outside. Debris flew, and a gale roared into the cavern, causing the campfire to flicker wildly. A figure radiating violent, murderous intent stepped into the cave like a demon emerging from a sea of blood. "So-woo, where the hell have you been? I searched for you for 6 days. What on earth are you doing hiding in here?" It was Lin Feng. His silver combat suit was stained with blood, and he clutched a dripping blade, clearly having survived countless brutal fights over the past few days. When he saw So-woo sitting safely by the fire, a flash of relief passed through his eyes, though his tone remained sharp and filled with cursing. However, when Lin Feng's gaze swept past So-woo and landed on Lin Wanner in the back of the cave, wearing So-woo's shirt and a mask, the impatience on his face solidified. It was replaced by a pure, bone-chilling intent to kill people from another faction. Lin Feng's reaction was lightning fast. In this lawless paradise of the ancestral land, any living creature who was not an ally was a potential enemy. Clang! He did not waste a single word. A dazzling blade light erupted from his weapon. He moved like electricity, his pressure as a grandmaster completely locking onto the weak Lin Wanner. The blade struck out like a viper, aiming directly for her throat. This was a strike with no holding back. It was meant to kill. Lin Wanner's expression changed. In her current state, she could not dodge the thunderous strike. She squeezed her eyes shut in despair. "Lin Feng, stop." At this critical moment, So-woo roared, his eyes turning blood red. He did not have time to draw his own blade to block. As Lin Feng unleashed the attack, So-woo lunged forward, throwing his own body directly in front of Lin Wanner. A microsecond before Lin Feng's blade could pierce So-woo's chest, the drop of liquid metal dormant in So-woo's heart exploded. A layer of translucent, deep blue liquid metal surged like water, faster than light, instantly covering his entire body, and forming a sci-fi-style biomechanical armor. Clang! A deafening sound of metal striking metal rang through the cave. Sparks showered everywhere. Lin Feng's full power strike, strong enough to split a mountain, slammed into the armor on So-woo's chest. The massive recoil made So-woo grunt, his feet carving 2 deep furrows into the solid rock floor, as he skidded back several meters, stopping only when he hit the boulder Lin Wanner was resting on. But the blade tip was stopped dead by the armor. "Are you insane?" Lin Feng stared at the suddenly transformed So-woo, retracting his blade, his eyes wide with fury and shock. "You actually used your life-saving trump card for some unknown woman? Do you have any idea what would have happened if I had not pulled back in time?" Lin Feng trembled with anger, pointing his finger at So-woo's nose and screaming. "So-woo, did a beast kick you in the head? She is not one of us. She is an enemy. She is a robber here to steal Earth's resources. Suwu retracted his face mask, revealing a face pale from the violent exertion of his internal energy. His expression was grave, his eyes fixed unflinchingly on the furious Lin Feng as he spoke in a low voice. Lin Feng, calm down. She is not an enemy. What do you mean she is not an enemy? Here, everyone but you and me is an enemy. Every person less means one fewer competitor for the fortune. Lin Feng glared, his blade trembling in his hand, clearly finding Suwu's mercy incomprehensible. She suffered a lethal wound and just crawled back from the gates of hell. Suwu stood firm, shielding Lin Wanner, his voice as hard as iron. If we attack a person who has no power to fight back, how are we any different from those beasts who prey on the weak? Besides, she is not necessarily our enemy. If she had wanted to kill me during these last few days, I would have been dead a long time ago. Lin Feng sneered, looking at Suwu with utter mockery. Suwu, when did I not realize you were so naive? In this land, it is kill or be killed. There is no room for these grandiose morals. If you do not kill her today, the moment she recovers her strength, the first thing she will do is grind us into dust. I trust she will not. Suwu shook his head, his tone flat, but filled with stubbornness. Hearing this obstinate response, Lin Feng felt a sense of total disappointment. He sheathed his blade, his eyes filled with a cold, detached disdain for a fool who could not be taught. Behind him, Lin Wanna pushed herself up, looking at the back of this young man who, despite his strength being inferior to his companion, stood firm to protect her. Her heart felt as if it had been touched by something soft. I, Lin Wanner, swear upon my martial path that I will not seize your opportunities, nor will I repay kindness with cruelty. Lin Wanner said weakly but solemnly, keep your lies for children. I do not buy that. Lin Feng did not even look at her, casting one final cold glance at Suwu. Suwu, if you want to be a saint, stay here and be her guardian. Lin Feng turned, striding toward the cave entrance, his back resolute and proud. Our paths are different. From now on, you walk your road, and I will walk mine. Take care of yourself, you idiot. With that final curse, Lin Feng's figure vanished from the entrance. Only Suwu and Lin Wanner remained in the cave, lost for words. Suwu watched Lin Feng's retreating back and sighed silently. He knew Lin Feng had his best interests at heart, but Suwu had his own bottom line and persistence. He retracted the liquid armor and sat back down by the fire. I am sorry. Lin Wanner looked at Suwu's lonely expression, a pang of guilt rising in her heart. That was your companion, was it not? Because of me, you two have fallen out. Do not apologize. Suwu picked up a stick and poked the fire, making it burn brighter. He just has a cautious personality. In this ancestral land, being careful is expected. Lin Wanner nodded slightly. Behind the mask, her eyes revealed a depth of gratitude and a strange stirring of emotion. The cave fell into silence again, save for the occasional crackle of the wood in the fire. They had originally agreed to stay for just 2 more days. But destiny is a tangled thread. Once caught, it is hard to cut. Suwu ended up staying for 5 full days. In those 5 days, the guard between them vanished completely. Suwu told her stories of the strange happenings on Earth and the hardships he faced climbing from the bottom. Lin Wanner, in turn, occasionally dropped her defenses, describing the brilliant galaxy and magnificent civilizations on the other side of the stars with a tone of longing. In that dim cavern, 2 hearts from entirely different worlds drew closer without either noticing. Until the 10th day, Lin Wanner's injuries were completely healed. She changed into a spare set of purple combat clothes. Even for the first time in front of Suwu, she removed the cold nanomask. The moment that peerless face was exposed to the air, Suwu swore he had never seen a more beautiful woman in his life. It was a face so breathtaking, almost unreal. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, her eyes like the brightest stars in the deep cosmos, her nose straight and delicate, her lips red without paint, her skin as white as snow. Even though she was still a little pale from her long illness, she could not hide that ethereal, cold aura. Are you stunned? Lin Wanner looked at Suwu's dazed expression, a flash of mischievous humor in her eyes. To his surprise, she cracked a joke for the first time. Cough, cough. Well, the weather is nice today. Suwu felt his face flush red and awkwardly shifted his gaze. To hide his embarrassment, he rushed to change the subject. Since you are fully recovered, I should be going. Let us part ways here. Hearing that Suwu was leaving, the smile on Lin Wanner's face faded slightly. She stepped forward, looked into Suwu's eyes, and said softly, since your companion has left, walking alone in this dangerous ancestral land is too perilous. Why not come with me? We can look out for each other. Suwu pondered this for a moment. His reason told him to refuse. The secrets surrounding this woman were too immense. Staying with her could drag him into a vortex of terror from which he might not survive. But emotionally, looking at those clear, water-like eyes, the word refusal would not leave his lips. Furthermore, after 10 days of companionship, he knew Lin Wanner's nature was not evil, even perhaps a little innocent. Fine, let us go together. Suwu finally nodded. Time flew. They traveled together, exploring the vast ancestral land. In the blink of an eye, only 5 days remained before the land was sealed. In those 15 days, with Lin Wanner acting as a living encyclopedia, Suwu not only harvested a large amount of rare, high-year medicinal herbs, but even stumbled upon a second-tier ancient martial technique by chance. Chapter 66. The true storm had only just begun. At noon that day, a terrifying sound shattered the sky. 30 kilometers away, on the peak of a towering mountain, a pillar of light erupted through the clouds. It was 10 times thicker than any before, and the color was so deep it seemed to bleed. Within that red light lived a destruction, a slaughter, and a terrifying martial spirit that made the very world tremble. Suwu and Lin Weiner froze in their tracks. Lin Weiner stared at that familiar red light. Her once calm eyes exploded with a fierce, excited, and almost crazed intensity. It has finally appeared again. Lin Weiner murmured the words, her hands clenching into tight fists. What is that? Suwu swallowed hard, the suffocating pressure in the air making it difficult to speak. Lin Weiner turned to him. That is a 6th-tier ancient weapon. What? The news hit Suwu like a thunderclap. Shock etched deep lines into his face. He might have been a local, but after half a month of learning, he understood exactly what the term 6th tier represented. In this era where a star king could rule a region, a 6th-tier ancient weapon was a legendary, strategic artifact, even in the vast galaxy. It was the kind of treasure that anchored a superfamily, powerful enough to cut through rivers of stars and shatter planets. He never imagined that this low-level ancestral land, where even a martial king could not enter, would nurture such an heaven-defying treasure. The fatal wound I suffered earlier came from finding its birthplace. I tried to take it early, and the protective barrier wounded me in return. Lin Weiner inhaled deeply, her eyes hardening with resolve. This ancient weapon is vital to my family. With it, my father's status will be unshakable. I must have it. She spun around, gripping Suwu's arms, her burning gaze locking onto his. Suwu, I have found a way to subdue it. However, I cannot be disturbed by any outside interference during the process. I need you to stand guard for me. Her tone carried the desperation of a final stand. As long as you can hold out until I subdue it, I will give you a generous reward when we get out. Suwu fell silent. The appearance of a 6th-tier ancient weapon would turn this place into a slaughterhouse, more brutal than any meat grinder. He could easily imagine the scene ahead, thousands of mad grandmasters launching a frenzied assault. The danger accompanying such a treasure could not even be described as 9 deaths and 1 life. It was a guaranteed suicide mission. Yet, Suwu looked at the girl who had entrusted her life to him, at the hope and trust in her eyes. The rational analysis, the instinct to protect himself, all of it vanished into the ether. All right. Suwu did not ask for the reward, nor did he ask about the danger. He simply nodded. Without another word, they moved like lightning, 2 streams of light rushing toward the heaven-piercing red glow. The peak of the mountain housing the red light held a massive, ancient altar. By the time Suwu and Lin Weiner arrived, nearly 1,000 elite warriors, from various factions, had gathered in the jagged rock forest a few hundred meters from the altar. Some moved in groups of 3 or 5, forming formations. Others stood alone, clutching their swords with eyes closed. Every single one of them exuded the terrifying aura of a grandmaster. People of all backgrounds mixed together, their eyes greedy and insane, fixed upon the peerless blade embedded in the stone at the center of the altar, wrapped in red light. It was an ancient longsword, dark red, with a lifelike black dragon carved into the hilt. Just sitting there, its blade intent caused tiny black cracks to ripple in the surrounding space. The immense pressure from the red light kept the usually arrogant grandmasters from moving closer. They prowled like starving wolves, 100 meters away, waiting for their opening. It is here. Lin Weiner took a steady breath, ignoring the wolf-like gazes around them. She walked to a spot merely tens of meters from the red light, sat cross-legged without hesitation, and formed hand seals over her chest. She began to chant an obscure, complex spell. Guard me. Lin Weiner closed her eyes, shutting down all perception and defense, and trusting her life to the man behind her. Do not worry. As long as I draw breath, no one will cross this line. Suwu nodded. He turned, driving his long blade deep into the rock in front of him. He stood alone, facing 1,000 hostile grandmasters. His back remained straight, an insurmountable barrier. As Lin Weiner chanted, a golden rune appeared between her brows. A gentle wave of spiritual power drifted along the ground toward the 6th-tier ancient weapon at the altar's center. A few minutes later, the dark red blade, which had been dormant, began to tremble violently. It emitted a low, deep roar like an ancient dragon waking up. The red light on the blade pulsed with a rhythm, echoing Lin Weiner's call. Bad news. The woman is using a secret technique to tame the divine weapon. Someone in the crowd shrieked in terror. That single shout was a bomb thrown into a pot of boiling oil. The 1,000 warriors, who had been wary of one another, lost their minds. The 6th-tier divine weapon is mine. Death to anyone who tries to take it. Kill that woman. She wants to take the treasure for herself. Everyone attacked together. Slaughter them first, then we fight for it. In an instant, the crowd turned into a frenzy of sharks sensing blood. With sky-shaking battle cries, hundreds of colorful, terrifying energy beams and martial arts techniques rained down upon Suwu and Lin Weiner. Come on then. The liquid metal at his heart boiled. A deep, abyssal blue high-tech biomechanical armor covered Suwu in a microsecond. Mysterious energy circuits flowed across the surface of the armor. A thick, solid, blue energy shield expanded from Suwu, spreading 10 meters out and perfectly enclosing Lin Weiner. The first wave of attacks struck. Hundreds of sword beams, blade lights, and energy blasts from grandmasters slammed into the blue shield with a deafening roar. The shield rippled violently, but it stood like a solid rock, unmoved. Get lost. A burly warrior, the fastest of the bunch, leaped high with a heavy hammer and smashed it down toward the shield. Suwu's eyes flashed cold. He did not defend. His right arm liquefied and deformed in an instant, shifting into a sharp, high-frequency oscillating blue blade. He punched out. The blade pierced through the warrior's protective energy, punching straight through his chest. An explosion of energy followed, turning the massive body into a mist of blood. One hit. A mid-level grandmaster, dead. Yet, the temptation of the 6th-tier ancient weapon was too great. Even though Suwu showed the terrifying strength of a god of war, the crowd did not retreat. The sight of blood only drove them into a deeper madness. He is only one man. Exhaust him. More and more people rushed forward like a tidal wave. They poured an endless stream of powerful techniques and secret arts into this tiny space. 5 minutes passed. Suwu moved like a tireless killing machine, pacing the edge of the shield. At his feet, 100 mangled bodies piled up, but ants eventually bite the elephant to death. 10 minutes. After absorbing thousands of high-intensity strikes, the indestructible blue energy shield finally emitted a crunching sound of failure. Fine. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surface. Inside the armor, the warning system flashed wildly. Warning. Energy reserves have dropped to 40%. Shield collapse imminent. 15 minutes. With a crisp snap, the energy shield shattered. Without remote defense, Suwu had to use his own flesh and the armor plating to withstand the attacks. Kill him. 3 swordsmen, skilled in combined techniques, seized the moment Suwu caught his breath and attacked in a triangular formation. 3 sharp sword beams sealed every path of retreat. Suwu had nowhere to dodge. He twisted his body, using the thickest armor on his back to take the blows. Sparks flew. The armor on his back tore open, and 3 deep wounds appeared on his back. Blood instantly soaked the internal flight suit. Go to hell. Suwu endured the agony, swinging his blade in a backhand sweep that cut the 3 swordsmen in half at the waist. 20 minutes. Warning. Armor overload. Energy reserves below 10%. Suwu had reached his limit. His stamina was drained, his vision blurred by sweat and blood. The armor was nearly destroyed, with dangerous electric sparks flickering across its surface. His legs felt like they were filled with lead. Every swing of his blade drained the last ounce of power in his body. Still, he gritted his teeth and remained standing like a nail in front of Lin Weiner. He refused to retreat even half a step. He cannot last much longer. Attack. The crowd noticed his weakness and howled in excitement. Die. At that moment, a berserker nearly 3 meters tall, muscles coiled like snakes, a grandmaster at the peak of his power, descended from the sky. He gripped a black giant axe weighing thousands of pounds. With a terrifying pressure that ripped the air apart, he brought it down toward Suwu's head. The axe strike was unstoppable. There was no way to dodge. Suwu felt a chill in his heart. He tried to raise his blade to parry, but his completely drained body protested, and his movement slowed by a full beat. Is this the end? Suwu watched the black axe blade closing in, a trace of resentment flashing in his eyes. He knew that with this hit, even the armor would be split in 2. Yet, at that critical moment, just before the giant axe could land on his helmet, a sound boomed. A silver thunderbolt, with an unstoppable momentum, smashed into the crowd from the side without warning and slammed into the berserker. The legendary peak grandmaster did not even have time to scream. He and his axe were sent flying hundreds of meters back by the force, slamming heavily into the cliff wall and turning into a pile of meat. The wild wind ceased. A long, slender figure radiating cold, endless killing intent, wielding a dripping, narrow tang blade, landed steadily beside Suwu. It was Lin Feng. You. Suwu stared at the familiar, uninhibited side profile and froze. You what? Lin Feng turned, glaring fiercely at Suwu, his eyes full of angry disdain. Playing the hero all by yourself. Did you really think you were the savior? You idiot. He cursed with the harshest words, but his hands were efficient. He swung his long blade, and a terrifying sword aura spanning dozens of feet erupted, slicing a dozen warriors who had charged forward in half. What are you still standing there for? Waiting to die? Half an hour later, a dragon roar shook the world. The 6th-tier divine weapon finally turned into a beam of red light and fused with the space between Lin Weiner's brows. The taming of the divine weapon was a success. With Lin Weiner's help, the 3 of them escaped. Soon after, the time in the ancestral land ran out. The spatial repulsion force transported all 3 of them out of the Kunlun Mountains. Once they were out, Lin Feng dropped a few bottles of healing medicine and left without a word of goodbye. Lin Weiner met her protector, Uncle Fu. She made an incredibly bold decision. She gave the 6th-tier ancient weapon, which she had risked her life to steal, along with a wisp of her own soul aura, to Uncle Fu, ordering him to take it back to the Holy Spirit Star Domain to report to the family. She threatened him with her own death, strictly forbidding him from leaking a single word about her situation. She remained on this blue planet, claiming that her training was not yet complete. The days that followed were the happiest of Suwu's life. He felt as if he were living in heaven. Lin Weiner shed her halo as a young lady of the god race and, following Suwu, lived the most ordinary life together on Earth, filled with the warmth of domesticity. They visited night markets in Jiangnan and watched the stars from the rooftop. 2 hearts merged completely in the simplicity and sincerity of their life. 1 year later, they had the fruit of their love. It was a daughter, as beautiful as Lin Weiner, her eyes identical to her mother's. During that time, Suwu felt like the happiest man in the entire universe. 3 years later, Lin Weiner became pregnant again and gave birth to Suyu. Suwu believed that this life of a loving wife and children would last until the end of time. Until the 3rd month after Suyu was born. It was a day covered in dark clouds, with lightning flashing across the sky. The sky suddenly tore open. The star god race from the Holy Spirit Star Domain had found them after all. Leading them was Lin Weiner's older brother, a terrifying existence who stood above the Star King level. That day was the apocalypse for Suwu. Lowly native, you dare to pollute the noble bloodline of my god race. You and that bastard son should be ground to dust. The man standing high above coldly sentenced Suwu and Suyu to death. As for the daughter, because she had inherited the stronger god race genes, he deemed her worthy of being taken back to the family for training. Faced with such crushing power, Suwu did not even have the qualification to stand. He was stepped into the mud like a dog, watching as they tore away his daughter, watching the execution blade descend upon the infant Suyu in his swaddling clothes. No. At the critical moment, Lin Weiner, her face covered in tears, but her eyes as resolute as rock, glared at her brother. Big brother, if you dare to kill the father and son, I will shatter my soul this instant. I will make you take a corpse back to face father. You know that the bloodline of the god race must not be lost. If I die, you will not escape the consequences. The supreme entity compromised. Compared to the lives of two ants, the family bloodline mattered more. Fine. The Star Emperor looked coldly at Suwu. Death is spared, but living is not. This native must have his cultivation destroyed, and be reduced to a cripple. That is the final bottom line of our god race. A force struck Suwu's body. His Danshin burst instantly, his meridians shattered inch by inch, and all his chi and blood vanished into nothingness. Before leaving, Lin Weiner was forced onto the warship. At the moment the hatch closed, she gathered all her strength, and shouted her last words to Suwu, who lay in the mud. Suwu, live. You must live. Take care of Yuer. The warship cut through the sky, taking his wife and daughter away, leaving him alone, holding his wailing infant. The tide of memory receded. The evening breeze on the balcony dried the secret dampness in the corners of Suwu's eyes. He smiled, looking at Lin Feng, who was sitting on the railing, also lost in silence. Lin Feng, you were so arrogant back then. You said you would not save me, but in the end, did you not jump out like a savior and save me from that fatal axe blow? Suwu's tone held a hint of teasing, having his dark history exposed, even for a high-ranking inspector general. A rare look of unnatural annoyance crossed Lin Feng's handsome face. Go away. Stop flattering yourself. Who the hell saved you? Lin Feng curled his lip, leaped off the railing, and smoothed out the white windbreaker wrinkled by the wind, forcing his composure back. I just happened to be passing by. I simply could not stand to see those alien scum bullying the few. It was just a casual move. Enough. No more talk of the past. My message has been delivered today. Lin Feng turned, and the void behind him began to ripple. Just before stepping into the space passage, Lin Feng paused without looking back. I am leaving. Suwu stood on the balcony, watching the place where Lin Feng had disappeared, a look of relief pulling at the corner of his mouth. So, the Holy Spirit Star Domain. Suwu looked up, his deep gaze seemingly piercing through hundreds of millions of light years to look at the star field at the very center of the galaxy. Weiner, it has been over 20 years. Wait for me. Chapter 67. Time passed. Only 3 days remained until the opening of the seed tournament. In the Yanjing Base, at Villa 186, Suwu stood on the balcony. He inhaled the crisp, cold winter air. He stepped forward with casual ease. The space ahead stirred. As his foot touched the ground, Suwu vanished. There was no sonic boom, no turbulence. It was as if the world had erased him. Spatial folding. To a Supreme Star King expert, distance meant little. With a clear enough mental coordinate, a few thousand kilometers acted like the thickness of a door. 2 seconds passed. Outside the Magic City, the super steel metropolis in eastern China known as the Pearl of the Orient, the void rippled. Suwu wore simple gray casual clothes. He stepped out from nothingness with his hands in his pockets. His deep eyes scanned the vast city filled with neon lights and flying airships. Before he could study the city, 2 intense energy fluctuations surged from the core area of the Magic City base. 2 streams of light shot into the sky and stopped 10 meters from him. They bowed low. A woman and an old man stood there. The woman looked to be in her early 40s, dressed in a sharp professional suit. She wore gold-rimmed glasses and carried an aura of intelligence and sharpness. The old man had white hair and a white beard. He wore a traditional black tang suit. His presence commanded respect, and his blood energy ran deep. Suwu scanned them. Both were level 9 Star Lords. These were top-tier figures on Earth. The middle-aged woman bowed with her hands clasped. I am Suruohan, the current president of the Magic City Martial Arts University. I pay my respects to Senior Su. The white-haired man bent his waist to 90 degrees. I am Yao Tai, the current city lord of the Magic City base. Greetings, Senior Su. Suwu felt the corner of his mouth twitch. Suruohan calling him senior was fine, considering his psychological age. But Yao Tai, an old man who looked to have one foot in the grave, and was surely over 100 years old, calling himself a junior left Suwu amused. In the martial world, rank depended on strength. Enough with the formalities. Suwu waved his hand. A gentle force lifted them. Why block my path outside the city, instead of managing the city? Suruohan and Yao Tai exchanged looks. They felt the shock in each other's eyes. They could not even form a thought to resist that lifting force. Was this the terror of a Star King? Suruohan caught her breath. General Inspector Lin Feng sent orders 2 days ago to inform us of your arrival in the Magic City. We have waited here to welcome you. Also, we have a tricky situation that requires your help. Suruohan struggled to speak. The seed tournament is approaching. As the venue, the Magic City gathers top geniuses and their guardians from all global war zones, countries, and ancient hidden forces. The situation is complex. Inspector General Lin Feng maintained order, so no one dared to act recklessly. Yesterday, the starship of an envoy from the Aelan star domain arrived in the neighboring sector. Inspector General Lin Feng went to greet them personally to show the Federation's respect. He will likely return in 2 days. He left instructions for us to ask Senior So to temporarily take his place and guard the Magic City. Su Wu raised an eyebrow. Lin Feng knew how to put people to work. He wanted to visit his son, but Lin Feng dumped the burden of security on him. Still, Su Wu remembered that Lin Feng had not hesitated to crush his own subordinates to save little White back in Yanjing. He had even wiped out the 3 great families of Mars for him. That debt meant something. Guarding the place for a few days was a small matter. I can do that. Su Wu nodded. Su Ruohan and Yao Tai let out breaths of relief. Their happy faces showed they felt unburdened. City Lord Yao Tai spoke up, his voice filled with gnashing anger. Senior, you do not know. Many top foreign experts and alien bloodlines have moved into the Magic City. They are used to being tyrants in their own territories. They know Inspector General Lin Feng is away, so they show their true colors. In these 2 days, over a dozen conflicts above the Star Lord level have occurred. They rely on their backing and ignore our city defense forces. Some foreign Star Lords have openly attacked in busy areas and injured many of our law enforcement officers. We lack the strength to stop them. Yao Tai grew more furious as he spoke. As City Lord, the frustration of watching others behave like animals on his turf without being able to strike back was unbearable. Su Wu's eyes turned cold. He hated fools who acted arrogant without the strength to back it up. He hated clowns who broke the rules under his nose even more. Go now. Use my name. No, use Lin Feng's name. Notify all the foreign experts who have caused trouble in the Magic City, or anyone who thinks they are a big shot. Su Wu looked down at the Magic City below. Tell them all to crawl here and see me within 30 minutes. No excuses. The 2 did not hesitate. They bowed and turned into streams of light to deliver the death warrant. 30 minutes later, in the top-floor panoramic conference room of the Star International Hotel, the top 7-star hotel in the Magic City. The room could hold hundreds of people. Nearly 100 figures gathered. They had different skin colors and wore strange clothes. Every single one of them exuded terrifying energy fluctuations. The weakest was a level 5 Star Lord, and the strongest had reached the terrifying level of level 9 Star Lord. They represented the top potential of all major war zones on Earth outside of China. The atmosphere in the conference room was noisy and arrogant. Beep. What is this about? Did they call us here just to look at this empty podium? A muscular man with strange purple-black skin slammed his combat boots onto the alloy conference table. He complained with impatience. He was Kapil, the top expert from the India-Vatican region, known as the Thunder Rage Ming King. He was a genuine level 8 Star Lord. He was one of the biggest troublemakers in the Magic City over the past 2 days. Kapil had a violent temper. When he got angry, sparks of dangerous purple lightning flickered around him uncontrollably. Exactly. We are guests here for the seed tournament. Is this how the Chinese treat their guests? I heard that guy named Lin Feng went to be a doorman in space. Without a Star King, this Magic City is a joke. I wanted some medicinal herbs from a shop yesterday, and the shop owner dared to ask me for money. I did not kill him, so I already gave him face. Several foreign Star Lords who shared Kapil's views echoed his words. Their words were filled with contempt for China. They believed that while China was strong, their only Star King, Lin Feng, was away. With their combined strength, they could walk sideways in the Magic City. No one would dare to touch them. When Lin Feng returned, he would be tied by his position as a Federation inspector, and could not easily strike at them anyway. Chapter 68. At the very front row of the conference room sat an elegant elderly man from the European Union. His silver hair was combed neatly back. He wore a tailored black tailcoat, and toyed with a crystal-encrusted cane. Compared to the vulgarity of Kapil, he appeared well-bred, yet his deep blue eyes revealed an even more sinister calculation. Please remain calm, Mr. Kapil, the European elder said with a slight frown, speaking in pure Chinese. Since the city lord and the university president have issued a high-level summons for us to gather here, the higher UPS in China must have made new arrangements. We should wait patiently. There is no need to lower your status by shouting. Nonsense. I will wait 3 more minutes. If no one comes in 3 minutes, I will tear this hotel apart. Kapil spat on the floor and shouted in a brazen manner. Click. The moment Kapil stopped speaking, the heavy purple copper doors of the conference room emitted a soft sound and swung open from the outside. The noisy room fell silent. Nearly 100 gazes, filled with terrifying pressure, focused on the doorway like spotlights. A middle-aged man in casual clothes walked in with his hands in his pockets. He looked barely over 30 years old and emitted no sign of blood energy. His footsteps were light. He ignored the pressure of nearly 100 Star-Lord level experts and walked straight to the podium at the front of the room. Su Wu scanned the crowd with dark, deep eyes. I have kept you all waiting. Su Wu did not use any amplification equipment, yet his voice reached everyone clearly. Silence. After a brief pause, Kapil stood abruptly. His 2.5-meter frame loomed like a furious purple-black bear. His bloodshot eyes locked onto Su Wu, and he pointed a finger at Su Wu's nose. What are you? You think you deserve to stand there and talk to us? Was it not Lin Feng who told us to gather here? Bring out someone in charge. If trash like you dares to say one more word, I will crush you into a meat patty. A roar of laughter erupted in the conference room. The foreign experts looked at Su Wu with mockery. Su Wu did not show anger. He withdrew his hands from his pockets. He looked at the finger pointing at his nose, his gaze becoming colder than 10,000-year-old ice. I hate it when people point fingers at me, Suwu said softly, especially trash that is weaker than me. Before he finished speaking, Kupil roared, arrogant Chinese, I will tear you apart. Kupil was enraged. As a level 8 Star Lord, he had never been insulted by trash. He unleashed the purple lightning surging around him. He did not use a martial skill, but thrust his massive, electrified purple hand at Suwu's head. If that grip connected, even an armored vehicle made of special alloy would turn into scrap metal. The crowd waited to see the arrogant Chinese uncle bleed. In the next second, the pupils of every Star Lord present, including the elegant European elder, contracted to the size of pinpoints. They did not see how Suwu moved. When Kupil's hand was still 3 meters away from Suwu, Suwu left behind a blurry afterimage. He was too fast. Bang! A dull thud that nearly stopped the heart of every person present echoed in the conference room. It was the sound of flesh colliding with extremely hard material. When their vision caught up with reality, everyone stopped breathing. Suwu stood with the same indifferent expression, but he now stood directly in front of Kupil. His slender, almost frail-looking right hand pressed firmly against Kupil's massive purple-black skull. He slammed the arrogant level 8 Star Lord of the India Vatican nation into the Star Alloy conference table. Squish! Suwu used no internal energy and no martial skills. He relied only on the primitive, terrifying physical strength of his supreme chaotic body, now evolved to the Star King level. Under that irresistible, inhuman strength, Kupil's head exploded upon impact with the table. Red blood, white brains, and broken skull fragments, mixed with dissipating purple electricity, and splattered across the hard surface in a radial pattern. Instant kill. A corpse without a head slumped weakly into the chair, twitched twice, and went still. Silence. Deathly silence. Nearly 100 top experts from around the world felt their souls freeze. The red and white matter splashed on their faces and bodies, still warm, reminded them that this was no hallucination. Pure physical strength. No lead up. An instant kill of a peak level 8 Star Lord. This was impossible. Even a level 9 Star Lord could not do this so casually. Star King. China, besides Lin Feng, had birthed a Star King without anyone noticing. God. These fools had been making trouble under the nose of a Star King for 2 days. And it was a Star King with no official restraints. Clatter. Someone's trembling legs gave out, and they fell back into their seat. Like dominoes, nearly 100 high-ranking Star Lords lowered their heads and sat down. Suwu straightened his back. He pulled a clean tissue from a box, wiped a stray speck of blood from his right hand, and looked at the headless corpse. His gaze cut across the room like a blade. I hope that while you are in the Magic City, you will do your jobs quietly. Do not engage in any more petty, underhanded tricks. During the seed tournament, I do not want to see any behavior that disrupts order or provokes trouble. Suwu pointed to the mess on the table and curled his lips into a cruel sneer. Otherwise, this will be your fate. Do you understand? Understand. We obey your orders. We will not dare to commit such acts again. May God bless China. We will behave. The room erupted in a unified, desperate response. The previously arrogant foreign experts nodded like children scolded by a teacher. Suwu nodded at these terrified big shots. He had made his point. He said nothing more, turned, and walked out of the door with a calm, steady stride. Chapter 69. With those annoying disputes resolved, the security of the Magic City base would naturally improve in the future. Half an hour later, inside the high-end rest area prepared for the Capital Martial Arts delegation at the Magic City Martial Arts University, Suwu pushed open the door to a suite. Inside, Suyu sat cross-legged on the carpet with his eyes closed to rest his mind. At the sound of the door, he opened his eyes immediately. Seeing his father, a joyful smile appeared on his face. Dad, you are here. Suyu stood up to greet him. Suwu looked his son over. He sensed the increasingly refined blood energy, already stabilized at the early Martial King stage, and nodded in satisfaction. Your aura is steady. Your foundation is solid. It seems that while you were falling in love in Jiangnan, you did not neglect your cultivation. Suyu's face turned red. He scratched his head with embarrassment. Right. Where is little white? You did not bring it. Suwu scanned the room. He did not see the noisy white ball of fur and asked casually. No. Suyu's expression turned serious. You specifically warned me in the communication that a high-level envoy from the Aeolin star domain might descend during this tournament. As a star beast, Little White's bloodline aura is too easy for such experts to detect. So I left it at the Jiangnan Base and let Lele take care of it for a while. I will pick it up after the tournament ends. Good. Appreciation flashed in Suwu's eyes. Suyu was becoming more cautious. Star envoys were not the bumpkins of Earth. They had seen the world. If he recognized Little White's true form, Suwu would not be afraid, but trouble would follow. Since you are about to participate in the tournament, as your father, I must prepare some defensive items for you. Suwu turned his wrist. Clang. With a clear blade sound, a red longsword appeared in Suwu's hand. It was the second-tier ancient weapon captured from the Li family of Mars. This is? A second-tier ancient weapon. Suwu threw the longsword to Suyu. Suyu fumbled to catch it. His hands trembled with excitement. Thanks, Dad. This sword is amazing. With it, I am absolutely confident that I can break out of the tournament. Suwu curled his lips into a mischievous smile at his son's country bumpkin expression. He walked slowly to the sofa and sat down. He picked up the water cup on the table and took a sip. Then he added casually, "Do not thank me yet. Let me correct that. This sword is not a gift for you. Suwu looked at Suyu, who had frozen instantly. He raised his eyebrows with a sense of playful malice. It is lent to you. When you are finished, remember to return it. Suyu's face was covered in black lines. He looked at the red longsword in his hand and suddenly felt it was no longer appealing. Dad, you are a Star King now. Why are you still so stingy? It is just a second-tier ancient weapon. Is it necessary to borrow it? Suyu could not help but complain. He had thought his old man had encountered some great fortune, and was ready to give him a full upgrade. You know nothing. Lending it to you is to ensure you have a trump card in life or death situations. Suyu gripped the hilt of the red longsword tightly, and nodded solemnly. Dad, do not worry. I have borrowed this sword, and I do not intend to return it. The chat between father and son did not last long. Suwu's communicator lit up again. Lin Feng sent a very short coordinate location with the message. Come quickly. This period was truly the busiest time since Suwu crossed over. Having just finished acting as a firefighter, he now had to be a diplomat. Half an hour later, at the core of the Magic City base, on the top floor of the heavily guarded City Lord's mansion, Suwu pushed open the huge alloy double doors and stepped into the extremely luxurious parlor. The first thing he saw were two people. One was Lin Feng. The other was a stranger sitting firmly in the main seat, tasting Earth's red wine. The man looked to be about 30 years old. He wore a magnificent purple robe embroidered with intricate nebula patterns. His skin was an unhealthy pale color, but the most striking thing was his eyes. They were as deep as 2 galaxies, with tiny stars faintly flickering in and out of existence within them. This was an expert from outside the Earth. A star envoy from the Aeolin star domain. Star envoy. Seeing Suwu enter, Lin Feng stood up and introduced him. This is the second Star King level expert just born in our solar system that I reported to you earlier, Suwu. Suwu walked forward with a calm expression. He arched his hands respectfully. Suwu, greetings to the Star Envoy. The Star Envoy sitting in the main seat slowly put down his wine glass. His eyes, as deep as a galaxy, locked onto Suwu instantly. At this moment, Suwu clearly felt an extremely obscure power, carrying a sense of high-dimensional probing, cover his entire body like a large net. It attempted to see through his background completely. This power far exceeded the Star King level, at least 7th or 8th level of the Star King stage. Suwu felt a sudden jolt in his heart, but he did not panic. The supreme chaos body within him instinctively activated its defense mechanism, perfectly hiding Suwu's aura. A few seconds later, the probing power receded like a tide. A hint of imperceptible surprise flashed in the Star Envoy's eyes. Then, he nodded slightly. A faint smile, which seemed gentle but carried a sense of looking down from above, curled on the corners of his mouth. Not bad. The Star Envoy's voice carried a strange metallic resonance that echoed in the room. To be able to birth 2 Star King level experts simultaneously, in a remote and barren star system like the solar system, is truly rare. It seems the Aeolin star domain leadership's decision to hold this seed tournament on your Earth is not without reason. This ancient planet of yours does indeed harbor some untapped potential. The Star Envoy stood up and gently straightened his purple robe. His gaze swept back and forth between Lin Feng and Suwu. Inspector General Lin and Star King Su. This seed tournament concerns the future strategic reserves of the entire Aeolin star domain. There can be no mistakes. The Star Envoy's tone became dignified. During the tournament, I will be fully responsible for selection and judgment. As for the outer security and dealing with those scumbags who might be lurking in the dark, I leave it to you two, the strongest on Earth, to help me maintain order. Facing this overbearing command, Lin Feng maintained a perfect smile and nodded slightly. Suwu also cooperated by putting away all his sharp edges. The Star Envoy is too kind. Suwu bowed his head slightly. His tone was humble, leaving no room for criticism. Serving the star domain leadership and maintaining the order of the tournament is a duty for us warriors of Earth. We will certainly do our best. Watching these two act so sensible, the Star Envoy smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 70. The seed tournament arrived in the blink of an eye. The Demon Capital Martial Arts Stadium stood constructed from star alloy and super energy shields. It held 30,000 people. Now, it was a boiling ocean of sound. Dozens of suspended broadcasting airships bearing major media logos circled in the sky above. In the center of the stadium stood a massive arena built of pure memory metal. It could withstand a full power strike from a martial sovereign. 4 holographic projection screens hung above it. They displayed the daily schedule in a full 360-degree rotation. Aeolin Star Domain Seed Tournament, officially open. Deafening cannons roared. The entire city of Demon Capital shuddered under the sound. High above the stadium in the observation deck, the air hung heavy with silence. One-way energy glass encased the deck. The cheers of 30,000 spectators down below vanished behind the barrier. 3 large, luxurious chairs stood in the room. Suwu, Lin Feng, and the Star Envoy from the Aeolin Star Domain sat in a triangular formation. The Star Envoy wore lighter silver robes embroidered with star patterns. He looked down at the arena. Boredom and arrogance etched themselves into his deep eyes. Inspector Lin, these 2 contestants are pathetic, the Star Envoy remarked. He watched the match begin below without lifting his eyelids. Sarcasm dripped from his tone. A peak grandmaster from the Sakura country fought a peak grandmaster from the Northern Bear country. Blade energies and blood chi collided in a back and forth exchange. To the ordinary crowd, the display appeared magnificent. To a martial king, however, The spectacle resembled children playing. Their blood chi floats, and their techniques remain rigid, the envoy murmured. He shook his head, thoughts turning inward. Those old fools on the highest council of the star domain baffled him. Why force a selection for seeds in such a remote, backwater solar system? Could a true dragon actually emerge from a heap of trash like this? Lin Feng smiled without responding to the query. He offered no counter-argument. So Wu sat on the other side. He kept his gaze lowered, his eyes scanning the preparation area below. He searched for his own brat's figure and treated the envoy's criticism like wind passing his ears. The morning matches proved to be torture for the 3 high-ranking martial kings. Even near noon, when a few contestants who had just entered the early stage of the martial king realm finally appeared, they remained worthless in the critical eyes of the envoy. These local earth martial artists used power too crudely. They fought entirely on the instinct of blood chi, until the final match of the morning began. Next match, the announcer shouted. Adam, an early-stage martial king from the American country, faces Ivanov, a mid-stage martial king from the northern bear country. The allo channels on both sides of the arena opened slowly as the referee's high-pitched voice faded. Oh, a challenge across ranks? The star envoy asked. He finally showed a sliver of interest. He set down his teacup. His gaze locked onto the American contestant named Adam. Adam was a young white man with blonde hair. Arrogant confidence radiated from his face. Most eye-catching of all, he wore a form-fitting, streamlined suit of armor that shimmered with a dark red light. Mecha, an ancient treasure? Suwu raised an eyebrow. That is a mecha-type ancient treasure excavated from a relic of American civilization, Lin Feng explained calmly. Although the grade of this mecha is only tier 1, it contains a miniaturized high-energy reactor. The bell rang in the arena. The seed qualification belongs to me. Adam laughed wildly. Immediately, his dark red armor emitted a piercing, high-frequency hum. The armor on his back and legs split open. 6 ghostly blue plasma exhaust flames erupted. Boom. A sonic boom exploded in the air. Adam transformed into a streak of dark red light. His speed defied logic, leaving behind a series of afterimages on the retina. No early-stage martial king possessed this speed. This was raw kinetic energy from the mecha forcing his velocity to the limit. Too fast, Ivanov from the northern bear country grunted. His face changed color instantly. As a mid-stage martial king with rich combat experience, he squeezed his internal blood chi the moment his opponent launched. Ivanov roared. Muscles knotted across his frame. A layer of dark blue protective energy, half a meter thick and radiating extreme cold, condensed into an unbreakable shield before him. He underestimated the terrifying impact of the ancient mecha treasure, however. Adam crossed dozens of meters in a heartbeat. The right arm of the armor turned red-hot from friction. He swung like a falling meteorite, bringing violent kinetic energy and high heat down upon the azure shield. A sickening, tooth-aching crack rang out. The ice shield, designed to withstand a full-power strike from a peer, collapsed. It held for less than 1/10 of a second under the punch of machine and martial art, shattering like fragile glass. Violent power poured onto Ivanov's chest without reserve. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Like a kite with broken strings, the mid-stage martial king took the hit like a lightning strike. His sternum collapsed instantly. He carved a miserable parabola through the air. He smashed against the energy shield at the edge of the arena and slid down like a puddle of mud. He fainted on the spot. One blow. Instant kill. The stadium fell into a brief, dead silence before erupting in a mountain-collapsing, sea-draining roar. An early-stage martial king had killed a mid-stage martial king with a single punch. Interesting, the star envoy remarked. A flash of color finally entered his eyes as he watched from the deck. He nodded slightly. Although his personal cultivation is inferior, he managed to utilize 80% of the kinetic energy from this tier 1 ancient mecha treasure. He possesses some talent. While the judgment remained low, he no longer looked sleepy. Chapter 71. The competition moved into the afternoon. The announcer called out the next match. So Yu, an early-stage martial king from China, would face Baker, a peak grandmaster from the European Union. So Yu stood at the edge of the arena in his simple black practice GI. He stepped onto the platform with a calm expression. He observed the tall European swordsman standing opposite him. The man clutched a massive sword. So Yu felt no ripples of concern. Baker gritted his teeth and shouted. What kind of broken matchmaking is this? He had no choice but to attack. He roared, driving his peak grandmaster power to its absolute limit. Golden blood energy erupted from the great sword, and he hacked wildly at Suyu. Suyu did not even move. The massive blade loomed over his head, closing to within 10 centimeters. The sharp edge of the wind ruffled the hair on his forehead. Suyu shifted his body slightly. This microscopic movement, precise as a calculation, allowed the heavy sword to pass harmlessly by his side. Suyu raised his right hand slowly. His fingers formed a blade, and he struck Baker on the back of the neck with a seemingly weightless motion. A soft thud echoed in the air. Baker froze. His eyes rolled back, and the golden blood energy dissipating from his body vanished. He crashed onto the arena floor with a loud thud, unconscious. The entire encounter lasted less than 3 seconds. The ordinary spectators in the stands missed the action entirely. They only saw the European swordsman rush forward, then collapse on his own. The referee paused for a moment before shouting the verdict. Suyu won. Suyu pulled his hand back, ignored his opponent on the ground, and walked off the stage. High above, the observation deck held the star envoy, who had previously shown such disdain for the matches. He stared at Suyu's retreating back with his deep eyes. For the first time, A flicker of shock appeared in his expression. Interesting. If he was not mistaken, Suyu had not used a drop of his martial king blood energy, nor had he even used the power of his physical body. This was absolute control of combat technique. He had crushed his opponent at the perfect moment with the smallest possible cost. The last quarter-final match of the afternoon arrived. The announcer introduced the participants. Suyu, an early martial king from China, against Adam, an early martial king from the United States. The tech fanatic who had killed a mid-tier martial king with his ancient treasure mecha in the morning now faced the mysterious Chinese dark horse who had taken out a grandmaster in a single move. Adam stood on the arena floor already encased in his dark red mecha. The faceplate slid down, revealing only a pair of cold, electronic eyes. The reactor inside the mecha emitted a low rumble. He looked at Suyu standing 10 meters away, still radiating a casual, light-hearted aura. Adam shouted, "The guy this morning was too weak. My Scarlet Reaper mecha was not even at half power." Suyu did not change his expression at all in the face of Adam's incessant chatter. He reached out with his right hand. A long blade appeared in his grip. It was the first-tier ancient weapon Suyu had given him in Yanjing. Too much talk. Suyu's eyes sharpened like a hawk. He stopped concealing his aura. His early martial king blood energy surged within him like a breached dam. At the same time, the dark red mecha unleashed a blue plasma exhaust twice as terrifying as it had been that morning. Boom. The hard memory metal floor of the arena cracked under the force of the mecha's start, leaving 2 deep footprints behind. Adam transformed into an unstoppable red lightning bolt. He carried kinetic energy capable of smashing a mountain and charged at Suyu like a frantic bull. The speed was too fast. 90% of the audience could not even see an afterimage. Suyu whispered to himself, 3 fire thunder blades. He did not dodge. He gripped the hilt with both hands and raised it high. A hum filled the air. An incredible scene unfolded. A layer of scorching red flame ignited out of thin air on Suyu's cyan ancient blade. Threads of violent purple lightning wove through the flames like small snakes. The blade had originally been a simple wind attribute weapon, but under Suyu's infusion of thunder and fire power, it transformed into a divine weapon radiating an aura of destruction. Slash. At the moment Adam's steel fist approached Suyu's face, Suyu moved. He drove power from his waist. His spine snapped like a great dragon. He gathered all his strength into a single point and brought the blade down on the red lightning with merciless force. Snap. A crescent-shaped wave of light, wrapped in violent thunder and scorching fire, bloomed over the arena, like the first light of dawn tearing through the darkness. The speed of the blade light even surpassed the charge of the mecha. They collided without hesitation. A deafening explosion boomed in the center of the arena. A terrifying thunder and firestorm mixed with shattered metal parts rolled outward like a tornado. The arena energy shield, built to withstand attacks from a martial sovereign, emitted a shrill, failing alarm. It flickered violently. Under the shocked gaze of the audience, the dark red mecha looked like a toy struck by an axe from heaven. The special armor on the chest of the mecha was as fragile as hot butter against Suyu's thunder and fire blade energy. It tore open, leaving a terrifying charred scar. The massive impact sent Adam and his mecha flying backward at twice the speed he had charged with. Bang! A loud crash followed. Adam's body slammed into the thick star alloy wall at the edge of the arena. The tremendous force left a deep, human-shaped dent in the wall. The red light on the mecha flickered like a candle in the wind twice before going dark completely. Smoke billowed from the suit. Adam, embedded in the wall, looked charred. Blood seeped from the gaps in the mecha. His eyes rolled back, and he showed no signs of life. One slash. A single slash. He had killed the American genius with the ancient treasure mecha in one hit. The entire crowd watched in disbelief as their worldview shattered. The star envoy, who had remained sitting still as a mountain, clapped lightly. He stood up abruptly and rushed to the panoramic glass, staring at the young man in black holding the blade below. The youth still had remnants of thunder and fire dancing around him. Celestial energy, and a dual attribute fusion of fire and thunder. He turned to look at Lin Feng and Suyu with disbelief. This boy must have mastered a special martial technique. Suyu had no intention of hiding it. To show enough value on this stage was the only way to obtain true protection and resources from the upper levels of the star domain. Suyu met the gaze of the star envoy. His tone was calm but resonant. Suyu is my son. He has had a special constitution since he was a child, and he has cultivated a powerful special martial technique. So that is it. The star envoy nodded. 2 star kings in one family is already a miracle, but to have such a monstrous descendant. The star envoy took a long look at Suyu. The arrogance from earlier had vanished from his tone. Like father, like son. Star King Su, you have raised a good son. Suyu smiled. You are too kind, star envoy. The boy is mischievous. He will need your guidance on his future path in the star sky. 2 old foxes smiled at each other, understanding everything without needing more words. With Suyu's stunning display of the thunder and fire blade, the seed tournament entered a white-hot stage. The hidden monsters of Earth seemed stimulated by Suyu, and they began to unleash terrifying power. Several other contestants appeared just as dazzling. A blonde youth named Odin came from the Nordic Alliance. He possessed an abnormally strong mental power. Despite being only at the early martial king stage, he held terrifying spiritual force comparable to an early martial sovereign. He did not even need to move on the arena. With a single glance, his massive mental power turned into an invisible hand that crushed his opponent and their weapon into a pile of scrap metal. A black, muscular man from the African war zone also competed. He seemed to have awakened some kind of constitution, and his strength was extraordinary, nearly matching a peak martial king. Stars shone bright. Monsters emerged. Regardless of how amazing other geniuses performed, the Chinese youth, So Yu, remained the brightest star in the arena over the next 2 days. On the second day, So Yu faced a Southeast Asian martial king who specialized in poison and hidden weapons. Facing flying needles soaked in lethal poison and clouds of toxin, So Yu did not even bother to raise a blood energy shield. He pushed through the poison mist, walked straight up to his opponent, and slapped him away with a single decisive blow. On the third day, in the round of 16, So Yu met an ascetic monk from the ruins of the ancient Inca Empire. The opponent cultivated an extreme hard qigong that claimed to be unbreakable. So Yu drew his blade. This time, he did not add thunder or fire. He simply pushed the speed of his void-breaking blade technique to the extreme. He slashed 128 times in 1 second. He used brutal physical cutting to shred the monk's golden protective body into a sieve. He pushed forward all the way. He broke through like bamboo. No opponent could force So Yu to strike a second time. The 300,000 spectators in the Magic City Stadium went from initial shock to numbness, and finally to frenzy. They gave So Yu a chilling nickname, Thunderfire Azura. Every contestant backstage felt a deep, uncontrollable dread when they saw So Yu. Nobody wanted to encounter this monster. Chapter 72. The fourth day of the tournament. The semifinals. When the matchup list finally settled on the giant screen, the entire Magic City exploded in cheers. The first semifinal match, representing the Capital Martial Arts Academy of China, So Yu, versus the representative of the Magic City Martial Arts Academy, Li Yifeng. Li Yifeng. He stood as the undisputed prodigy of the Magic City Martial Arts Academy in recent years. Born into an ancient martial arts family, he seemed destined to master the spear. He began his training at 3. He grasped the intent of the spear at 10. By 18, he entered the late stage of the Martial King realm with unstoppable momentum. In the previous matches, he eliminated his opponents in seconds. Regardless of their strength, none could last more than 3 moves against his peerless silver spear. High above, the star envoy watched Li Yifeng standing to one side of the arena with his silver spear in hand. Admiration shone clearly in the envoy's eyes. This is a promising talent. Star King So, your son faces a difficult battle. So Wu smiled slightly, his gaze fixed on the arena below. We will only know if the fight is difficult once it begins. Meeting an opponent of this caliber is a blessing for you. On the arena floor, the tip of Li Yifeng's silver spear shimmered with starlight. It radiated a sharpness that seemed capable of piercing space itself. To ensure the tournament went perfectly, the Magic City Martial Arts Academy spared no expense. They bestowed upon him their most prized treasure, a second-tier ancient weapon known as the Silver Dragon Spear. So Yu faced this formidable enemy without arrogance. He turned his wrist. A red blade emerged from his storage ring. It was the second-tier ancient weapon So Wu had lent to him. Fine blade. Li Yifeng caught sight of the red sword in So Yu's hand. His eyes brightened. He gripped his silver spear tighter, feeling the vast, oceanic blood energy radiating from his opponent. A confident, fanatical smile tugged at the corner of his lips. So Yu. Li Yifeng's voice sounded clear, filled with the frankness and pride of a martial arts genius. My mentor told me that the Aelan Star Domain will select 4 seeds from Earth. Since we have both reached the final 4, we have already secured our tickets to the stars. Li Yifeng pointed his silver spear toward the arena floor, sending sparks flying as the tip scraped the alloy. Since we are both seeds, this match carries no pressure, nor the burden of victory or defeat. Set everything else aside. Let us open ourselves up and have a pure, exhilarating fight between martial artists. So Yu heard those words, and a scorching desire for battle, repressed for so long, erupted in his cold eyes like the rising sun. Agreed. So Yu shouted to the heavens, his voice rolling like thunder. Then let it be as you wish. Let us fight until we are satisfied. The moment he finished speaking, both men moved. They did not probe. They did not use flashy opening moves. The 2 top geniuses of the younger generation on Earth pushed their speed and strength to the absolute limit in an instant. Silver Dragon emerges from the sea. Li Yifeng moved with his spear, transforming into a brilliant silver meteor. He flickered his second-tier spear, and the tip generated over 100 silver spear shadows, indistinguishable to the naked eye. They resembled 100 angry silver dragons, sealing off every path of retreat for So Yu. With a sharpness that could pierce through everything, the attack targeted all of So Yu's vital points. So Yu did not retreat. He advanced, pouring his martial king blood energy into the red blade without reservation. In an instant, a terrifying thunder and fire blade aura erupted from the sword. He gripped the hilt with both hands, like an ancient god splitting the heavens, and slashed down against the sea of silver spear dragons. Clang! Blade and spear, red and silver. The 2 second-tier ancient weapons collided at high speed, producing a deafening sound like a nuclear blast. A visible shockwave of energy rippled out from the point of impact, like a raging sea, smashing against the arena's energy shield, and creating violent ripples. Exhilarating. Again, Li Yifeng failed to land a hit, but he used the recoil to twist his waist in midair. His spear moved like a venomous dragon exiting its cave. The spear technique proved mysterious and unpredictable, at times continuous like a storm, at other times poisonous and ruthless like a viper. Every thrust targeted So Yu's weakest points. Break. Suyu's eyes remained cold. The red blade in his hands became a wall of thunder and fire. The dominance of the three fire-thunder blade perfectly fused with the extreme speed of the space-breaking blade. No matter how exquisite Li Yifeng's spear technique became, Suyu used unreasonable, violent force to hack and crush it apart. Boom, boom, boom. On the arena, the two figures moved so fast that only after images remained. Red and white light wove, collided and exploded. Every second, they exchanged dozens of blows. Every collision forced the sturdy arena to groan under the strain. The 300,000 spectators in the stands watched in a daze. The battle lasted for 10 full minutes. Under such high intensity, both men pushed their blood energy to the limit. Gradually, the gap began to show. Li Yifeng was a late-stage martial king, and his internal blood energy theoretically surpassed Suyu, who stood at the early martial king stage, by several levels. However, for Suyu and his chaos body, this gap shrank significantly. Because Suyu could absorb blood energy through his chaos body, he held the advantage in endurance. Suyu gained the upper hand. It ends here. Suyu held the star blade with both hands. He used no flashy martial techniques. He poured all remaining blood energy into the blade, and then, facing the silver dragon rushing toward him, he slashed upward with all his might. The sound of tearing air roared. Facing this unreasonable, absolute power, the white phantom of the dragon was cut in two the moment it made contact and shattered completely. Suyu's attack slammed into him like a lightning strike. Although the second-tier ancient silver spear in Li Yifeng's hand did not break, the terrifying recoil shattered the web between his thumb and index finger. He spat a mouthful of blood and flew backward like a kite with broken strings for dozens of meters. He collapsed onto the arena floor. He struggled a few times, but he could no longer stand. Less than 1 inch in front of his neck, the scorching, dark red blade hovered steadily in the air. I concede. Suyu slowly put away the star blade and bowed slightly to Li Yifeng on the ground. Chapter 73. The afternoon sun blazed over the Magic City Martial Arts Stadium. The roar of the crowd reached a fever pitch. The seed tournament had arrived at its highly anticipated grand finale. On the arena floor, standing opposite Suyu, was a hulking blonde giant from the American war zone. He was known as the Crazy Beast, Michael. Unlike Adam, who had relied on ancient mecha treasures, Michael was a pure practitioner of physical strength and blood energy. He was only 19 years old, yet his cultivation had already reached the daunting peak of the martial king realm. Your winning streak ends here, Michael roared. A layer of piercing dark gold energy exploded around him. He stomped against the alloy floor, the sound echoing like thunder. He charged at Suyu like a moving mountain. Suyu stood as still as a stagnant pool of water. He faced the seemingly invincible peak martial king without a flicker of doubt. After the collision of spear and blade against Li Yifeng, Suyu's perspective and state of mind had leaped forward. Michael's cultivation level surpassed that of Li Yifeng by a small margin, but to an expert like Suyu who had already touched the threshold of intent, the opponent's attacks were riddled with openings. Michael swung a massive, heavy punch. Suyu pivoted. He stepped inside the guard of the giant and delivered a single, calculated strike. Michael crumbled. The audience erupted. The champion had emerged. The strongest genius of Earth had been crowned. Suyu, the Thunderfire Jura, stood victorious. The crowd screamed his name. Suyu turned and walked off the stage with a calm expression. He had swept through the tournament without a single defeat. He had claimed the championship of the Earth Division for the Aeolin Star Domain Seed Tournament. High in the observation deck, the Star Envoy leaped to his feet. The deep, indifferent gaze he usually wore was replaced by a blaze of undisguised fervor. This talent is beyond anything Earth has produced. Even among the super clans on the main stars of the Aeolin Star Domain, Suyu would hold his own. The Envoy did not hold back his praise. Discovering such a peerless monster, and bringing him back to the Star Domain would surely earn him unimaginable rewards. Suyu sat nearby, holding a teacup. He heard the praise but showed no excitement. He simply nodded with a flat expression. Suddenly, the Envoy turned. His gaze swept across the faces of Lin Feng and Suyu. Inspector Lin, Star King Su, I have received some urgent arrangements from the higher levels of the Star Domain. I have decided to change the itinerary. Tomorrow morning, I will take Suyu, Li Yifeng, and the other 2 Earth Seeds, and we will set sail immediately for the Aeolin Academy in the Aeolin Star Domain. So soon. The hand holding the teacup stiffened. A trace of cold light flashed in Suyu's eyes. The original rest period was scheduled for 3 days. The sudden change suggested the Envoy feared complications if they delayed. The Envoy nodded heavily. His tone carried an indisputable resolve. I will trouble you to handle the arrangements, Star Envoy. Suyu stood up slowly. He bowed to the Envoy with a balance of respect and dignity. The Envoy laughed aloud. He stepped forward and clapped a hand on Suyu's shoulder with great enthusiasm. Do not mention it, Star King Su. Once we return to the main star, I will naturally use my connections to strongly recommend Suyu to the higher UPS at the Aeolin Academy. A monster of talent like him, seen once in a millennium, deserves top-tier cultivation. I thank you, Star Envoy. Suyu clasped his hands again. The Envoy waved his hand, projecting an air of impartiality. No need for thanks. Suyu's talent is visible to everyone. This is for his development and for the future of our human territory. Of course, I will treat the other 3 seeds with equal importance and do my best to secure the best resources for them as well. Lin Feng nodded slightly at the side. A flawless, official smile remained on his face. With the care of the Star Envoy, we are at ease. The political maneuvering and the exchange of interests between the high-level officials were perfectly achieved within these few seemingly harmonious sentences. Night fell, and the city lights came on. On the black alloy city wall of the Magic City, hundreds of meters high, the sea wind howled. It carried the salty and sharp scent peculiar to the East Sea. Not far outside the wall lay the turbulent, boundless ocean. Inside the wall was a city that never slept, neon and prosperous. So Wu and his son Suyu stood side by side on the highest point of the city wall. They let the fierce wind blow against their clothes. Dad, here, I am returning this to you. Suyu broke the long silence. He flipped his wrist, and the red longsword appeared in his hands. He respectfully offered the weapon to his father. So Wu turned his head. He looked at the longsword, which flashed with a cold light in the moonlight, but he did not reach out to take it. His deep gaze rested on the face of his son, a face that had shed its childishness and become determined and cold. A gentle smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Keep it. This time, Dad cannot accompany you. Consider this blade a trump card for your defense. Suyu tightened his grip on the sword. He silently returned the red longsword to his space ring and nodded heavily. He had expected this result. His father's strength was unfathomable, but his father had his own path to walk. He could not remain a protective umbrella forever. So Wu turned and looked out at the deep, bottomless starry sky in the distance. His eyes held a rare complexity. The voice of Suyu sounded ethereal in the wind. Leaving Earth to step into the vast Aeolin star domain is a long and unknown journey. Everything will depend on yourself. So Wu turned and patted Suyu on his broad shoulder. His eyes were filled with encouragement and trust. However, with your chaos body talent and your desperate, ruthless spirit, Dad believes that you will carve a path of blood there and create a brilliant world of your own. Suyu felt his eyes grow slightly red at his father's instructions, but his expression became as firm as iron. Dad, do not worry. I will never disgrace you. Suyu lifted his head. His eyes stared toward the center of the Milky Way, the location of the Holy Spirit star domain. Once I gain a foothold in the Aeolin star domain and obtain enough say, we will bring mother and sister back together, properly and honorably. This was the ultimate obsession that sustained Suyu through his days and nights of bitter cultivation. Watching his son's eyes, which burned with sky-high fighting spirit, Suyu felt a sense of immense gratification. He smiled. He knew that with his own Star King's strength and the unreasonable power of his system, he would likely reach the Holy Spirit star domain before his son. But he did not want to dampen his son's spirit. Good. Dad will wait for that day. The smile on Suyu's face gradually faded. It transformed into the deep advice of an old father. But remember, a tree that stands above the forest will be destroyed by the wind. When you arrive at those higher star domains, until you possess absolute, invincible strength, know how to restrain your sharpness. Do not be overly arrogant. When you encounter danger you cannot resist, do not fight to the death. Surviving is more important than anything. Use your brain to think when problems arise. Do not always think about cutting through them with a blade. I have remembered it, Dad. I will keep your teachings in my heart. Suyu nodded earnestly. The night wind gradually died down. The father and son stood on the high city wall, speechless, enjoying the final tranquility before their departure. Chapter 74. In the blink of an eye, the eastern horizon paled, and a new day arrived. Morning. Suyu rose early and packed his bags. He checked everything one last time, ensuring nothing remained behind, before he stepped out of the suite. Outside, Suyu waited in a crisp trench coat, hands tucked into his pockets. He stepped forward as Suyu emerged, reaching out to smooth the wrinkled collar of his son's jacket. They stood in silence. It was a mutual understanding, the kind men share. Every ounce of reluctance and worry melted into that wordless gaze. Suyu brought his hand down hard onto Suyu's shoulder. He forced down the bitter sting of parting. Let's go. It is time. The envoy should be waiting at the port. Minutes later, they reached the Magic City No. 1 interstellar spaceport. A super starship rested on the central landing pad. It stretched hundreds of meters, a streamlined dark silver shape resembling a slumbering beast of the cosmos. This was the envoy's vessel, a starship capable of crossing between star domains. Li Yifeng and the other 3 Earth seeds arrived at the port, surrounded by their families. Anxiety and longing for the unknown stars filled their faces. Suyu carried a simple duffel bag. He halted at the boarding hatch. He turned back towards Suyu, who stood firm as a pine tree a few meters away. The morning light washed over Suyu, stretching his shadow across the ground. Suyu's throat tightened. The reluctance in his eyes felt heavy enough to touch. He bent his knees, intent on kneeling to his father, but an invisible, gentle force caught him. Go. Do not dawdle. Suyu waved a hand, masking his true feelings with a faint smile. Suyu took one last look, desperate to carve the image of his father's face into his memory forever. Dad, I am leaving. Take care. Suyu turned abruptly. He followed the envoy and the others into the ship's hatch without looking back. Thunder shook the ground. The antimatter thrusters at the base of the massive stellar warship erupted with a blinding, scorching white light. The giant ship lifted slowly, then suddenly triggered a terrifying ripple in the fabric of space. Within a single breath, the behemoth tore through Earth's atmosphere. It performed a faster-than-light space jump and vanished, leaving only a faint white trail in the sky. Suyu kept his head tilted upward until the wind scattered the white trail. Only then did he lower his gaze. So, can't bear to let him go? A mocking voice spoke up from behind him. Suyu did not need to turn to recognize Lin Feng. There is nothing to miss. It was bound to happen eventually. Suyu turned around, sliding his hands back into his coat pockets. My son's business is settled. It is time for me to get moving. Get moving? Lin Feng, dressed in a white coat, crossed his arms and looked So Wu up and down as if he were a fool. A mocking smirk twisted his lips. You plan to leave in that outfit? What? Does the great Star King intend to use his bare body to swim tens of thousands of light years through the void until he reaches the Holy Spirit Star domain? So Wu froze. Damn it. A rare lapse in judgment. He had focused entirely on equipping his son and clearing his path, completely forgetting this major detail. He was a Star King realm expert capable of short, spatial jumps within the solar system. But crossing star domains would take hundreds of thousands of years without food or water. He did not even have a decent starship. Lin Feng finally burst into laughter, watching So Wu's rare moment of defeat. I knew you were a country bumpkin, and had not considered this. Lin Feng shook his head, straightened his expression, and snapped his fingers with flair. Snap. The void 100 meters above So Wu rippled like boiling water. A small starship emerged and descended onto the landing pad before So Wu's astonished eyes. The ship was small, about 30 meters long and 10 meters wide. It was roughly the size of a basketball court. It possessed a unique shape, a perfectly streamlined water drop. The metal shimmered with a deep, dark gold, void of any seams as if it had grown from a single piece of divine iron. This is. So Wu's pupils contracted. He felt the terrifying level of technology embedded in the craft, clearly exceeding Earth's current era by centuries. I picked this up at an interstellar black market auction while I was out at the edge of the third sector meeting the envoy. Lin Feng walked to the ship and patted the cold, smooth hull. He wore an expression of genuine pain and regret. This is a genuine cross-star domain class single-person shuttle. Buying this little ancestor drained most of the savings I had scraped together over the years. Lin Feng turned to So Wu. Do not get any ideas. Even if you gave me the space rings of those 3 Mars family heads you killed, it would not be enough to buy the engine alone. So Wu took a deep breath. He understood exactly what a starship of this level meant. He looked at the man in front of him with complex emotions. Stop looking at me with that sickening expression. Lin Feng waved his hand impatiently. So Wu did not decline the gift. Gratitude went beyond words. He walked up to Lin Feng, his expression solemn and respectful. He clasped his hands and bowed deeply. Brother Linear, I will remember this massive favor. Lin Feng brushed him off with disdain, turned his back, and waved. It is nothing. I simply saw your extraordinary talent and decided to make a risky investment in you, selling you a favor. So Wu watched Lin Feng's retreating back and smiled. He did not speak. He turned and strode toward the dark gold shuttle. Chapter 75. The air hissed as the shuttle side panel slid open seamlessly. So Wu stepped inside the ship. The exterior appeared small, but the interior offered surprising space. White trim gave the cabin a minimalist, futuristic feel. A chime signaled the ship awakening. High-energy life form signature detected. System activating. Scanning complete. Permission confirmed. I am happy to serve you, my future master. The soft, magnetic, and emotional voice of a female artificial intelligence echoed in the cabin. Soft blue light emanated from the seamless walls, illuminating the command deck. So Wu scanned the room. Holographic star maps and precise instruments floated in the air. He marveled at the craftsmanship. He approached the console constructed of unknown soft materials. His fingers brushed the glowing virtual operation panels. An unprecedented sensation washed over him. The entire universe felt within his grasp. Please perform biological genetic imprint binding, the AI prompted. So Wu squeezed a drop of blood from his fingertip. It landed on the blue verification screen. Binding successful. Ownership acknowledged. Star Vault stood ready for commands. So Wu inhaled deeply and issued the first command. Destination: Earth, Jiangnan Base City. Command received. The ship trembled slightly. Outside, the dark gold shuttle docked at the Magic City port emitted a soft hum. Mystical spatial energy lines swirled across the hull. The vessel rose several meters into the air. Without acceleration, the ship vanished from the canvas like paint erased by an invisible brush. 3 seconds later, high above the Jiangnan base, the void rippled like water. The dark gold star vault appeared like a ghost, hovering steadily among the clouds. This speed felt monstrous. He did not land the flashy ship. Instead, he activated optical stealth mode and left it parked in the sky. So Wu opened the hatch and stepped out. His form became a shooting star, falling rapidly toward the Jiangnan Second Martial Arts University below. Moisture saturated the early morning air in Jiangnan. In a quiet grassy area behind the Jiangnan Second Martial Arts University, dew clung to the tips of the grass. A beautiful girl with a high ponytail, dressed in a tight white practice suit, dripped with sweat in the morning mist. Su Lele. During the days Su Yu had been away in Magic City, she had not slacked off for a single moment. Su Yu's godlike strength gave her a sense of security, but it also provided endless motivation. She knew her talent remained average, but she swore that even if she spent the last drop of her sweat, she would shorten that unreachable gap. She thrust her sword, and the blade wind swept up fallen leaves. Fine beads of sweat covered her forehead, sliding down her fair cheeks. Under a large paulownia tree not far away, a round, snowy white kitten lay sprawled on the soft lawn. Its belly rose and fell with its breath. Drool hung from the corner of its mouth. Suddenly, a faint sound, perceptible only to high-level experts, pierced the air. The sleeping little white's furry ears stood up like radar. Its eyes flew open. The sleepy gaze vanished instantly, replaced by sharp vigilance. It sprang from the ground like a catapult, head snapping toward the sky. When it recognized the familiar figure above, the instinctive murderous intent in its eyes faded, replaced by human-like surprise. So Wu landed silently on the grass, standing right before Little White. Lele noticed the commotion. When she turned and saw So Wu, she paused. Joy and surprise washed over her face. She sheathed her wooden sword and trotted over. Uncle So. She bowed politely, her voice crisp and pleasant. Xiao Li, morning practice this early. Very diligent. So Wu looked at the girl with flushed cheeks and clear, tenacious eyes. He felt the affection of an old father looking at a daughter-in-law. He smiled, pulled a storage ring from his pocket, and offered it to her. I came in a hurry, so I have no gift. Take this little item as pocket money. Lele saw the storage ring and waved her hands, backing away. No, no. Uncle So, this is too expensive. I cannot accept it. She did not know what it contained, but anything from Suyu's father could not be ordinary. Squeak. Boss. You finally remembered me. Little White rolled over like a white ball of meat and rubbed frantically against Sowu's pant leg. So Wu laughed, crouched, scooped the creature up, and placed it on his left shoulder. He stood, grabbed Lele's hand with an irresistible, gentle firmness, and forced the storage ring into her palm. I came to get Little White. Just now, so you left Earth. Lele stiffened. She had prepared for this, but the news that the boy had left the planet caused a massive sense of loss and emptiness to surge through her like a tide. She remained a sensible, strong girl. She bit her lip hard, forcing back the tears. She inhaled, looked up, and offered So Wu a smile that was strained yet strong. She nodded heavily. I understand. So Wu sighed inwardly. This young couple faced a trial of time and distance. He did not intend to interfere. You are a good child, he said gently. I left some marrow-cleansing pills in this ring, along with several martial techniques suited to you. Also, there is a black card with 10 million federal credits. So Wu turned around. The void behind him began to ripple. He left her with these parting words. I will notify the city lord of the Jiangnan Base. If you encounter any unsolvable difficulties, go directly to him. A gentle breeze brushed past. So Wu and Little White vanished into the air like bubbles. Lele stood clutching the storage ring, looking at the blue sky. Tears finally slipped from the corners of her eyes, but her gaze burned brighter than ever. High in the clouds, inside the dark gold star vault shuttle, So Wu sat in the pilot's seat. Master, please issue the next navigation command. The AI voice spoke. Holy Spirit Star Domain. Chapter 76. The vast, boundless universe remains eternally profound and cold. The Aelan Star Domain, edge of the 34th star sector. This area carries the label of a barren zone on the star map. Stars appear sparse. Meteorites fill the space. Even light seems dim here. A cross-star domain shuttle with a dark gold exterior travels at light speed. It tears through space in this pitch-black void, leaving behind a faint, blue trail invisible to the naked eye. 6 months have passed since Suyu left Earth. Inside the ship, in a spacious, luxurious lounge, Suyu leans back against a soft, adaptive sofa. His deep gaze traces the monotonous flow of light outside the porthole, light that drives one to madness. His mind remains fully immersed in the pale blue, transparent panel visible only to him in his mind. Host Suyu. Bound Offspring Suyu. Offspring Realm Martial King Realm Late Stage. Host Realm Star King Realm 7th Order. Cultivation Method UN Art. Perfected with 4 attributes. Martial Techniques 3 Fire Thunder Blade. Perfected. Blood Fiend Transformation. Perfected. UN Evasion. Slightly Mastered Space Attribute, and more. Combat Skills Unity Level. Divine Ability Blade Domain. High Order. Insights 2nd Order Water Attribute. 2nd Order Fire Attribute. 2nd Order Thunder Attribute. 2nd Order Space Attribute. Suyu traces the gorgeous data on the panel. Even with his calm disposition, a smile pulls at the corners of his mouth, one he cannot hide. This remains the highest institution of the Aelan Star Domain. The intensity of their cultivation support proves terrifying. Over the past 6 months, although father and son stood countless star sectors apart, the system's real-time feedback allowed Suyu to witness Suyu's monstrous, fourfold leap. First, the frenzy of his realm. In just half a year, Suyu not only stabilized his early martial king realm, but rocketed past the middle stage, flying all the way to the late stage. As the bound host, Suyu devoured the system's super-doubled dividends. His cultivation moved from a fresh Star King to the 7th Order like a bulldozer. Every step in the Star King realm feels like a natural chasm. Second, the complete transformation of his cultivation method. The system prompted Suyu to switch to a high-level cultivation method, named UN Art. This method clearly originates from the foundation of Aelan Academy. Its profound nature far exceeds the 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies art from Capital Martial Arts University on Earth. Most defy logic. The method allows free selection and fusion of various elemental energies between heaven and earth. Suyu chose 4 attributes: fire, water, thunder, and space. As feedback, Suyu's comprehension of these 4 attributes rose with the tide, reaching the 2nd order. Third, the improvement of combat skills. From the microcosmic level to the unity level, this represents a profound realm understood only through intuition. Suyu could now exert power rivaling a divine weapon with nothing more than a casual pair of chopsticks. Fourth, the high-order blade domain with its extreme destructive power. Once unfurled, the domain's range expands wildly, and the internal suppression of rules feels tyrannical to the extreme. It forces opponents of the same rank to lose their ability to resist instantly. The tranquility breaks. A shrill, pig-like scream echoes through the lounge. So bored. Big brother, I am going crazy. The white hairball, Little White, previously sleeping on the leather chair, lies sprawled across the surface. Its furry paws scratch wildly at its head. It rolls back and forth across the wide seat. 6 months of flying. Aside from pitch-black space junk, I have not seen a single living thing. When will we arrive at that Holy Spirit star domain? My claws are about to rust. Little White complains while radiating a powerful, tyrannical pressure. Little White's progress over the past 6 months has been equally stunning. Without the system cheat, as a star beast, it successfully ascended to the first order of the Star King realm in half a year, crossing the threshold that countless human martial artists cannot pass in a lifetime. You complain too much. Suwu shakes his head in resignation. He extends a finger and flicks Little White's furry forward with a crisp snap. Ouch. Little White covers its head with 2 paws, looking at Suwu with watery blue eyes. It mumbles softly, I just wanted to find some fun. Beep, beep, beep. As if sensing Little White's jinx, the ship's cockpit sounds a harsh, red alarm. Warning. Unknown high-energy fluctuations detected 30,000 kilometers ahead. The AI's soft voice carries a hint of urgency. Warning. Affected by high-energy fluctuations. A meteorite belt with a diameter exceeding 5 kilometers has deviated from its orbit. A high-density meteorite fragment approaches the ship at sublight speed. Estimated contact time, 3 seconds. Suwu raises an eyebrow. In the vast sea of stars, such sudden crises happen every day. He does not even stand from the sofa. A single thought triggers his second-order water attribute. Rushing water. In the vacuum and extreme cold of space, hundreds of thick, heavy water columns emanating a deep blue luster condense from thin air outside the ship. Under Suwu's precise, unity-level control, the columns move like agile, living dragons. They intertwine and coil, constructing a 100-meter thick, indestructible deep blue water barrier in front of the star vault in a beautiful formation. Boom. The massive meteorite fragment carrying terrifying kinetic energy slams into the water barrier like a cannonball. The huge kinetic energy scatters water droplets throughout space, forming a gorgeous, icy nebula. Yet, the seemingly soft water barrier demonstrates the extreme defense of yielding to overcome the rigid. It shakes violently, but strips away the meteorite impact force capable of destroying an ordinary starship. The meteorite cracks inch by inch, finally turning to cosmic dust. Go check it out. Suwu retracts his hand. His deep gaze passes through the porthole toward the direction of the meteorite. Being able to trigger such a large-scale meteorite deviation implies the energy fluctuations ahead are not simple. Squeak. I want to go too. Little White hears the prospect of excitement and gains energy instantly. It turns into a white light, landing steadily on Suwu's left shoulder. Swoosh. Man and beast do not wear protective spacesuits. They flash, passing directly through the ship's hatch, appearing in the absolute zero, frozen void. The physical body of a Star King realm expert can ignore the deadly radiation, extreme cold, and lack of oxygen in the vacuum of space. Suwu wraps his body in a layer of faint spatial fluctuations, perfectly concealing his and Little White's presence. He uses the terrifying divine sense of a 7th-order Star King like a radar, sweeping toward the source of the energy fluctuations. Soon, within a belt of shattered meteorites tens of thousands of kilometers from the ship, 2 figures locked in a wild struggle reflect clearly in Suwu's mind. Because Suwu only defended against the meteorite, and released no attacks, the 2 men fighting to the death do not notice the pair of eyes watching them in the void. Center of the battlefield. 2 human martial artists trade blows. One figure possesses a burly frame, clad in a strange battle armor fashioned from some fluid crystal. Deep, dark blue light flows constantly across the surface of the armor. The other figure wears a black combat suit. A gloomy expression rests on his face. Both hands grip a snow-white long spear that radiates terrifying, frigid air capable of freezing the void. Chapter 77. A 5th-order Star King and a 6th-order Star King. Suwu assessed the pair for a split second, accurately determining their levels. Encountering 2 mid-level Star Kings on the edge of the Aeolin star domain seemed rather strange. Wang Lai. Hand over the ticket. I will spare your life. The man with the icy spear shattered a 100-meter meteorite with a thrust. He leveled the spear tip at his opponent. His voice vibrated through the void, carrying an undeniable arrogance and greed. The armored man, Wang Lai, gasped for breath. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. His eyes burned with despair and resolution. Ha! Spare my life. Wang Lai threw his head back in laughter. The sound rang out with bitterness and mockery. To think that just 2 days ago, we were brothers in arms. Extreme rage turned Wang Lai's eyes blood red. But now, because of this so-called secret realm ticket, you would stab me in the back. You have become my enemy. Zhao Feng, you are truly pathetic. Brothers. Zhao Feng sneered. Guilt did not touch his face. What are brothers on the path to the supreme martial Dao? This is a ticket to the Starfall secret realm. A man's innocence is his crime when he holds a treasure. Wang Lai, you should not have hidden the fact that you obtained this. The more I wanted it, the more you refuse to give it up. Since you discard our past, do not blame me for being ruthless. Hidden in the shadows, Suwu raised an eyebrow. A spark of interest flickered in his eyes. Secret realm ticket. Objects worth brothers betraying one another in a life or death struggle carried immense value. Suwu remained still, eager to watch the dogs fight. Want it? Come take it over my dead body. Wang Lai roared. He realized today would not end well, so he decided to fight with everything he had left. Boom. The strange, dark blue armor on his body glowed fiercely. Complex, ancient runes surfaced on the metal surface. A destructive aura, far beyond his own realm, erupted from the armor. He became a burning blue ghost star. High-frequency blue energy rings circled him. He charged at Zhao Feng with a momentum that screamed for mutual destruction. The rings seemed to possess a tyrannical decomposing power. Any cosmic meteorite in their path, whether rock or hard metal, did not explode. It silently disintegrated into the finest gray ash. Such tyrannical decomposing power. This armor must be an ancient treasure. Little White, hidden in the dark, smacked his lips. Mere desperation. Zhao Feng watched, his eyes hardening with murderous intent. Let me show you the insurmountable gap between the 6th Order and the 5th Order. Zhao Feng's violent 6th Order Star King energy poured like a breaking river into the icy spear. Ice Dragon's wrath. A dragon roar echoed through the void. A 1,000-meter-long ice dragon, alive and radiating absolute zero cold, surged from the spear tip. The vacuum of space froze, leaving a trail of white ice crystals. It slammed into the blue light. Boom. Ice and blue fire, two world-shattering forces, collided in the void. Space shrieked under the strain. A violent shockwave formed a hemispherical storm at the collision point, expanding outward. Meteorites within hundreds of kilometers turned to powder. Suwu and Little White hovered silently at the edge of the storm. Energy turbulence capable of shredding Star-Lord realm experts approached Suwu, only to be swallowed like a stone into a deep pond. Not a hair on his head moved. Big brother, these two are putting on quite a show. Let us wait until they are both injured, then we can swoop in. Like the mantis stalking the cicada. Hee hee hee. Little White whispered a villainous laugh into Suwu's ear. Be patient. Watch a while longer. Suwu watched the battlefield calmly. For a 7th Order Star King, this felt like watching two strong ants fight. It posed no threat. Still, the so-called ticket piqued his curiosity. The void battle proved short and brutal. Realm suppression ruled supreme. Wang Lai fought with the power of his top-tier armor, but he could not sustain it. 30 minutes later, the fighting settled. Squish. Zhao Feng thrust his spear. The armor, energy exhausted, let out a mournful whine as a terrifying crack opened in Wang Lai's chest. A massive force lifted Wang Lai. He flew like a broken kite, crashing onto a 1,000-meter-long, flat meteorite. He landed in a crater. Blood mixed with organ fragments sprayed from his mouth. His skin turned paper white. His internal star vortex shattered. Resistance died. Click, click, click. Zhao Feng walked across the meteorite, spear dripping blood. He stood over Wang Lai. The sharp tip, radiating cold, pressed against the throat. It pierced the skin, drawing blood. I told you, you cannot defeat me. Zhao Feng looked down at the brother he had once fought alongside. Only cold greed remained in his gaze. Hand over the ticket. For the sake of our brotherhood, I will leave you a whole corpse. I will make it quick. At this point, spare your life had turned into leave a whole corpse. Wang Lai grit his teeth, eyes wide. He wanted to devour Zhao Feng alive. But under the cruel laws of the stars, the victor stood tall. He had no bargaining power left. Zhao Feng, you will die a horrible death. I will wait for you in hell. Wang Lai cursed in despair. His trembling right hand reached into the remnants of his armor. He pulled out an ancient jade plate, palm-sized, dark purple, with strange starlight runes flowing across the surface. Joy and greed flared in Zhao Feng's eyes. He snatched the jade plate. He felt the ancient, weathered texture. He threw his head back and laughed. Ha! Starfall Secret Realm. It really is an entrance ticket to the Starfall Secret Realm. As he laughed, his right hand thrust the spear forward. Squish! The spear pierced Wang Lai's throat. Violent, icy energy erupted from the tip. It shattered Wang Lai's head, leaving only ice and gore. Brother. Ha! Only a dead brother is a good brother. Zhao Feng sneered, pulled the spear back, ignored the headless corpse, and reached to put the jade plate into his storage ring. Chapter 78. The moment his guard dropped, the moment his triumph felt absolute, a voice broke the silence. It sounded mocking, dripping with playful curiosity. It materialized right beside Zhao Feng's ear, sharp and sudden. Tisk, tisk, tisk. The tone carried a strange weight. Interesting, truly interesting. A tiny piece of jade, enough to make you slaughter a brother who once lived and died for you. What kind of treasure is this, exactly? Who is there? Zhao Feng spun around. The voice felt close enough to touch, freezing his blood. Every hair on his body stood on end. He held the rank of 6th Order Star King. His spiritual sense covered 10,000 miles of space, yet someone slipped past his defenses. He felt nothing. He saw nothing. He swung his long spear in a wide, instinctive arc. The weapon swept through empty space. The void remained dead silent. Are you looking for me? The empty space in front of him rippled like a stone dropped into a calm pond. A young man wearing gray casual clothing emerged from the distortion. He walked out with his hands behind his back, strolling as if he owned the stars. He appeared less than 1 meter away. The man toyed with a dark purple jade plate. It was the ticket Zhao Feng just claimed. Zhao Feng looked down. His left hand stood empty. He never felt the theft. He never sensed the moment the man plucked the prize from his tightly clenched fist. Give it back, you piece of filth. Zhao Feng surged with fury. Greed blinded him. He roared, prepared to burn his remaining origin energy to unleash a lethal strike against Suwu. He prepared to lift his spear. Then, panic took hold. His body refused to move. This was no paralysis technique. This was no mental control. He realized the space within 100 yards had been locked tight. It was a power beyond words, a suffocating, absolute seal. No wind stirred. No sound existed. Even the flow of cosmic rays halted. Instead, he felt countless invisible blades, sharp enough to slice through a soul. They pressed against his skin, his eyes, his throat, his very star vortex. 1 millimeter of movement, 1 breath of origin energy, and he would be shredded into atoms smaller than space dust. It was the high-order blade domain. Suwu's domain acted as a crushing force against anyone below his level. Cold sweat cascaded down Zhao Feng's forehead like a waterfall. The 6th-order Star King, once arrogant and ruthless, now struggled to breathe. His eyes filled with raw terror. A Star Emperor. This man possessed the power of a Star Emperor. Zhao Feng screamed internally. The man standing before him emanated an aura only of the Star King realm, but the suppression force left no other conclusion. What are you waiting for? Can you not hear my big brother asking you a question? A white fur ball poked its head out from Suwu's shoulder. Little White bared its teeth and waved a tiny paw at Zhao Feng. The gesture looked vicious, though its round, fluffy body made the display comical. Zhao Feng found no humor in it. He sensed the same level of terrifying Star King pressure coming from the white cat. A Star King pet. Who is this man? Suwu ignored the display. His cold, deep eyes looked down at the statue-stiff Zhao Feng. Speak. The single word carried an ocean of killing intent. It crushed Zhao Feng's soul. His defenses crumbled. Faced with death, he dared not lie. Senior, spare me. His voice trembled violently. He dared not move his lips, so he used a faint ripple of origin energy to speak, terrified that a slow answer would invite his end. This jade plate is an entrance ticket to the Starfall Secret Realm. Starfall Secret Realm? Suwu toyed with the jade plate, his interest piqued. Yes. Zhao Feng swallowed hard, scrambling to explain. The Starfall Secret Realm lies within the Aeolin Star domain. He paused, a flicker of longing for absolute power crossing his eyes, only to be buried by fear. The critical point is the latest top-secret intel from the interstellar black market. This opening of the secret realm carries a high probability of yielding a 5th-order ancient martial artifact. Suwu's eyes flashed with a blinding brilliance at the mention of a 5th-order ancient martial artifact. Years ago, in the ancestral land of the Kunlun Mountains on Earth, a 6th-order artifact made the starry sky god race covet it. Even the red longsword Suwu used to slaughter his enemies reached only the 2nd order. A complete 5th-order ancient martial artifact counted as a supreme treasure capable of driving even Star Emperor experts to madness. Interesting. Suwu's lips curled upward. This unexpected gain added a layer of excitement to his dull interstellar journey. For the next 10 minutes, Suwu acted as a ruthless interrogator. He demanded specific coordinates for the Starfall Secret Realm, the exact opening time, and the limitations of the ticket. Zhao Feng, a man who valued his life above all else, knew that playing games with such a powerhouse meant suicide. He spilled everything. He detailed the intel and the elaborate trap he set to frame Wang Lai. Senior, I have said it all. I have kept nothing back regarding the secret realm. Zhao Feng looked at Suwu with humble, pleading eyes. Please, treat me like air and let me go. I swear I will not say a word about this to anyone. Suwu stopped toying with the jade plate and tucked it into his space ring. He looked at the scoundrel who would kill his own brother for profit. His eyes grew cold. You were cooperative, and I am satisfied. Suwu turned around slowly. His voice lacked any warmth. You can die now. Zhao Feng's pupils widened, swallowed by unprecedented despair. No, you cannot break your word. I never said I would spare you. Suwu did not look back. He simply focused his intent. The rule power of the high-order blade domain triggered in an instant. No sky full of sword light. No deafening roar. Zhao Feng's 6th-order Star King body, along with his star vortex and his soul, met the invisible blades. Silence reigned. He collapsed like a sand sculpture in the wind. Layer by layer, he crumbled, disintegrated, and vanished. He dissolved into gray ash, becoming part of the cold, dead space dust. Not even a drop of blood remained. Suwu collected the storage rings from the two men. Let us go, little white. Suwu dispersed the blade domain, and the void returned to calm. He patted the fur ball on his shoulder. This so-called Starfall Secret Realm lies in the 35th star sector. It is on the way. Since we are bored, we might as well join the fun in this Starfall Secret Realm. Chapter 79. 3 days passed. The soft and emotionless synthesized voice of the ship AI announced the departure from warp navigation. The space jump engine cooled down. The destination coordinates for the Aeolin Star Domain, 35th Star Sector, Main Star System, arrived. The Star Vault shuttle, stable until now, shuddered slightly. The ghost blue flow of space outside the porthole shattered. It transformed into a sky full of real, brilliant stars. Suwu sat in the pilot seat and opened his eyes. Through the wide porthole made of star glass, he gazed at the new expanse of stars. Shock hit him. This stood as a cosmic wonder, extreme and unlike the solar system. Directly ahead, no lonely star drifted. Instead, 3 massive, fiery red suns orbited each other in a delicate gravitational balance. A triple star system. This was the main star system of the 35th star sector. 3 suns hung in the sky. Without the Star-Lord level defensive field of the Star Vault, an ordinary ship would have been ground to dust by the intersecting gravitational tides of these 3 stars the moment it dropped out of warp. The system locked on to the coordinates of the main planet. It cut into synchronous orbit. At the core of the 3 suns' gravity, the most stable point, a vast planet grew larger in Suwu's vision. This was the destination. This was the location of the Starfall secret realm. As the distance closed, the shocking geography of the main planet appeared. Unlike the water-dominated blue sphere of Earth, over 70% of this planet featured vast lands of dark brown, purple-red, and gray-white. Mountain ranges rose like the spines of giant dragons, stretching for millions of kilometers. The ocean, taking up just over 20%, appeared a deep, sickening ink blue. The land divided it into massive inland seas. A giant ring circled the outer atmosphere. It consisted of countless scrapped warships, meteorite fragments, and the wreckage of giant space fortresses. The ring served as a natural defensive barrier and a testament to the brutal interstellar wars the planet had endured. Land. Suwu gave the order to the AI. The dark gold star vault shuttle transformed into a stream of light. It tore through the thick atmosphere of the planet. Amidst the intense friction of fire, it descended toward a massive interstellar port city on the surface. A dull thud of pressure release sounded. The hatch of the star vault slid open to the sides. Suwu wore a low-key, long gray trench coat, his hands tucked into his pockets. He stepped onto the metal stairs and walked off the landing pad at a leisurely pace. On his left shoulder, the white fur ball, Little White, woke from a nap on the ship. It lay lazily, its fluffy long tail swaying in the air. Before landing, Suwu had issued a strict order to the little ancestor. On this planet, it was forbidden to speak in front of other humans. It was forbidden to reveal even a trace of its star beast aura. This was not remote Earth. This was a high-level star sector. A star beast cub exposed here would trigger massive trouble. Even with Suwu's heaven-defying abilities, he could not withstand a swarm of thousands of large factions attacking at once. Little White squeaked a few times. It complied and shut its mouth, pretending to be a harmless pet. It even let out a deliberate meow. They walked out of the interstellar port. The port covered an area comparable to a small country on Earth. A heat wave mixed with the smell of exotic spices and metallic machine oil hit his face. How lively. Suwu stood on the giant viewing platform of the port. He looked down at the super metropolis below named Starry City. His eyes widened in undisguised astonishment. If the Yanjing Base of Earth resembled a steel jungle, then Starry City was a cosmic metropolis where highly developed interstellar technology fused perfectly. Traditional cars and asphalt roads did not exist here. In the sky, thousands of three-dimensional routes divided the space. Various strange flying vehicles wove through the air, leaving behind colorful energy trails. The architectural style of the city defied imagination. Some skyscrapers were made entirely of transparent crystal. Other buildings consisted of ancient giant trees, 10,000 meters high, with countless shops and residences carved into the trunks. Small floating islands, held up entirely by anti-gravity arrays, hovered in midair. Suwu took a deep breath and walked into the cosmic city with Little White. Information suggested about 15 days remained until the official opening of the Starfall secret realm. These 15 days were crucial. Although the dead Zhao Feng had revealed the ticket and the rumor of the Fifth Order ancient martial artifact, the specific rules inside the secret realm, the space restrictions, the level of danger, and the number of monsters sent by major factions remained a mystery. Secret realms in the universe were bizarre. Some suppressed cultivation, like the Kunlun ancestral land of Earth. Others were filled with chaotic laws where warriors lost all their cultivation upon entry. Some interstellar ruins caused people to age to death instantly if they took a wrong step. To win 100 battles, one must know oneself and the enemy. For the next few days, Suwu acted like an ordinary interstellar traveler. He wandered through the prosperous Starry City. He frequented the most chaotic low-level interstellar taverns. He used a few glasses of strong alcohol to extract gossip from star mercenaries, who licked blood off their blades. He lingered in high-end auction houses run by large chambers of commerce and black markets where intelligence peddlers gathered. He spent a fortune to purchase a few torn pages, allegedly the manuscripts of survivors from the previous secret realm opening. Over several days, the scattered information gradually pieced together a vague network in his mind. The Starfall secret realm had a cultivation cap just like the ancestral land of Earth. The Star King realm happened to be the highest level allowed to enter. As Suwu navigated the city for this information, his casual yet purposeful investigation caught the eyes of people with ill intent. One evening, the three suns still hung in the sky. Night did not exist here. Suwu walked on a bustling main commercial street crowded with traffic and noise. Holographic advertisement girls danced in the air all around. The huge sound waves covered up every subtle movement. Little White, lying on Suwu's left shoulder, pretended to sleep. It suddenly extended a small paw and tapped twice on Suwu's neck. Someone was following them. Chapter 80. Suwu did not pause his stride. Yet, his massive divine sense, belonging to a 7th Order Star King, crept silently behind him. 1, 2, 3. A total of 3 people. And their cultivation levels, they were all 7th Order Star Kings. Shock flooded Suwu the moment he determined their strength. 3 stalkers on the street, all with the terrifying power of 7th Order Star Kings. It seems the waters of this Starfall secret realm run much deeper than I imagined. Suwu sneered to himself. Since they had taken the bait, he had no reason to fight 3 Star Kings in broad daylight on a busy street. Bringing in the authorities would reveal his hidden strength and attract unnecessary trouble. Suwu let his gaze sweep across the street ahead. Between 2 massive neon signs lay a narrow, dark dead end piled high with discarded metal trash. Suwu did not hesitate. He kept his hands in his trench coat pockets, turned slightly, and stepped out of the crowded flow of people, slipping into the dark alley. As he went deeper, the bustle outside was blocked by the towering buildings on both sides. Only the sound of his own footsteps echoed in the alley. At the deepest part of the alley stood a tall, cold metal wall, a dead end. Suwu stopped. He did not turn around. He leaned his back against the metal wall, scooped Little White up into his arms, and stroked the creature's fur. 10 seconds passed. Suwu suddenly lifted his head. His gaze, sharp as a torch, locked onto the thick shadows at the entrance of the alley. His voice was calm, yet it rang out clearly in the empty space. Come out. Following me like turtles for this long. If you are not tired, I am certainly bored of watching you. The shadows at the alley entrance rippled like water. Tap, tap, tap. 3 tall figures draped in black cloaks stepped slowly out of the shadows. They flashed with surprise upon hearing Suwu expose their location. They were 7th Order Star Kings. They practiced highly advanced concealment techniques. How could this 7th Order Star King, just like them, so easily track their movements? Could he have been playing the pig to eat the tiger all along? The trio subtly shifted their positions, forming a triangular formation capable of launching an instant kill strike against Suwu. Friend, you have sharp senses. It seems the 3 of us underestimated you. The scarred man in the center, clearly the leader, spoke first. His gaze swept over Suwu, trying to see through his true strength. The long-haired man on the left took a step forward, pulling his lips into a smile that looked friendly. Do not be nervous. We mean no harm. We followed you simply because you seem like a smart man. We want to make a mutually beneficial transaction with you. A transaction? Suwu leaned against the wall, his posture relaxed. He stroked the back of Little White in his arms, looking at the 3 idiots who were each harboring their own schemes with a half-smile. What kind of transaction? Let me hear it. The scarred man in the lead flashed with joy. He assumed Suwu was stunned by their aura, and was preparing to pay money to avoid disaster. He stopped beating around the bush and spoke directly. You are a smart man. The 3 of us have watched you for 2 days. In these past few days, you have intentionally or unintentionally gathered intelligence about the Starfall secret realm. The scarred man's gaze grew greedy, locked onto the space ring on Suwu's finger. You must have the ticket to the Starfall secret realm on you. If we are not mistaken, are you willing to part with it? If it is real, the 3 of us are willing to pay a price that will absolutely satisfy you to trade for this ticket. Suwu realized his behavior had exposed him. He would have to be more careful next time. However, he masked his expression well and frowned slightly. Oh, Suwu offered a smile that seemed to show feigned composure. Then you should know its value. What price are you planning to pay to trade for the ticket in my hands? The scarred man saw the fish take the bait. He exchanged a subtle look with the 2 men beside him. He waved his hand with an air of generosity. As long as you are willing to hand over the ticket, the 3 of us are prepared to pool our resources and offer a 3rd Order ancient martial artifact in exchange. A 3rd Order ancient martial artifact. The mask of composure vanished from Suwu's face, replaced by a mocking expression, as if he were looking at an idiot. He shook his head, his tone dripping with unconcealed disdain. You want to trade for a ticket to the Starfall secret realm with a piece of 3rd Order scrap metal? Do you think that price is enough? Suwu stared straight into the eyes of the scarred man, coldly puncturing his hypocrisy. Since you were gathering intelligence, you should know that news has leaked regarding this opening of the Starfall secret realm. There is a high probability that a 5th Order ancient martial artifact will appear. How can you hope to fool me with a piece of 3rd Order garbage for such a supreme treasure? Exposed so mercilessly, the scarred man stiffened. The long-haired man furrowed his brow, his fake smile vanishing completely, and cold killing intent erupted in his eyes. You should know your place. The long-haired man spoke in a chilling tone. The terrifying origin energy of a 7th Order Star King began to swirl around him, pressing down on the air in the alley until it produced sonic booms. With your puny 7th Order Star King strength, do you dare to dream of touching that distant 5th Order ancient martial artifact? That is a pipe dream. We are willing to trade a 3rd Order ancient martial artifact for it. That is already a supreme gift. If you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The negotiation had collapsed. The 3 men dropped their masks of benevolence, revealing the hideous fangs of predators. Since this brat refuses to listen, there is no need to waste words with him. The scarred man in the lead gave an evil grin, murderous intent bared. Kill him directly. We want both the ticket and his life. The other 2 men understood perfectly. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, 3 terrifying waves of 7th Order Star King energy erupted in the narrow, dark alley like 3 volcanoes. They did not use large-scale attacks, but instead intended to rush Suwu directly. Any ordinary 7th Order Star King trapped in such a tight space against this kind of surprise attack would have been killed instantly without even the time to react. Chapter 81. A vibration filled the air. It was as if time had been pressed on pause by some irresistible force. In Suwu's hand, a bronze block suddenly appeared. It was the 2nd Order ancient treasure seized from the patriarch of the Yi family on Mars, the world-trapping block. Open. Suwu's origin energy surged like a tsunami into the block. A strange sound followed, like tearing fabric. 1 second ago, he stood in the dark, damp, trash-filled alleyway of Starry City. The next second, all the surrounding buildings, neon signs, and the fierce winds kicked up by the 3 Star King attacks vanished entirely. When the 3 Star King powerhouses regained their composure, they realized with horror that they had appeared in a strange space. Where is this? A space-based ancient treasure? So Wu's silhouette emerged directly in front of the three men. His cultivation base of the 7th Order Star King erupted without reservation. His pupils transformed into two seas of thunder and fire. No wind-up. Within a radius of 1,000 zhang, all air, dust, and even stray light were imbued with the concept of a blade. The three 7th Order Star King powerhouses despaired. Under the suppression of So Wu's blade domain, their internal origin energy stagnated by a full 50%. Three terrifying blade auras, wrapped in burning heavenly source fire and world-destroying wild thunder, appeared out of thin air. They moved with extreme speed, ignoring the distance of space, and penetrated through the three men's bodies instantly. Blood spurted. There were no screams. There was no resistance. The three powerhouses, capable of overturning mountains and seas in the outside world, were as fragile as paper before the thunderfire blade auras. One strike, 3 kills. Within the same order, an instant kill. This was the overwhelming cross-order combat power brought by the supreme chaos body, combined with perfect martial arts. Tick-tock. In the alley, a drop of sewage leaked from an exhaust pipe and landed on a rusted soda can, making a crisp sound. Only 1 second had passed. For the outside world, from the moment the people disappeared in the alley to So Wu's reappearance, not even a single second had elapsed. Before him, the three arrogant Star King powerhouses had evaporated from the world. The only evidence of their existence was the three variously shaped space rings drifting slowly in midair. So Wu reached out casually and caught the 3 rings in his palm. He expertly split a wisp of divine sense, forcibly wiped the spiritual imprints from the rings, and probed inside. What a pile of junk. Combined, these 3 7th Order Star Kings did not even have 100 million federal credits. So Wu searched for a long time inside the 3 massive space rings, and finally shook his head in disappointment. Not to mention 3rd Order ancient martial artifacts, there was not even a single 2nd Order ancient martial artifact. These poor ghosts actually had the nerve to brag and promise me the moon? So Wu curled his lip and prepared to put the 3 rings away. Yet, at the very moment his spirit relaxed, a voice spoke. How is it? Are you very disappointed that you killed and robbed someone, but did not find any loot you liked? A voice, lazy yet seemingly echoing from the depths of the soul, sounded abruptly by So Wu's left ear. The moment the sound rang out, So Wu's blood froze solid. A sense of horror, comparable to the ambush by the great priest Night Owl of the Star Demon sect, pierced through his spine. He was a 7th Order Star King. With the amplification of the supreme chaos body, his divine sense was perhaps comparable to the peak of the Star King realm. But he had not detected anyone approaching him at this moment. The voice grew from his subconscious like it came from nowhere. What terrifying strength was required to do this? It was definitely beyond the Star King realm. Was it a Star Emperor? Or a Star Saint? Only they could achieve such absolute concealment. Retreat. So Wu's level 1 combat skills activated to the extreme. He did not turn to look. Within 0.01 seconds of hearing the voice, he drove his blood and energy to the limit. He did not choose to counterattack. He poured all his strength into his legs and used the 2nd Order space attribute. A spatial ripple appeared, and So Wu's silhouette vanished. He shifted 50 meters out of the alley like a teleportation. So Wu hunched his body, his forehead glistening with a fine layer of cold sweat. His eyes, like those of a leopard, locked tightly onto the position where he had just been standing. Under So Wu's intense gaze, a figure appeared beside his previous location. It was a woman. She wore a deep purple, tight-fitting, one-piece combat suit that hugged her perfect curves. A cascade of black hair fell loosely over her shoulders. So Wu could not sense any aura from her, as if she were a mere mortal. Her face was beautiful and carried an air of superiority. Her deep purple eyes were examining So Wu with a playful look. Your reaction time is not bad. You run faster than you kill. The purple-clad woman parted her red lips. Her voice carried a laziness and dominance that made it impossible for anyone to resist. Chapter 82. So Wu stood frozen for several seconds. His pupils, tight as a hunting leopard's, finally relaxed by a fraction. He took a deep breath of the stale, heavy air and forced his rampaging energy back into his dantian. He tried to keep his voice steady. If the woman wanted him dead, she would have struck already. There was no reason to wait. With that realization, the tight string of tension in his heart loosened. What do you want from me? So Wu asked. The woman in the purple robes heard the question. Surprise flickered in her deep violet eyes. Her red lips parted, and she let out a pleasant, melodic laugh. You stand right in front of me after killing the 3 subordinates I spent so much effort recruiting. Now, you ask me what I want. She stood straight. An invisible pressure rolled towards So Wu like a tsunami. So Wu stood his ground. He met her gaze without flinching. Given your unfathomable strength, if you truly wanted to avenge those 3 pieces of trash, or take my life, you would have crushed my skull the second my guard was down. You did not have to wait until now. Since you did not strike immediately, it means I am worth more to you than 3 dead men. If you have business to discuss or need my service, speak plainly. Do not dance around the subject. The woman arched a perfectly shaped eyebrow. Her cold, aloof expression shifted into a look of genuine surprise and appreciation. Interesting. Your brain is indeed sharper than those 3 idiots. She took a slow, deliberate step toward him. Since you are a smart man, I will not hide my intentions. She stopped 3 meters away. Her gaze bore into him as if she intended to peel away his skin and see what lay beneath. I paid a high price to hire those 3 wastes. I wanted them to enter the realm and find something for me. You killed them. That ruined my plans. Her tone sharpened. However, it is a blessing in disguise. Based on the strength you just showed, casting a high-level blade domain that killed 3 7th Order Star Kings in a single stroke, your combat power far exceeds theirs combined. I need you to find that specific 5th Order Ancient Martial Artifact for me in the Secret Realm. A 5th Order Ancient Martial Artifact. So Wu felt his pupil's contract. Zhao Feng had not lied to him. The Starfall Secret Realm really did hold such a supreme treasure. This mysterious powerhouse was hunting for it. Of course, I am always fair in my dealings, the woman added, watching his eyes dart about. A smirk touched her lips. I would never let a genius of your caliber work for free. Besides, the ticket to enter the realm is yours. Regardless of whether you find the artifact, if you agree to take the job, this item is yours now. A hum vibrated through the air. The woman's slender, white hand snatched at empty space. Instantly, a suffocating, freezing blade intent exploded in the alleyway. The temperature plummeted to absolute zero. Frost coated the walls. In her hand, a silver-white long blade appeared. It measured 4 feet in length, looking ancient yet undeniably domineering. The blade possessed a semi-transparent, frosty quality, as if forged from a fusion of 10,000-year-old mystic ice and star alloy. Carved along the spine, a lifelike frost-white dragon wound its way toward the hilt. Faint light shimmered on the surface. The phantom of the dragon seemed ready to come alive, emitting clear dragon cries around the edge. Simply holding it, the lethal aura made Sawu's cheeks ache. It felt as if the blade might slice his soul in two. It was clearly a divine weapon beyond human imagination. She stroked the freezing blade with long fingers. Pride radiated from her expression. The white dragon. I forged it from cold marrow star gold from the extreme freezing abyss, and the complete spine of an adult starry sky ice dragon. A 5th-level blacksmith spent 10 years hammering it into shape. It is a 4th-order peak-grade ancient martial artifact. She emphasized the words 4th-order peak-grade. Most importantly, the material is unique. It is not just sharp. It can perfectly absorb and amplify any origin attribute power above the Star King realm without any rejection. For a bladesman who masters elements like you, it is the perfect killing machine tailor-made for your hands. A 4th-order peak-grade ancient martial artifact. Sawu felt his heart hammer against his ribs. Such a treasure was rare even in the resource-rich Aelan star domain. It was a legendary heirloom that would drive high-level Star Kings and even Star Emperors to bankruptcy just for a chance to fight for it. The Star Meteor blade Sawu used as a trump card was only 2nd order. If he paired a 4th-order peak-grade weapon with his 3 Fire Thunder blade and the Supreme Chaos body, Sawu knew he could stand toe-to-toe with a peak 9th-order Star King without even touching his high-level blade domain. The temptation was lethal and impossible to refuse. He did not let the greed cloud his mind, however. He suppressed the fire in his chest, narrowed his eyes, and feigned a moment of contemplation. Senior, your offer is truly mouth-watering. But the Starfall Secret Realm is no ordinary place. He sighed, glancing at the white dragon blade to play hard to get. The white dragon is an exquisite blade, but if I lose my life in the realm, no matter how good the steel is, it will be nothing more than scrap metal to me. I need to be alive to enjoy the reward. The woman laughed, amused rather than angry at his caution. You are indeed prudent. She laughed softly and then, with a casual flick of her wrist, tossed the priceless white dragon battle blade directly toward Sawu. However, since I have chosen you to help, I will not let you die in vain. Keep the white dragon. Do not worry about it. Consider it the down payment for my commission. If you give your best in the secret realm, I will have a handsome reward waiting for you when you succeed. I can guarantee you that the final payment will be worth far more than just this 1/4 order ancient martial artifact. The white dragon blade cut through the air like a silver light and arrived instantly before Sawu. Chapter 83. Sawu narrowed his eyes. He did not dodge. Instead, he reached out, firmly gripping the cold, biting hilt. A majestic, vast power, seemingly containing endless glaciers and dragon might, surged through his arm and into his body. The force felt so intense that even his supreme chaos body produced a resonant hum of pleasure. A great blade. A peerless blade. Simply holding it made his combat power surge by more than 30%. Sawu felt a shock in his heart, but he maintained his composure. He flicked his wrist, tucking the white dragon battle blade into his space ring with practiced ease. He looked up, staring directly at the purple-clad woman. Since you are so generous, it would be rude of me to refuse, Sawu said. However, I must consider this carefully. The Starfall Secret Realm opens soon. I have private preparations and trump cards to attend to. Once I am ready, I will give you a final answer no later than the day before the Secret Realm opens. Is that acceptable? Sawu left his options open, giving himself room to maneuver. The purple-clad woman nodded slightly, a flicker of admiration for his composure crossing her eyes. Very well. I will give you a few days to consider. Smart people make smart decisions. I trust you will not disappoint me. Her expression turned as cold as an abyss. Her tone carried a warning that chilled the soul. Do not think about running away after taking my things. Do not think you can hide in this small 35th star sector, or even across the entire Aelan star domain. There are very few people who can escape my pursuit if I decide to hunt them down. Without another word, the woman vanished. She dissolved like a mirage, disappearing into thin air without a trace, as if she had never been there at all. Sawu let out a long breath. Only when certain she had truly departed did he relax. His back, soaked with cold sweat, grew chilled. The woman's strength was beyond monstrous. Big brother, that woman was terrifying, Little White whispered. The small white creature, which had been playing dead on Sawu's shoulder, finally dared to breathe. It sent a telepathic message through their soul contract, lingering fear in its tone. My senses tell me she had no killing intent toward you just now. As a star beast, Little White possessed an unerring instinct for danger. So Wu allowed his heart to settle. Fortune favors the bold. Since I have arrived in this starry sky, how can I reach the peak by being timid? So Wu furrowed his brow, staring at the strange, swirling neon lights outside the alley. His mind raced. He had come to the Starfall secret realm just to join the fun and look for scraps. Now, he found himself entangled with a mysterious woman of unfathomable strength, holding a hot potato of a quest to find a fifth-order ancient martial artifact. Events had spiraled beyond his expectations. Yet, the temptation of the fourth-order peak-grade ancient martial artifact remained too great. With this blade, his chances of survival in the secret realm would increase drastically. If the woman truly offered the rewards she promised upon completion, the gamble was worth it. Let us go, Little White. Time to prepare. So Wu tucked his hands into his trench coat pockets and stepped out of the dark alley, merging back into the bustling, noisy alien metropolis. Time slipped away on this planet illuminated by 3 suns. The opening date of the Starfall secret realm grew closer. Over the next 15 days, Starry City, already prosperous, transformed into an exploding powder keg. Peerless geniuses and old monsters emerged from every sector of the Aelan star domain and from ancient, reclusive traditions. Like sharks smelling blood, they flooded the planet. Super battleships blotted out the sky daily. On the streets, 7th-order star kings, once rare, became as common as dust. Sometimes, terrifying auras loomed overhead. These belonged to Star Emperor realm powerhouses, figures who transcended the Star King level. Major factions poured out their full strength to seize the opportunities in the secret realm, especially for the rumored 5th-order ancient martial artifact. Rumors spread that a council member from the Aelan Star Domain Supreme Council had personally dispatched their most favored disciple for the trial. The situation in Starry City grew extreme. During these tumultuous 15 days, So Wu seemingly evaporated. He remained behind closed doors. He dedicated his entire focus to refining the White Dragon Battle Blade. The 4th stage marked a watershed for ancient martial artifacts. Every piece required the master's refinement to unleash its full power. Once refined, it would not only withstand all the warrior's origin energy, but also perfectly amplify attribute bonuses. 2 days before the secret realm opening, inside a secret chamber, So Wu sat cross-legged, shirtless. The White Dragon Battle Blade hovered before him. On one side of the blade, the phantom of a frost-white dragon shimmered in extreme cold. On the other, violent purple-black thunder and fire danced. Under the harmony of So Wu's domineering origin energy, these 2 opposing forces reached a perfect equilibrium. Finally, it is fully refined. So Wu opened his eyes, exhaling a long plume of white mist. After 15 days of sleepless effort, he had forced the arrogant 4th-order divine weapon to recognize him as its master. His combat power had at least doubled. Just as he prepared to stand and stretch, a melodious mechanical voice rang out in the depths of his mind. Detected that your offspring, So Yu, has undergone a life and death transformation during the Aelan Academy trial, successfully stepping into the peak Martial King stage. Congratulations! Your cultivation has risen to the Star King Stage 9. Your comprehension of space, fire, thunder, and water attributes has synchronized and risen to the 3rd stage. Chapter 84. What the hell? The peak Martial King stage. So you had surged from the late Martial King stage directly to the peak. Only a few days had passed. 7 to 8, then to 9. These represented the final 2 chasms of the Star King stage. Countless geniuses remained trapped at the 7th level for decades, even centuries, unable to advance an inch. So Wu, however, in this brief moment, rocketed to the very pinnacle of the Star King stage. Within his body, the galaxy-like star world had expanded into a vast, miniature model of the universe. Star King stage, level 9. Time passed. So Wu rose to his feet. He bowed his head and clenched his fists. He felt the terrifying, infinite power within him, like a sea of stars, capable of shattering a planet with a casual blow. A wild, domineering smile pulled at the corners of his mouth. What is a surprise? This is a surprise. Previously, he felt some apprehension about entering the Starfall secret realm to fight for a 5th-order ancient martial artifact. Now, he felt nothing but confidence. Level 9 Star King, plus the Supreme Chaos Body, perfect 4-element attributes, the 4th-order peak-grade White Dragon Battle Blade, and that monstrous high-level blade domain. Now, he dared to face a genuine early-stage Star Emperor powerhouse head-on, or even strike them down. This upgrade allows me to walk sideways in the secret realm. Absolute strength brought absolute confidence. At this moment, So Wu even anticipated the opening of the secret realm the following day. The long, agonizing wait ended. The evening before the official opening of the Starfall secret realm arrived. Above Starry City, the light emitted by the 3 suns refracted in bizarre ways. The laws of heaven and earth across the planet fell into a state of extreme violence and chaos. These signs indicated that the secret realm space would soon connect with the real world. So Wu concluded his closed-door cultivation. He pushed open the door to the secret chamber and stepped onto an open-air balcony on the top floor. He watched the spatial turbulence, as brilliant as an aurora, in the sky. He knew the woman would come. Sure enough, she appeared without attracting anyone's attention. The stunning figure in the deep purple, one-piece combat suit manifested without warning at the edge of the balcony, like a ghost. She maintained her superior posture. However, when her gaze landed on Suwu, a rare, undisguised look of extreme shock flashed in her deep violet eyes. Your cultivation. The woman in purple lost her composure for the first time. Half a month ago, he was a 7th level Star King. Now, the man standing before her possessed an aura that reached the 9th level of the Star King stage. 2 levels in half a month. How could this be possible? Even the descendants of the legendary ancient gods could not possess such an illogical cultivation speed. Suwu remained calm in the face of her shock. He smiled slightly without offering an explanation. Senior, everyone has their own secrets, do they not? Suwu's tone remained calm, but carried an air of equality. The woman in purple studied him deeply. The shock in her heart faded, replaced by anticipation. Whatever earth-shattering secrets this man held, the stronger he became, the more advantageous it proved for her plan. Good, very good. I chose correctly. You have given me a massive surprise. She composed herself. She walked to Suwu, her gaze carrying an unquestionable weight. You must have fully refined the White Dragon battle blade over the past half-month. Now, give me your answer. The secret realm opens tomorrow. There is little time for hesitation. Suwu took a deep breath. He met the woman's gaze, his eyes burning with determination and confidence. Senior, I agree. I will enter the secret realm and find that 5th order ancient martial artifact for you. However, Suwu looked directly into her eyes and stated his condition. Since I am risking my life for you in addition to that blade as a down payment, I need you to provide me with a proper, life-saving trump card. The woman in purple did not grow angry at this demand, which bordered on greed. She nodded slightly, as if she had expected Suwu to say this and fully understood his meaning. Your request is reasonable. She parted her red lips. She slowly extended her hand, white as jade. As she opened her palm, the space on the balcony became shrouded in a terrifying aura that made even Suwu, a 9th level Star King, struggle to breathe. A transparent bead, the size of a thumb and deep, starry blue in color, emerged from her palm. The moment the small bead appeared, the surrounding laws of heaven and earth whimpered. The small volume contained enough terrifying energy to destroy the planet. The woman in purple flicked her finger casually. The starry blue bead turned into a stream of light and landed securely in Suwu's hand. I personally extracted a wisp of origin law to refine this martial Dao bead for you. If you encounter an irresistible life or death crisis in the secret realm, simply crush it. It can release one attack equivalent to that of a 1st level Star Saint. A Star Saint level attack. Suwu's hand holding the martial Dao bead trembled violently. His pupils dilated to the limit. A Star Saint. That was a terrifying god capable of traversing several star sectors in the vacuum of the universe with their physical body and destroying a solar system with a wave of their hand. Now, Suwu finally understood. The seemingly lazy, cold woman before him did not possess the true realm of a Star Emperor. She was at least a super powerhouse of the Star Saint level. No wonder she could give away a 4th order peak grade ancient martial artifact so casually. To a Star Saint, those items held little value. The only thing she valued was that legendary 5th order ancient martial artifact. Suwu naturally did not know that the ability to condense laws transcended a Star Saint and reached the Realm Lord level. A decent life-saving treasure, would you say? The woman in purple watched his shocked expression, a playful smile curling the corners of her lips. Enough. More than enough. Suwu gripped the martial Dao bead tightly. He inhaled a large breath of cold air, suppressing the raging waves in his heart. The absolute strength of a 9th level Star King, combined with this life-saving talisman, a 1st level Star Saint nuclear bomb capable of killing a Star Emperor. Very well. The woman in purple turned, looking up at the increasingly violent spatial turbulence in the sky. Go and bring back what I want. Chapter 85. By the way, I will keep this star beast of yours for safekeeping for a time. The purple-clad woman spoke with a lazy, cold detachment, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. She turned her head slightly, her purple eyes, deep as a galaxy, sweeping across Little White. Her tone remained as flat as if she were speaking of the most mundane matter imaginable. This sentence hit Suwu and Little White like a thunderclap from a clear sky. Suwu's pupils contracted, and his body tensed instinctively. Little White, curled on his shoulder, pressed its furry ears tight against its head. Both man and beast stood frozen. She had seen through Little White's disguise. Although star beasts are extremely rare, they are the top-tier battle pets and strategic resources that almost all high-level civilizations dream of possessing. The purple-clad woman watched Suwu's guarded posture. Her face held no greed or covetousness, and her eyes remained clear. But I have no interest in that, so rest assured. Besides, you cannot take it into the secret realm anyway. Before she finished speaking, there was no sign of the woman casting a spell or forming a hand seal. She simply raised her wrist, white as jade, and waved her hand gently towards Suwu's shoulder. A hum vibrated through the air. An invisible force descended upon Little White without warning. Meow. Little White did not even have time to react before its chubby body floated into the air. It struggled in midair, its 4 sharp claws flailing frantically, attempting to break free from the restraint. All of it proved futile. It realized with despair that its terrifying power as a 1st order Star King was useless against that seemingly delicate hand. Soon, the invisible force pulled it steadily into the arms of the purple-clad woman. Little White, unable to move, immediately sent a telepathic message through the absolute soul contract to Suwu. Big brother, this woman is wicked. I cannot move. Suwu's brow knitted into a deep furrow as he watched little white held in the woman's arms. He inhaled a deep breath of cold air and forced down the worry churning in his heart. Now was not the time for impulse. Trying to fight a super powerhouse at the Star Saint level was not bravery. It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, a path to certain death. More importantly, Suwu's keen intuition told him that although this mysterious woman acted in a domineering manner, she truly possessed no trace of malice. Little White, stay with her for now. Suwu sent a message through the soul contract to soothe the beast. If she truly wanted to kill us or steal treasures, we would have been reduced to dust long ago. There is no greed in her eyes. She is a person with principles. Upon receiving the message, Little White stopped its meaningless struggles, though it remained anxious. It curled up obediently in her arms like a pet cat. Suwu lifted his head and cast a complex look at the purple-clad woman. She clearly knew Little White's true identity all along, but had not acted to seize it. She only held it back after he agreed to enter the secret realm, treating it as a form of collateral. It appeared the truth matched her words. She held no interest in the star beast. Her only goal remained that specific fifth-order ancient martial artifact. The light from the three suns above Starry City began to distort violently. As the seconds ticked by, the invisible spatial turbulence in the sky became increasingly wild and intense. Countless spatial rifts intersected and collided outside the planet's atmosphere until, eventually, they tore open a colorful and mesmerizing image of the void across the firmament. Suwu exhaled a long breath. He flipped his wrist and held the jade plate seized from Zhao Feng in his palm. The starlight runes on the surface of the plate began to flicker crazily. Suwu closed his eyes. Through the cold jade, his mental sense felt a resonance from another space, a connection that grew stronger with every passing moment. It has begun. The purple-clad woman nearby looked up at the gorgeous nebular painting in the sky. She murmured to herself, her purple eyes flashing with a hint of solemnity. Suwu remained silent. Without hesitation, he poured his immense mental sense into the jade plate. A boom resonated through the air. A vast, majestic space power, filled with mysterious high-level laws, erupted from the depths of the jade plate. This energy carried no destructive intent, but it held an irresistible, absolute pulling force. It instantly transformed into a dark purple cocoon of light, sealing Suwu's entire body within. Suwu felt his vision go black, as a sensation of intense dizziness assaulted his brain. The buildings and neon lights of Starry City, even the purple-clad woman, and Little White standing before him, became blurred and distorted in an instant, finally dissolving into countless elongated streams of light. He felt as though he had detached from the constraints of the material world, placing him in an endless, dead, and dark void. Here, there was no up or down, no passage of time, only the mysterious power surrounding him, pulling him forward at a breakneck pace into the depths of an unknown space. He did not know how long the dizziness, which threatened to tear his soul apart, lasted. When his feet finally touched solid ground, he opened his eyes to find himself in a completely strange and bizarre world. A breeze, carrying a sense of desolation and wildness, brushed against his cheek. Suwu raised his head to gaze at the sky. There was no sun and no stars here. The sky displayed an eerie, deep purple, as though a thick layer of violet gauze covered the entire world. It carried a strange beauty that felt oppressive yet impossible to look away from. Is this the Starfall secret realm? Suwu scanned his surroundings. Beneath his feet lay hard, dark red rock. In the distance stood endless black mountain ranges and dense, primitive jungles. The concentration of energy in the air was 10 times denser than in Starry City. Suwu took a deep breath, his mind quickly recalling the intelligence he had gathered from the black markets in Starry City. He knew that the basic geography and exploration methods of the Starfall secret realm differed little from other ancient secret realms in the universe. Explorers could roam this vast land to seek rare flowers, herbs, ores, beasts, or even the legacy caves left by ancestors. There was, however, one unique difference. 3 days after the secret realm opened, a vast, boundless palace would manifest from nothingness at the top of this purple sky and descend upon the realm, the Starfall Palace. It was said that the Starfall Palace served as the true burial ground of ancient powerhouses. It held countless treasures, cultivation techniques, and elixirs that would drive even Star Emperor-level experts into a frenzy. That legendary fifth-order ancient martial artifact, the one the purple-clad woman sought above all else, lay sealed in the deepest part of that palace. 3 days. This was the calm before the storm. Once the Starfall Palace opened, the top-tier experts lurking throughout the secret realm would swarm in at once. At that time, the entire realm would turn into a true slaughterhouse in the struggle for that supreme opportunity. Since there are 3 days left, I might as well look around. Suwu stretched his limbs, a relaxed smile touching his lips. Given the background of this realm, perhaps I can stumble upon an unexpected harvest before the Starfall Palace descends. The moment those words left his lips, he bent his knees and pushed off the ground with force. The dark red rock beneath his feet cracked under the pressure of a deep crater, and his figure transformed into a subtle, gray streak of light. He tore through the air and sped toward the distant, rolling mountain forest. As he flew, Suwu closed his eyes slightly and spread his mental sense wide. Thanks to the miraculous feedback from the system, Suwu now stood as a genuine ninth-order Star King. In the vast cultivation system of the universe, the promotion from Star King to Star Emperor mirrored the transition from Martial King to Martial Emperor. It was not merely the accumulation of origin energy, but a leap in the level of the soul. His mental sense would undergo a terrifying qualitative change and enhancement. Although Sowu had not yet crossed the threshold of the Star Emperor stage, his foundation from the Supreme Chaos Body, and his flawless Tao base meant that his current mental sense had reached a staggering level of density. It was a mental sense, infinite, and near enough to match the terrifying mental power of an early-stage Star Emperor. It lacked only a hair's breadth. Even so, with a mental sense strength that would drive ordinary Star Kings to despair, he could easily scan the surrounding environment within a radius of over 1,000 kilometers, despite the strong suppression of laws within the Starfall secret realm. The invisible mental fluctuations spread like fine mercury from Sowu, rushing out to the mountains, rivers, and underground in all directions. Soon, Sowu vanished like a ghost into the vibrant yet perilous mountain forest. Chapter 86. Time drifted in this secret realm. There were no suns or moons, only an eternal purple sky. One day passed in the blink of an eye. Sowu maintained a breakneck speed during these 30-plus hours of intense searching. He combed through thousands of kilometers of mountain ranges. He moved like a picky treasure hunter, wandering along the way. Huge beasts, with strength comparable to the Star-Lord realm, crossed his path. He discovered patches of century-old herbs glowing with faint spiritual light. He did not strike. Does this vast ancient realm really lack any resource worthy of my eyes? Sowu stopped on the canopy of a giant tree that stretched 100 meters into the air. He rubbed his temples in frustration and muttered to himself. For Sowu, who now possessed system feedback and pockets full of supreme-grade pills, those herbs that other warriors coveted were no different from roadside weeds. They were not worth the effort of picking. Forget it. It seems the good things are all concentrated in the Starfall Palace 3 days from now. Sowu sighed. He prepared to abandon this area and continue his stroll toward the depths of the secret realm. Just as he lifted his foot to channel his spatial laws and depart, a hum vibrated through the air. A weak fluctuation drifted into his mental perception net from the depths of the woods to his left. It was as thin as a thread in the wind. The energy hid itself perfectly. It stayed well concealed. Sowu's mental sense had approached the Star Emperor level. He happened to be only 100 miles away. Any ordinary Ninth Order Star King would have missed the anomaly as it flashed through the void. Sowu froze. Sharp light erupted from his deep eyes. What a hidden soul fluctuation. This feeling. Sowu did not hesitate. He dampened his blood energy to the absolute limit. He melted into the shadows. He traced the direction of the weak fluctuation, turning into a silent afterimage as he sped through the dense canopy. 30 seconds later, Sowu slowed down. He landed gracefully on a thick branch. He gazed ahead. The dense forest ended abruptly. A large, open patch of dark red, barren ground appeared. In the center of the clearing, a strange ancient tree grew in isolation. The tree stood a mere 3 meters tall. Its trunk was a deathly gray-white. It bore no leaves. Bare branches stretched toward the sky like the claws of a demon. At the very top of the canopy, a single fruit the size of a fist hung. The fruit was translucent and milky white. It emitted a soft, glossy light, as if carved from the purest, most flawless gemstone in the world. Beneath the purple sky, a mist that felt like a soul drifted across its surface. Soul fruit. Sowu's heart hammered against his ribs. His breathing quickened. Sowu had not spent this past year just lying around drinking tea at his villa in the capital martial arts university. As a warrior seeking to bridge the gaps in his basic knowledge, he had read countless ancient texts on stellar martial arts, cosmic secrets, and natural treasures. He recognized the fruit's legendary origin at a glance. It was a soul fruit. It was a rare treasure of heaven and earth, precious beyond what federal credits could measure. Its growth conditions were harsh. It had to absorb the residual soul power of fallen powerhouses and mature over 10,000 years. A tree bore only one fruit. Warriors could only consume a soul fruit once in their lifetime. Greedily taking a second would drastically reduce its effects or render it completely useless. However, the first consumption ignored all cultivation barriers. It boosted a warrior's soul power and mental strength in a wild, pure surge. For those cultivating soul techniques, it was an unparalleled treasure. For Sowu, whose mental sense stood stuck at the threshold of the Star Emperor realm, this soul fruit was the perfect key to pierce that layer of paper and step into the Star Emperor domain early. It was priceless. Ecstasy faded in an instant. Sowu regained his calm. 2 massive figures lay in the shadows beneath the soul fruit tree. They were strange beasts of the secret realm. Their bodies were as large as armored vehicles. Thick, ink-black scales covered them from head to tail. They had lion-like heads and 2 rows of sharp bone spurs along their backs. The 2 beasts guarded the tree from left and right. Their vertical, scarlet pupils radiated a chilling, violent aura. The energy fluctuations radiating from them made things difficult for Sowu. Such tyrannical auras. These 2 beasts are actually stronger than me, a Ninth Order Star King. Sowu frowned and made a precise judgment. These are 2 ancient beasts that have reached the half-step Star Emperor level. It was no wonder this treasure grew here unharmed. With 2 half-step Star Emperor beasts protecting it, ordinary Star Kings would only be delivering themselves as snacks. Although Sowu possessed many trump cards, including the Supreme Chaos Body, and a high-level blade domain, he knew that fighting 2 half-step Star Emperors would trigger a brutal battle. It would create a massive disturbance and potentially destroy the fragile soul fruit. Sowu did not draw his blade. His sharp mental sense had long detected a third presence in the clearing. On the other edge of the clearing stood a massive, weathered rock. A human figure hid behind the shadow of that rock in a cowering manner. The strange fluctuation Sowu sensed from 100 miles away had been the slight leak of energy from this human setting up a concealment formation. Interesting. It seems I am not the only one eyeing this soul fruit. So Wu curled his lips into an amused smile. He hid his own energy perfectly, merging with the tree branch. He lurked in the dark, watching the show play out below. The human warrior behind the rock appeared to be about 30 years old. He also possessed the cultivation of a ninth-order Star King. The man squatted on the ground, holding a peculiar Bagua formation disc inscribed with complex runes. He carefully channeled his origin energy into the disc. The man stared at the runes lighting up on the disc. Soon, he completed the preparations. He sucked in a deep breath, stood up, swung his arm, and hurled the activated disc toward the left side of the clearing, about 500 meters away from the soul fruit tree. The disc streaked through the air as a faint trail of light and landed accurately in the distant grass. Chapter 87. A low hum filled the air. The formation disc struck the ground and rooted itself, its light intensifying instantly. That tiny disc transformed into a lifelike human figure radiating strong blood energy within the blink of an eye. Its build, appearance, and the energy it emitted perfectly simulated a Star King realm warrior. A deafening roar erupted. The intense spike in energy instantly alarmed the two half-step Star Emperor beasts beneath the soul fruit tree. One beast, slightly larger with a jagged scar over its left eye, jerked its head up. Its scarlet eyes locked onto the human figure conjured by the formation disc. The beast roared. Its massive body slammed forward like an out-of-control heavy tank. It charged at the human figure with a crushing, violent momentum. The figure generated by the disc followed its pre-programmed instructions and reacted immediately. It turned and fled without hesitation. It moved with incredible speed, its form agile as it darted through the dense mountain forest and between the giant boulders. The scarred beast possessed terrifying power, but its massive size became a hindrance in the complex forest terrain. It roared repeatedly, snapping countless towering trees as it went. It could not catch the nimble illusion in the short term. The beast and the phantom soon disappeared into the depths of the dense forest, leaving only the thunderous crashing of fallen timber in their wake. The diversion was half successful. The other guarding beast merely glanced coldly in the direction its companion had left. It refused to be fooled by the phantom. It remained as steady as a mountain, crouching beneath the tree. The man hiding by the rock caught this sight. A look of ruthless resolve flashed in his eyes. He knew the most dangerous moment had arrived. One had to sacrifice a child to catch a wolf. He stopped hiding. He leaped out from behind the boulder, exposing himself openly on the clearing. A low growl echoed. The moment he appeared, the guarding beast shifted its violent focus entirely onto him. It stood up slowly. A low, suppressed growl vibrated in its throat. Its sharp claws scraped against the rock with a piercing sound, a clear warning to this reckless human not to approach the soul fruit another step. The man faced the terrifying pressure of the half-step Star Emperor beast. Fear did not cross his face. Instead, a cunning smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "Big guy, your opponent is me." He did not retreat. He quickly formed hand seals before his chest. His origin energy surged violently like boiling water. He shoved his hands forward, instantly condensing several sharp, half-moon wind blades that radiated a blinding golden light. They shrieked as they tore through the air, shooting straight at the face of the guarding beast. A deliberate provocation. The beast had never suffered such an insult from an ant. It reacted with lightning speed. Its massive frame swerved to the side with surprising agility, easily dodging the golden wind blades. The wind blades slammed into the ground behind it, blasting out deep craters. The beast grew furious. Its eyes turned blood red. It pushed off the ground with its hind legs. Its entire body leaped into midair like a cannonball from its chamber. It opened its blood-stained maw, filled with interlocking fangs, and pounced ferociously at the man. The man saw his provocation succeed and dared not engage in battle. He used every ounce of his strength. He turned instantly, driving his movement technique to the limit, and fled for his life in the opposite direction from the phantom decoy. The enraged beast would not let him go. After landing, it stretched its four limbs. Its speed increased until it became nothing more than a black afterimage, biting hard at the heels of the fleeing man. In the blink of an eye, the man and the beast chased each other out of the clearing and vanished into the mountain ranges on the other side. At this moment, the center of the clearing, previously guarded by two half-step Star Emperor beasts, stood empty. The human warrior had used a clever chain of schemes to lure both beasts away. Truly a genius. So Wu watched from the treetops and could not help but give a mental thumbs up to the man who lured the beasts away. Luring a half-step Star Emperor with his own life required a level of courage and calculation that deserved this soul fruit. However, Wu still did not move. He knew the real backup plan would appear soon. Since that man dared to lure the beasts away, he must have arranged a way to harvest the fruit. The result confirmed his suspicion. Less than 10 seconds after the two beasts were lured away, the seemingly ordinary dark red soil directly beneath the soul fruit tree shifted and churned upward. A machine standing only half a person's height emerged silently from the ground. It was crafted from an unknown, high-grade stealth metal, and its joints shimmered with a faint blue light. This was an incredibly expensive interstellar harvesting robot. A perfect concealment array was inscribed on its body. It was no wonder the two half-step Star Emperor beasts had not sensed its existence. The robot moved with mechanical precision, devoid of any life signs. It locked onto the soul fruit glowing with a soft luster on the treetop. It extended a mechanical arm made of special flexible material, and reached toward the priceless treasure with extreme caution. 10 inches, 5 inches, 3 inches. The mechanical claw was about to touch the skin of the soul fruit and complete this perfect theft. At that critical moment, Suwu reached out and plucked the soul fruit. Thanks for the hard work, brother. I will accept this fruit. Suwu tucked the soul fruit into his space ring instantly. His figure turned into a stream of light again, fleeing from this place of right and wrong, and disappeared into the depths of the boundless purple mountain range. He left after finishing his business, hiding his name and fame. In the center of the clearing, a cold wind blew across the bare tree trunk. Only the robot remained. It held the pose of extending its mechanical claw, trying to pick the fruit, and stood blankly beneath the tree. Its blue glowing electronic eyes seemed filled with countless question marks and confusion. It stood alone on the open ground, looking incredibly comical. Dozens of miles away, the man who was being chased frantically by the half-step Star Emperor beast and finding himself in a precarious situation saw the image transmitted back by the robot showing it returning empty-handed. Blood sprayed. The man became frantic with rage. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair and let out a miserable scream that echoed through the entire mountain forest. Which bastard did this? I curse your ancestors for 18 generations. Chapter 88. High up on a steep cliff face in the Starfall secret realm, solitude reigned. No energy fluctuated here. Relying solely on the terrifying physical strength of a 9th-level Star King, strength akin to a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, Suwu gripped his white dragon battle blade. He sliced into the rock. The hard, dark red wall yielded like tofu, and soon, a hidden cave large enough for several people appeared. He dragged a giant boulder to block the entrance. Mental sense expanded, confirming that no one stirred within 100 miles. Only then did Suwu sit cross-legged. Inside the dim cave, he flicked his wrist. Light flashed as he retrieved the supreme treasure he had just intercepted from his space ring. The soul fruit. The fruit was the size of a fist. It appeared translucent and milky white. In the dim cave, it radiated a soft, glossy light, reminiscent of moonlight. The glow was not blinding, but it carried a strange, magical power capable of calming all restlessness. Truly a magnificent item. Suwu cradled the soul fruit, his eyes shining with admiration. He had not yet consumed it. Bringing the fruit close, he inhaled the unique fragrance drifting from its skin. An indescribable, extreme chill, like the first drop of melted snow from beneath a 10,000-year-old glacier, rushed through his nostrils. It surged straight into the depths of his mind, unobstructed. Suwu shivered. The mental fatigue from days of travel vanished instantly. Even his mental sense, which had remained trapped at a bottleneck, strengthened by a fraction, stimulated by that single breath of exotic fragrance. The scent alone possesses such miraculous efficacy. Imagine the result if I refine it completely. Heat flickered in Suwu's eyes. He hesitated no longer. He opened his mouth and placed the milky white soul fruit inside. A magical scene unfolded. The soul fruit, despite its solid appearance, dissolved the moment it touched his tongue. There was no sensation of chewing fruit flesh. With a hum, it melted instantly. It transformed into a gentle, peculiar liquid. The liquid did not enter his stomach. Instead, it became thousands of strands of invisible air currents, flowing slowly and directly toward the depths of his brain and his sea of consciousness. Boom! As the gentle liquid merged completely into his sea of consciousness, his mind filled with countless clear, cool springs. They flowed wildly, scouring his mental barriers. His consciousness was drawn into an incredibly wondrous state of introspection. In the deepest part of his brain, a boundless, grayish expanse slowly unfolded within his perception. This was the soul core of a martial artist. The soul sea. However, for Suwu, a Star King warrior, who had never specifically cultivated soul techniques, this sea remained a vast, dried-up desert. At this moment, the sea held no water. That dryness lasted only for an instant. With the full eruption of the soul fruit medicinal power, a powerful, ancient, and pure soul force, like an awakened prehistoric dragon, erupted from the depths of Suwu's soul. Roaring, this soul force, transformed by the fruit, became like a 9-day flood breaking through a dam. It carried an overwhelming, destructive momentum, sweeping madly toward the empty, parched soul sea. As the soul force poured in, visible, illusory ripples began to rise across the previously empty, gray soul sea. Then, a miracle occurred. Waves of clear, bottomless soul water, radiating a faint silver glow, began to gather and take shape in the desert. Small streams quickly converged into rivers. They rose at a terrifying speed, visible to the naked eye, across the boundless expanse, transforming into a true, vast ocean. As the soul water filled and expanded within the soul sea, Suwu, sitting cross-legged in the cave, began to emit ripples of silver mental energy from his body, wave after wave. He felt his soul power strengthening at a geometric, frantic speed. It felt like a giant, originally trapped in a tiny iron box, constantly expanding and struggling. It seemed ready to burst through the iron walls, breaking through innate dimensional shackles to step into a completely new realm. Break! Suwu kept his eyes closed and let out a silent roar. Finally, after a slight tremor originating from the depths of his soul, a sound occurred. Crack! A crisp noise, like glass shattering, which only Suwu could hear, exploded within his sea of consciousness. At this moment, Suwu's soul seemed to break free from invisible chains, completing an ultimate transformation, like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon. He felt his mental sense strength successfully cross the massive chasm, that natural moat between the Star King and the Star Emperor. He had formally entered the Star Emperor domain. A hum filled the air. The moment the transformation finished, so Wu found his mental sense becoming incredibly sharp and vast. He did not open his eyes, yet the entire world projected directly into his mind with unprecedented clarity. This perception transcended sight, hearing, and touch. It was a god-eye view, looking directly into the essence of matter. He saw the swaying trajectory of every blade of grass and every tree in the wind outside the cave. He saw the friction and collision of every strand of origin energy in the air. He even saw the extremely tiny molecular structures on the rock surface, vibrating in regular patterns. His mental sense continued to expand infinitely outward. 1 kilometer, 10 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers, 100,000 kilometers. He sensed the faint heartbeat and blood flow of a low-level beast lurking and hunting in the rolling mountain ranges hundreds of kilometers away. He detected the unique and heavy fluctuations emitted by a hidden rare mineral vein deep underground, thousands of meters beneath his feet. This feeling of absolute control over the surrounding environment, omnidirectional, blind spot-free, and omniscient, was a shocking realm he had never experienced before. Moreover, as his mental sense advanced to the Star Emperor level, so Wu's thinking and calculation abilities became unprecedentedly active. The three-fire lightning blade he had already cultivated to perfection, the tyrannical blood demon transformation, and the mysterious origin escape. The operating roots and force generation techniques for these martial arts and movement skills began to run and deduce in his mind at the speed of light. Obscure points in martial arts that he previously understood only on the surface suddenly became crystal clear. Furthermore, he gained a deeper, more rule-oriented understanding of water, fire, lightning, and spatial attributes. Chapter 89. A long time passed. So Wu opened his eyes slowly. A wonderful feeling. The soul fruit is a divine object capable of defying destiny. So Wu clenched his fists tightly. The surging ocean of soul power inside his sea of consciousness swelled. A confident smile tugged at his lips. He knew it with absolute certainty. Even without a shred of origin energy or physical strength, he could turn his Star Emperor level mental sense into a spiritual spike. He could shred the soul of any Star King warrior in an instant. Even a half-step Star Emperor would struggle against the impact of his mental sense. With all his trump cards out and firing on all cylinders, he truly stood on par with an early-stage Star Emperor. To stabilize his newly breakthrough Star Emperor level mental sense, so Wu stayed in the cave for more than one day. He did not rush out to explore the secret realm. He sat cross-legged, a stone statue, waiting for his soul power to settle completely. Once a mental sense reaches the Star Emperor level, a warrior unlocks a new ability, soul out of body. This meant he could submerge his consciousness completely at any time, entering his own soul sea in a true soul form. One day later, So Wu shifted his mind. Inside his soul sea, beneath the gray sky, lay an endless ocean radiating silver brilliance. So Wu descended. He took the form of a translucent, glowing soul. He was a curious child, just born into this world. He surveyed this vast territory that belonged entirely to him. Beneath his feet, the clear soul water rippled. A pleasant tidal sound echoed, as if it were telling its master the endless mysteries of life and soul. So Wu tried to control his soul form. Here, he was the absolute master. No movement techniques required. A single thought sent him shuttling and teleporting freely across the sky of the soul sea. Yet, as he roamed and patrolled his territory, So Wu's soul form halted abruptly in the center of the soul sea. An expression of shock washed over him. High above the depths of his soul sea, in the void, lay an extremely special place. The water remained still, absolute tranquility. And in the center of this tranquility, a mysterious stone tablet floated quietly. It looked ancient and weathered, radiating an aura that did not belong to him. So Wu was full of questions. He approached to get a closer look. Suddenly, a voice familiar to the bone, yet strange after 20 long years of silence. It resonated in his mind, tender and soft. Wu, when you hear these words, I am glad. You did not give up. You are still alive, and you have reached this place, the realm capable of opening it. Boom. The name, the voice from his dreams. So Wu's rock-solid soul form shook uncontrollably. As the tender words fell, the stone tablet floating above the soul sea emitted a soft golden light. The light gathered and intertwined. A beautiful figure emerged, dressed in a simple, elegant gown. She crystallized within So Wu's soul sea. Eyebrows like distant hills, eyes like stars. That face, beautiful enough to topple kingdoms, yet etched with sorrow. It was none other than his wife, Lin Wanner. So Wu's soul form rushed forward. He reached out to pull the figure he longed for into his arms. His hands passed right through her. No physical body. She looked at the empty void with loving and sorrowful eyes. It seemed she could not see So Wu at all. Her voice was soft, yet it trembled. Wu, do not be afraid. This figure is just a lingering shadow left by a unique innate divine ability of my clan. The divine gift. Back then, I secretly sealed it in the deepest part of your soul. This seal only triggers when your soul power breaks through to the Star Emperor realm. Lin Wanner's shadow lowered her head, as if recalling the desperate moment of their separation. Her tone was filled with deep longing and expectation. I left it behind, hoping we would have a chance to meet again one day. Hoping it could accompany you for a while in my place. But, her voice choked up. The high and mighty shadow of the divine race woman acted like a helpless wife. But, Wu, I am truly afraid. I fear that you will never be able to break this seal. I fear you will never have the chance to see this divine gift I left behind. I am even more afraid that under this cruel starry sky, we will never have the chance to truly meet again. As she spoke, 2 lines of crystal clear tears slid down the phantom figure. These tears were not water. They were the purest form of soul obsession. With the tears, Lin Wanna's divine gift shadow seemed to exhaust all its energy. Her body turned transparent. It dissipated from the feet up, turning into golden starlight dancing in the sky like fireflies. The golden specks seemed to have a consciousness of their own. They circled the soul sea once before flocking toward Sowu's soul form, like nestlings returning to the forest. Wanner. Sowu stood blankly on the water of the soul sea. He did not reach out to stop them. He let the golden specks, carrying his wife's warmth and concern, melt into his soul form bit by bit. 2 lines of hot tears slid from the corners of Sowu's closed eyes in reality. In his heart, toward the dissipating light specks, he made the heaviest vow in the universe. Wanner, do not be afraid. Rest assured. Wait for me. We will definitely meet again. As the golden specks filled the sky and merged completely into Sowu's soul form. Chapter 90. A low hum reverberated, an unprecedented power, carrying a supreme and judgmental weight that seemed capable of judging all living things, erupted within Sowu's soul sea. Before his soul form, golden light coalesced and compressed. It formed a golden character above the silver ocean, glowing with mysterious energy, written by the laws of the cosmos itself. It was the character for suppress. At that same moment, a massive stream of memory imprinted itself into the depths of Sowu's mind. It contained the secrets of the innate divine ability, the art of suppress. This was no ordinary martial technique. Only those of the core bloodline of the star god clan Lin family could strip away such a supreme art through a divine gift. The cost was immense. One could only bestow it once in a lifetime. Lin Wanner had kept nothing back when she left her core divine ability for him. The memory clearly marked the terrifying limit of this art. It possessed infinite power, a pure crushing of the rules of reality. With enough cultivation, one could even use it to shake the realm of domain lords from the stage of a star saint. Sowu only commanded star emperor level mental sense, yet he knew this character, for suppress was the most terrifying, irrational trump card in his possession. In reality, inside the hidden cave, Sowu sat cross-legged for one full day. He opened his eyes slowly. Within his deep black pupils, golden divine runes flickered. Let me see the power of the ability she left for me. He remained seated. He lifted his head with extreme calm, shifting his focus slightly. Golden power emerged from his mind and the center of his forehead. The light wove together in the air of the cave. In less than 1/10 of a second, the character for suppress solidified in the void with supreme majesty. The character manifested, and the law of heaven obeyed. There was no explosion of blood or violent origin energy, but the moment it took shape, a terrifying rule of pressure, beyond physical dimensions, erupted from the cave. It expanded like a ripple of light, sweeping across the Starfall secret realm in all directions. Everything in the world froze under this pressure. Outside the cave, swaying leaves locked in midair, droplets falling from the cliff hung suspended, refusing to descend. Even the flow of air across the vast mountain range solidified completely. This pressure radiated far beyond that point. Over 1,000 kilometers away, in a primeval forest, a peerless genius wearing silk robes with sword-like eyebrows held a golden blade radiating dazzling light. Cold-faced, he prepared to strike off the head of a mountain-sized, half-step star emperor beast he had already crippled. Just a microsecond before his sword descended, a formless pressure, representing the will of heaven and earth, crashed down without warning. What? The man with sword-like eyebrows watched his pupils contract. An irresistible rule of power engulfed him. The raging Star King energy within his body met its natural predator. It froze within his meridians. His movements stalled aggressively in midair. He could not even bend a finger. The fierce sword energy capable of splitting mountains dissipated into nothingness like residual snow under the midday sun. He held his stance, his eyes filled with terrified bewilderment. At the same time, in a deep rift valley several thousand kilometers away, a girl of stunning beauty and alluring figure engaged in fierce combat with a true earth rock bear of the early star emperor level. Her movements were agile and elegant. A long whip covered in barbs danced in the air like a snake, seeking flaws in the bear. Just as she leaped high to deliver a fatal blow, the mysterious golden pressure from thousands of kilometers away descended upon the rift valley. She felt the surrounding air grow heavy as lead. It felt as if 10,000 mountains pressed down on her shoulders. Her agile movement failed instantly. She fell from the air like an uncontrolled meteorite, slamming into the ground, unable to move. Ahead of her, the furious and arrogant early star Emperor Earth Rock Bear let out a whimper. The power forced it to its knees. Its massive body trembled in the dirt. Not only them, but in this instant, all beings within several thousand kilometers of the secret realm, whether fighting elites or hibernating ancient star emperor beasts, felt the irresistible mysterious pressure. Everyone received a forced pause. The fear of having their life controlled by absolute power sent a shudder through their souls. 5 seconds later, Sowu in the cave gasped for breath. He closed his eyes and retracted the golden character for suppress along with the ability back into the depths of his soul sea. As the ability vanished, the terrifying pressure covering thousands of kilometers dissipated like a receding tide. The wind moved once more. Leaves swayed again. The geniuses and beasts thousands of kilometers away gasped for air, drenched in cold sweat like drowning people surfacing for water. They looked around in terror. No one knew what had happened in those 5 short seconds. Chapter 91. Time flew by, and finally, this day arrived. The previously silent secret realm sky underwent a violent transformation. The purple canopy looked like a boiling lake, churning and twisting. At the center of the twisted spatial turbulence, the shadow of a massive palace, impossible to describe in words, slowly emerged from the void. It was enormous. The phantom palace stretched across the entire sky. It resembled a continent appearing from nothing, suspended above everyone. The architectural style was ancient and rough, lacking decorative carvings. Only mountain-sized pillars supported the heavens, and halls seemed carved from a single piece of star meteorite. Even as a vague phantom, the sense of suppression, as if it existed since the ancient era, made the countless Star King-level warriors in the realm struggle to breathe. Their internal star whirls stuttered. Outside the realm, on a black mountain peak reaching into the clouds, Suwu stood with hands behind his back. His deep eyes reflected the boundless palace shadow in the sky, and a fierce light flickered within them. This is the Starfall Palace. Using his terrifying mental sense, now stepped into the Star Emperor realm, Suwu realized the palace was no mirage. It arrived via a powerful cross-dimensional transfer, forcibly squeezing from a folded space into this realm. The shadow turned solid at a visible speed. The texture of the bricks, the marks on the giant pillars, all became clear. Before long, it would descend completely into this space. 2 hours later, the distortion in the sky reached a breaking point. A thunderous roar, defying all description, exploded in every corner of the realm, and within the minds of every living being. The massive Starfall Palace finally broke free from the void's restraint and descended completely into this space. As it arrived, the ground of the Starfall secret realm let out a sorrowful wail. Tens of thousands of mountain ranges collapsed, and deep canyons squeezed shut. The trembling earth triggered visible waves of soil, sweeping violently in all directions. A faint, dark gold, semi-transparent light radiated around the solidified palace. This light resembled a giant eggshell, wrapping the entire structure within. It is open. The Starfall Palace has opened. Charge. The fifth order ancient martial artifact is inside. After a brief moment of shock, the entire realm fell into complete madness. Thousands of colorful streaks of light rose from every direction, soaring like a meteor shower against the current, racing recklessly toward the dark gold light in the sky. The warriors in the lead faced no obstruction when they touched the dark gold light. The light rippled slightly, and those warriors vanished into the light screen, as if vanishing into a sea of mud, transmitted into the palace interior. Seeing this, Suwu hesitated no longer. The black mountain peak beneath his feet cracked into countless fissures under his terrifying explosive power. He became a bolt of lightning, crossed the distance of tens of thousands of meters in an instant, and collided with the dark gold light curtain. His body felt no discomfort upon touching the light. Instead, a gentle spatial force wrapped around him. His vision twisted and changed, and colorful lights flashed past. When the intense feeling of weightlessness vanished, Suwu stood on solid ground. Suwu scanned the surroundings. He stood inside a massive hall. The dome reached so high it remained invisible, hidden in deep darkness. Giant stone pillars, large enough for 100 people to encircle, lacked torches or technological lighting. Instead, they held countless natural gemstones, each the size of a human head, radiating a soft glow. The density of these gems created a light that interwove, illuminating the enclosed space as if it were daytime. The floor consisted of deep black jade, polished smooth like a mirror, reflecting the figures of the warriors above. Within the few seconds Suwu arrived, many other warriors appeared one after another. A rough glance suggested at least 10,000 people gathered in the hall. The number grew frantically as more warriors poured in from the outside. No weaklings remained, as they had survived the brutal elimination of the first 3 days. The weakest among them were experts of the mid-Star King realm. Many Star King 9-level experts, and even half-step Star Emperor geniuses suppressing their aura, stood among them. Some stood guard in corners, weapons in hand. Others formed small alliances, whispering and speaking quickly. Suwu dispersed his Star Emperor mental sense discreetly to capture their conversations. His expression turned strange. The topic remained consistent. Everyone spoke of the terrifying pressure that had covered half the realm. Did you feel it 2 days ago? That golden pressure that felt like it would freeze the laws of heaven and earth. A warrior with a long scar on his face lowered his voice, his eyes filled with lingering fear. Of course I felt it. I was fighting a half-step Star Emperor giant python. It was about to swallow me. When that pressure descended, it pinned the python to the ground, foaming at the mouth. It saved my life. It was too terrifying. That absolute suppression of rules is beyond the capability of the Star Emperor realm. I suspect a Star Saint level beast appeared. I guess it was a natural phenomenon caused by an ancient treasure, higher than the Fifth Order, appearing in the depths of the Starfall secret realm. Bizarre guesses and fearful discussions filled the air. That 5-second pressure remained an indelible psychological shadow for these top experts. As the absolute perpetrator of this miracle, Suwu kept his hands in his trench coat pockets. He listened to the rumors painting him as a legendary figure. His expression remained unchanged. No pride, no response. The number of people in the hall stopped growing. Hum. The void at the front of the hall trembled violently. The noise stopped instantly. 10,000 pairs of eyes turned toward the source of the sound. In the vast air in front of the crowd, the light from the gems on the walls converged due to an invisible force. Countless brilliant starlight beams intertwined in the air. Seconds later, huge, ancient characters condensed from pure star power floated slowly above everyone's heads. Those who enter the Starfall Palace are qualified to accept the trial. Finally, the one who completes the trial I have left behind shall become my successor. Chapter 92. These few dozen words felt like a nuclear bomb dropping into a calm deep sea. The atmosphere within the black jade hall ignited to its maddest point. Suwu narrowed his eyes. A flash of understanding crossed his gaze. He pondered in his heart. The intel he gathered in the Starry City black market only mentioned a fifth-order ancient martial artifact. But a tiny number of extremely secret, ancient scrolls speculated that this Starfall secret realm might be the death place of a domain lord, an ancient powerhouse who had transcended the Star Saints stage. A domain lord. Such a mythical existence governed a vast star sector, and ranked high even within the entire galaxy. The floating text confirmed that speculation. This truly was a selection process for a domain lord's inheritance. As Suwu mused, the massive starlight text above shifted. It collapsed, transforming into thousands of tiny guiding lines of starlight. They flew toward a massive arched passage at the front of the hall, and paved a shimmering road at the entrance. The passage is open. Charge. The inheritance is mine. 10,000 warriors could no longer contain their feverish excitement. They scrambled, rushing toward the wide entrance following the starlight guide. Suwu did not rush to join the crush. He stood in place, waiting for the peak of the crowd to pass. Suwu's acute mental sense caught a gaze filled with hostility and grinding hatred, locked onto him from the right. He turned his head and peered into the crowd, hundreds of meters away. A pale man glared at him with resentment. The man's facial muscles twitched in anger. His hands balled into tight fists, ready to pounce and rip Suwu to shreds. Suwu recognized the face and his lips twitched. It was the same unlucky soul from the clearing 2 days prior, the one who used a formation disc illusion and his own life as bait to lure the 2 half-step star emperor beasts away, only for Suwu to snatch the prize. The man shivered under Suwu's gaze. He bit his teeth, looked away, and hid his face as he shuffled into the crowd toward the passage. Trying to fight an unfathomable enemy in this dangerous Starfall palace would be foolish. Suwu smiled at the man's suppressed, helpless back. He remained unbothered. He stepped forward with a steady pace and fell in at the tail of the crowd. Following the starlight, Suwu stepped through the giant archway. A giant channel, wide as an underground plaza, revealed itself. The scene inside caused every warrior who rushed in to gasp. The first half of the channel lacked a floor. It was a sea of flames. The roaring fire burned a strange dark orange. Flames leaped tens of meters high, releasing a terrifying heat that twisted the space. At the far end of the fire sea, at the edge of vision, an ice field exuded a deathly silence of absolute zero. What kind of hellish place is this? As the crowd stood in confusion, Suwu frowned. The moment his feet crossed the threshold of the archway, a peculiar law rushed into his body from all directions. This power lacked lethality, but it acted like an invisible superlock, clamping precisely onto the star whirl in his dantian. The star whirls and the vast ocean of origin energy within Suwu's body froze. Even his perception and ability to mobilize external fire and water attributes suffered a complete cutoff. He could not use origin energy here. My star whirl stopped turning. Me too. I cannot mobilize even a shred of natural origin energy. Suwu watched the rolling sea of fire ahead and felt the locked star whirl within. His deep eyes held no panic. Instead, they flashed with understanding. So, a physical trial. Without origin energy for protection, the only reliance for passing this terrifying ice and fire channel remained the martial artist's physical strength and blood energy foundation. Warriors who trusted their physical toughness gritted their teeth and charged straight into the raging dark orange flames. The cruelty of reality far exceeded their expectations. Screams tore through the air. The seemingly ordinary dark orange flames were not earthly fire, but fire containing ancient divine charm. Even Star King realm experts, who tempered their bodies for years, found their skin and flesh acting like paper soaked in gasoline once their origin energy protection vanished. Help! Some warriors shrieked in agony. Their hair turned to ash instantly, and their skin charred and cracked at a visible rate. They struggled and rolled in the terrifying fire channel, trying to extinguish the flames, but the fire clung to them like bone-eating maggots, burning their very blood and energy. In less than a few seconds, several Star Kings with weaker bodies burned into charcoal and fell into the sea of fire, turning to ashes. Body-cultivating warriors fared slightly better, though they appeared wretched. Their veins bulged, and they relied on their powerful blood energy foundation and hard bones to resist the assault of the flames. Clearly, this fire terror would not allow the physical bodies of ordinary Star Kings to resist easily. This stage existed to eliminate every challenger with a weak physical body. Chapter 93. Suwu looked at the hellish scene ahead. His expression remained calm. He did not hesitate. With a stride, he charged into the dark orange sea of fire that could melt metal and char bone. A boom echoed. As Suwu stepped into the passage, the violent flames swept in from all directions. They swallowed his slender figure. Some warriors waiting behind the entrance shook their heads. They sneered at the sight. Charging in without any defense would lead to his death. They expected him to burn to ash in less than half a second. The next second, shock gripped everyone. The dark orange flames, which seemed capable of incinerating anything, even the tough flesh of a Star King, met their match. They touched Suwu's body. They reached his gray trench coat. They faltered. A humming vibration filled the air. Suwu's star whirls were sealed, but the supreme chaos body rendered that restriction meaningless. A faint, deep purple golden glow emanated from the pores of his skin. It clung tightly to his body. The violent dark orange flames hissed upon contact with the purple golden light. They acted like hot iron meeting ancient glacial ice. The extreme heat and destructive power within the flames weakened against this defense. So Wu walked through this purgatory of fire. He only felt a faint, scorching power circulating across his skin. This was the terror of the supreme chaos body. Pure physical strength might not match a true Star Emperor, but the foundation and resistance were unmatched. His physical condition far exceeded the thousands of Star King realm warriors present. So Wu glanced at the warriors struggling in the flames. He shook his head. His leg muscles tightened. They exploded. No origin energy supported him. Pure physical strength created a deafening sonic boom within the sea of fire. So Wu transformed into a purple-golden bolt of lightning riding the waves of flame. He ignored the lethal temperature. He ran through the passage as if walking on flat ground. What the hell is that? He is running in the origin fire channel. That will increase the damage taken. Is he a monster? The warriors burning to a crisp felt a gale rush past them. Disbelief painted their faces. Some people were truly maddening. In the middle of the fire sea, the man who lost his soul fruit to Suwu struggled forward. He relied on a defensive inner vest. Sweat dripped down his face as he ground his teeth. Suddenly, a familiar figure swept past him like the wind. The man froze. Recognition dawned on him. His eyes widened. It is him. The bastard who stole my soul fruit. He growled. What kind of freak is this? He has such monstrous strength, so he could have just snatched the fruit directly. Why hide behind like a vulture? Have you no shame? You beast. So Wu ignored the shocked gazes behind him. He maintained his terrifying speed. As he went deeper, the scene changed. The temperature rose. The dark orange faded, shifting into a deep, eerie shade of blue. This color signaled a qualitative change in the fire laws after reaching a terrifying critical point. The warriors who relied on body cultivation foundations screamed as they entered this blue fire zone. Skin charred over large areas. Bones groaned under the stress. But for So Wu, draped in purple golden light, it was nothing. He sped up. He pierced through the entire fire channel. He stepped out of the blue sea of fire. The scene changed instantly. Extreme heat vanished in 0.01 seconds. Absolute, bone-chilling cold replaced it. This was the Iceland. Giant icicles hung everywhere. The ground was covered in a layer of 10,000-year mysterious ice that exuded white frost. The air temperature dropped to a miserable level. Every breath a warrior took turned into ice shards that clattered to the ground. So Wu stepped into this area. Frost flooded the air. In less than 1 second, thick, high-density frost coated So Wu's gray trench coat, his hair, and even his eyebrows. He resembled a human ice sculpture. Overbearing. This domain lord has a sense of humor. Ice and fire in one go. So Wu raised an eyebrow at the biting cold on his skin. He stomped his feet. 2 deep footprints appeared on the hard, mysterious ice floor. A dozen figures moved ahead in the passage. These were top geniuses from various factions. They relied on powerful physical foundations to lead the pack. They trudged forward against the wind and snow. A sound like a polar storm approached from behind. Before the top geniuses could react, a gray afterimage flashed past them like a ghost. The gale accompanying it caused them to stumble. Who was that? The lead figure was a bronze-skinned, tower-like man. He gasped for air, forcing himself to take another step. He was a top-body cultivator raised by a hidden family. He possessed absolute confidence in his body, which rivaled Star Meteor alloy. He believed himself the undisputed leader of this first stage. But as he gritted his teeth to sprint the final distance, So Wu passed him with ease. So Wu glanced at him casually as he overtook him. So Wu left behind a figure that grew smaller in the distance. The tower-like man froze in place. He watched as So Wu vanished at the end of the passage with an unreasonable speed. This is impossible. The man's lips trembled, eyes filled with incomprehensible horror. Who is this person? Why is there no information about him on the core list of strong individuals given by my family? The Iceland, cleared. The gravity abyss, cleared. The gale corridor, cleared. For the next half hour, the various strict and twisted physical trials of the Starfall Palace that would drive countless Star King geniuses to despair acted like a playground game for So Wu. No obstacles. No pauses. With his unrivaled body, he charged forward. He pushed through the entire path of trials with irresistible force. Chapter 94. So Wu cleared the physical trial and stepped into a vast, ancient hall. The architecture diverged from the black jade hall he had just left. The walls were not composed of rough boulders, but rather, they were built from translucent, glazed jade. The dome lacked any embedded gemstones, yet it naturally radiated a soft, tranquil glow. The tyrannical law that stripped away his origin energy vanished. The star whirl within So Wu restored its rotation. Before So Wu could examine the details of this hall, a low hum echoed through the space. A sound, ancient and distant, as if crossing the endless river of time, rang out without warning. It carried no emotion, cold and mechanical, yet it held the weight of absolute divinity. Trial taker, you have shattered the speed record for the first physical trial since the founding of the Starfall Palace. You have triggered a hidden mechanism. You have received a special class reward. The grand announcement sounded beside So Wu, causing his stride to falter for a moment. Surprise flashed in his eyes. He had shattered the speed record and received a special reward. It appeared the tests of the Starfall Palace possessed more than just cold elimination. A reward mechanism lay hidden behind the challenges. While So Wu pondered, the peaceful glazed walls around the hall underwent a sudden transformation. Countless ancient golden runes, too small to be captured by the naked eye, emerged from the depths of the walls like awakened fireflies. They radiated a dazzling light as they gathered, intertwined, and arranged themselves in midair. The origin energy within the hall flowed toward the center of these runes. Within 3 breaths, the light gathered and faded in the air directly in front of Sowu. A strange short blade, roughly 7 inches long, hovered there. It possessed a translucent, deep blue texture and a shape like a crescent moon. The blade lacked the weight of physical metal. It seemed woven from pure water, or shadow. No sharpness leaked from the edge in a physical sense, but a second of focus triggered a stinging pain, and trembling from the depths of the soul. Sowu stared with burning eyes. He did not hesitate, but decisively raised his right hand and beckoned toward the blue short blade in the air. The blade seemed to possess its own consciousness. It let out a faint vibration, transformed into a stream of deep blue light, and flew straight into Sowu's palm. He caught the translucent short blade. He drew a sharp breath. The moment he held it, he felt neither the coldness of metal nor any weight. The touch was strange. It felt as if he did not hold a blade at all. A biting, icy, peculiar wave surged into his meridians, flowing against the current until it breached his physical body and plunged into his mind, reaching the newly transformed Star Emperor level Soul Sea. The influx of peculiar energy allowed Sowu to read the core information belonging to this ancient martial art. The weapon name was Soul Sea Flying Dagger. The tier was 4th tier special ancient martial art, Soul type. The analysis of its properties revealed this blade was not cast from iron. It was forged from soul-fixing divine jade from the ancient Star Sea, supplemented by high-level soul laws. The core power was haunting and instant kill. This ancient martial art could be stored directly within the Soul Sea of the martial artist, nourished and refined by the user's mental sense. When engaging an enemy, it ignored distance and spatial obstacles. A single thought triggered an instant strike. The killing mechanism was pure soul-based combat. During an attack, it released a powerful soul shockwave that surpassed the mental sense of the user. It ignored all origin energy shields and physical defenses, piercing directly through the enemy's forehead to strike the weakest soul source. The effect was devastating. Once it struck, the target would suffer soul tremors, pausing and becoming dizzy. A heavy strike would tear apart the Soul Sea, turning the opponent into a vegetable without consciousness. Even a high-level expert 1 or 2 tiers above the user would suffer an irreparable loss if caught unprepared by this sudden soul assassination. Sowu read the tyrannical introduction to the weapon within his mind. His deep eyes flashed with undisguised and immense surprise. A 4th tier special soul-type ancient martial art. It was a rare, lethal weapon. His hand gripping the short blade trembled slightly from excitement. He understood the value of this reward perfectly. In the vast universe, physical ancient martial arts were precious, but with sufficient resources, they could be acquired. For example, he possessed the 4th tier supreme white dragon blade given by the woman in purple. However, soul-type ancient martial arts remained truly unattainable. The soul represented the core of all living beings, yet it remained the most fragile. The vast majority of martial artists, even those who cultivated to the Star King realm, focused their defenses on the body and origin energy. Their defense against the soul often remained pitifully weak. The terror of the Soul Sea Flying Dagger lay not in its 4th tier classification, but in its ability to ignore physical defense and strike instantly. Imagine a fierce, close-quarters struggle against a strong enemy. At the most heated and intense moment, Sowu triggered a thought. A flying dagger, one that even origin energy shields could not block, pierced the opponent's mind. Even a 0.1 second soul tremor provided enough time for Sowu to sever the opponent's head 10 times over. This served as a trump card to ambush enemies at a critical moment. Furthermore, Sowu had just consumed the soul fruit, and his mental sense had officially entered the Star Emperor realm. Nourishing and driving this 4th tier soul flying dagger, with his sea-like mental sense, would unleash power that would make any Star Emperor expert shudder. Sowu effectively possessed the strength to kill a peak Star Emperor now. A fine treasure. This trip to the Starfall secret realm already proved its worth with this flying dagger alone, even if I gain nothing else. Sowu hooked his lips into a satisfied smile. He did not hesitate, and following the method of ownership obtained in his mind, he shifted his focus. Retract. The translucent, deep blue short blade in Sowu's palm transformed into a beam of pure soul light. The beam pierced through Sowu's palm, traced his arm, and entered his forehead. Sowu switched his perspective to the Soul Sea. Above the vast, silver, shimmering Soul Sea, a deep blue stream of light broke through the void. After the light dissipated, the crescent moon-shaped Soul Sea flying dagger floated quietly in the center of the Soul Sea, radiating cold and lethal soul fluctuations, like a blue moon upon the spiritual ocean. It began to draw from Sowu's pure soul water for nourishment, establishing a connection with his soul origin. It obeyed his commands like a part of his own body, connected by blood. Sowu let out a long breath after completing the process. He turned around, his deep gaze piercing through the hall toward the passage he had come from. The exit of the passage stood empty, silent and still. Those geniuses struggling in the origin fire and extreme cold remained mired in the first trial. Not a single figure could match his terrifying speed. It is lonely at the top. Are they that slow? Sowu shook his head with some helplessness. Since they were still crawling behind at a slow pace, he would not wait. He would move forward first to see what other good things the domain lord had left behind. Sowu retracted his gaze, left behind all hesitation, and walked alone toward the deepest part of the hall. Chapter 95. The end of the hall held a massive archway. It reached over 100 feet in height and emitted a soft, holy white light. The material of the gate remained a mystery, though countless strange patterns covered its surface. These patterns shifted and intertwined, pulsing with a life of their own, creating a barrier that defied all attempts at prying eyes. So Wu approached the gate. He felt no killing intent. He pressed both hands against the surface and exerted a gentle force. The door creaked, emitting a heavy, dull sound. It groaned as So Wu pushed it slowly. A beam of blinding, almost piercing golden light spilled through the gap and flooded his vision. So Wu squinted and stepped through the threshold. The chamber beyond opened into a vast space. No dome, no surrounding walls existed here. Only a boundless, chaotic void stretched out, reminiscent of the starry cosmos. Suspended in the center of this nothingness sat a small platform, no more than 10 feet across. The material resembled ancient bronze. In the center of that platform, a delicate white jade table held an object. No box covered it. It simply sat there, a single bead, no larger than an infant's fist. The bead radiated a brilliant, blinding golden light. Countless translucent chains seemed to coil within that radiance, emanating a holy aura that made the soul tremble. Even from a distance, So Wu's Star Emperor-level mental sense issued a frantic warning. His intuition confirmed a singular truth. That golden bead contained terrifying laws. It was the fifth-order ancient martial art he sought, the object driving countless Star Emperor powerhouses in the 35th sector to madness. The fifth-order artifact sat there, exposed and unguarded, at the end of the second trial. The inheritance of a domain lord possessed a directness that So Wu appreciated. He locked his gaze onto the golden bead. His breath hitched. The distance spanned less than 100 meters. In any other situation, his speed as a 9th-level Star King would have allowed him to blink across the space in less than 1,000th of a second to claim the treasure. He held his position. Caution dictated his actions. He shifted his eyes from the bead to the path ahead. Between the void and the platform, no bridge existed. No points for flight offered support. Only 3 massive steps hovered in the empty space. Each step spanned 10 feet wide, with drops of dozens of meters between them. They formed a lonely ladder to the throne, stretching between So Wu and the platform. A restrictive law against flight permeated this space. He could not fly. The only way to obtain the bead was to walk across those 3 massive steps, one by one. So Wu took a deep breath. He prepared his mind and body for the challenge. Retrogression was not an option. He walked to the edge of the void. He lifted his right foot and stepped onto the first gray, floating stair. The moment his foot landed and his weight shifted, the situation changed. No physical attack followed. Instead, a terrifying, immeasurable weight, as if a mountain of billions of tons of star, or had materialized from the void, crushed down upon him without warning. Even So Wu, with his supreme chaos body, and flesh capable of resisting meteorites, groaned under the sudden pressure. His spine bent slightly. His knees emitted a grinding sound of friction. His calves trembled. The gray step beneath his feet spiderwebbed with cracks under the force. So Wu clenched his teeth. He tightened his muscles and fought the power threatening to crush him into pulp. Just then, starlight coalesced before him, forming 4 characters. Elemental insight. He understood the nature of the trial instantly. He triggered his fire element. His pupils ignited into twin flames of heat. A pure 3rd-tier fire elemental force erupted from within. The law of fire did not manifest as physical flames. Instead, it formed an invisible field of intense heat, wrapping around him. A miracle occurred. As he activated the fire element, the weight that had felt like 10,000 mountains crushing him vanished in half a second. Furthermore, the gray step beneath him resonated with a friendly vibration under the nourishment of the fire law, as if acknowledging his qualification to stand there. So that was it. But So Wu felt a flicker of confusion. Why did the first trial provide no prompt, while this one did? He set the question aside. He looked up at the remaining 2 steps. Understanding dawned on him. The 3 massive steps represented the second threshold set by this ancient domain lord. Only geniuses who possessed not only invincible physical bodies, but also insight into 3 or more elemental sources could cross the steps and ascend the platform to claim the 5th-order ancient martial art. One had to be a genius who mastered 3 elements. Such a requirement seemed impossible in the remote 35th sector. Even in the Holy Spirit Star domain, masters of 3 elements at the Star King realm remained rare. But for So Wu, was this a challenge? 3 elements? Senior Domain Lord, is your requirement not a bit low? He muttered the thought internally. He controlled fire, water, lightning, and even the most obscure space element at the 3rd tier. 4 elements at his disposal. This trial was like a university professor solving a simple algebraic equation. Time to proceed. He maintained a calm expression. He lifted his leg and spanned the dozens of meters in one stride, landing on the second massive step. A wave of strange pressure, twice as terrifying as the first step, surged toward him like a tsunami. So Wu stood on the second step and felt the weight. He tried to activate the fire element again. The moment the fire field expanded, the pressure crushed it instantly. Fire would not work here. He remained calm. He severed the output of the fire element. The water element within him erupted in a brilliant, deep blue light. A 3rd-tier water elemental force flowed out and transformed into a halo of blue. The miracle repeated. The moment the water element unfolded, the terrifying weight vanished once again. Indeed, this trial required mastery of multiple elements. Chapter 96. Too simple. So Wu lifted the corners of his mouth. A confident smile took shape. He did not pause. He stepped forward. He did not bother with a defensive stance. He placed one foot on the 3rd and highest step. A massive roar filled the air. As his feet touched the 3rd step, the chaotic, empty space trembled. A pressure 10 times greater than the previous two combined crushed down on his head. It carried the destructive weight of a divine punishment from the heavens. So Wu did not blink. He drew upon the most tyrannical power within his body, the thunder element. Crackle. Violent purple and black arcs of electricity exploded across his skin. The pressure vanished into the electric storm. So Wu climbed onto the bronze platform. He stood before the white jade table. The golden bead sat within arm's reach. Up close, the object appeared mysterious and alluring. It possessed no solid form of jade or metal. Its outer shell consisted of a condensed, translucent golden barrier. Inside, a viscous, liquid gold substance swirled along a mysterious path. Every revolution released a terrifying energy that made even a Star Emperor's mental sense sting. Is this the 5th order ancient martial art? So Wu possessed vast knowledge. He had seen a 6th order ancient martial art in his ancestral home 20 years ago, but he had never laid eyes on a 5th order, or even a 3rd order one before this moment. He did not understand the bead's function. Was it defensive, offensive, or perhaps a piece of auxiliary equipment? His Star Emperor level mental sense provided a 100% certainty. This bead was the special 5th order ancient martial art. So Wu reached out his right hand. He grasped the golden bead. The moment he touched the object, a vast, ancient, yet surprisingly warm power poured from within. It rushed through the pores of his palm and flooded his body. The pure energy flowed along his meridians. So Wu gasped. This power nourished his physical body. It acted like a high-grade star life nutrient solution. His already potent cells devoured the energy like parched earth drinking rain. His bones became denser. His muscle fibers grew tougher. The barrier to his 9th level Star King cultivation showed signs of loosening. What kind of treasure is this? Simply holding it allows for passive physical tempering and cultivation improvement. So Wu felt a storm of shock in his heart. A weapon with such heaven-defying auxiliary effects. If one completely refined it, or activated its true attack form, the power would be unimaginable. He had no time to study it here. He flipped his wrist. He tossed the hot potato into his space ring. He had the item. The mission was complete. So Wu looked past the white jade table. He gazed toward the front of the platform. At the end of the chaotic void, a narrow path paved with starlight extended slowly into the darkness, responding to his removal of the bead. The path led into the unknown. There is still a path ahead. So Wu furrowed his brow. He felt a moment of hesitation. The first trial tested the body, and rewarded him with a 4th order soul-flying dagger. The second trial tested elements, and placed a 5th order ancient martial art here. The third trial beyond this starlight path, what would it hold? What other shocking legacy of the domain lord remained hidden? So Wu touched the space ring on his finger. Fortune favors the bold. He did not hesitate again. He took a long stride. He followed the starlight path and marched forward. His figure faded into the deep abyss ahead. At the same moment So Wu stepped onto the starlight path, deep within the Starfall Palace. In a hidden dimension inaccessible even to a Star Emperor's mental sense, absolute darkness reigned. In the center of this darkness, a twisted, dark red remnant soul, resembling a lump of rotting flesh, writhed and pulsed. A clear projection hovered in the void before the soul. The image displayed So Wu standing on the bronze platform. He had easily crushed the pressure using his fire, water, and thunder elements, and claimed the gold bead. When So Wu vanished into the starlight path, the dark red remnant soul boiled violently. A raspy voice echoed through the darkness. Good, good, very good. I have waited in this godforsaken place for 30 million years. I set these cursed trials. I opened this secret realm more than 10 times. Everyone who arrived consisted of trash with weak bodies and single attributes. I did not waste my time waiting. Finally, I have found the perfect prey. Such a monstrously strong body. He must possess a special constitution. Even more incredible, a mere ant at the Star King realm has mastered fire, water, and thunder 3rd-tier elemental sources. A perfect physical shell. An excellent vessel. This is a tailor-made container for my rebirth. A chilling, raspy cackle erupted from the darkness. Continue forward, my lovely, foolish challenger. Bring your perfect body, full of life, into the deepest part of this temple. I finally have a chance to break free from this cursed cage. Not only will I see the light of day again, but I might even reach the Domain Lord realm once more. Chapter 97. The long, narrow passage paved with starlight was chillingly silent. Only the faint starlight extending beneath his feet, and the endless, bottomless dark surrounding him, met his gaze. So Wu paced along the starlight path with a steady gait. Slowly, his brow furrowed. Something was wrong. Deeply wrong. From the moment he stepped onto this path, a subtle sensation crawled into his heart, like eyes watching from behind. Why does it feel like something is watching me from the shadows? So Wu kept his pace even as he calculated. The sensation felt like hidden eyes locked onto his back. A hum resonated. Without hesitation, So Wu narrowed his eyes. His recently transformed Star Emperor-level mental sense surged out like an invisible net, sweeping across the chaotic void. 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles. His massive mental reach acted as a radar, conducting a carpet search. He ignored no energy fluctuations or anomalies. The result was total silence. Beyond the path, the surrounding void held nothing. No trace of formations, no sign of life, and certainly no watcher. Have I been pushing too hard? Is my mind playing tricks on me? So Wu shook his head and forced the unease down. If his mental sense failed, it was either an illusion, or the watcher possessed skills, or strength far beyond his current limits. Deep within this realm left by a suspected ancient domain lord, anything was possible. Yet, his vigilance did not waver. On the contrary, Suwu circulated his origin energy to its limit. His 4th-tier supreme white dragon saber hung ready, poised for a lightning draw. He marched forward into the path, the sensation of being watched clinging to him. Half an hour passed. The endless darkness finally shattered. At the end of the path, a massive sphere of white light appeared. The light hovered at the break in the path, like a miniature white sun emitting a gentle, mysterious glow. The path ended here. No other route existed. This was the only way forward. Suwu slowed his steps and approached the glow. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. The closer he came, the heavier his expression became. As the distance closed, Suwu's soul sea turned out of control. His soul sea erupted. An indescribable throb pulsed from within. The light seemed to hide a mysterious power capable of resonating with his soul, or acting directly upon it. The power pulled at him, beckoning him inside. A trial targeting the soul? Suwu stopped one step from the light, his gaze cold. The first trial tested the body. The second tested elemental laws. A third trial focused on soul, and will made perfect logical sense. Still, the instinctive unease grew stronger. Suwu inhaled a deep breath of freezing air. A flash of resolute cruelty crossed his eyes. Fortune favors the bold. I have made it this far, even claiming a 5th-tier ancient martial art. There is no turning back now. I will see what tricks you left behind, you ancient powerhouse. Suwu steeled his heart. Without another hesitation, he lifted his right foot and stepped into the massive white sphere. The moment he entered, light exploded before him. The glare blinded him. He instinctually closed his eyes. Simultaneously, a violent sensation of spatial weightlessness and soul separation struck him. Time seemed to stall. The glare faded. The weightlessness receded. Suwu opened his eyes. He was no longer on the narrow starlight path. He stood in a bizarre, vast space. Deep, bottomless cosmic void surrounded him. Yet, in this silent expanse, countless brilliant stars hovered. Red, blue, purple, each star radiated its own unique light. They intertwined, creating a grand, dreamlike portrait of the universe. Lowly native, how dare you defile the noble bloodline of my god clan? You and your bastard son deserve to be ground into dust. A roar, filled with supreme arrogance and thunderous fury, exploded without warning beside Suwu's ear, deep within his very soul. The voice was too familiar, so familiar that the moment it hit him, his blood seemed to flow backward, and his heart spasmed. Suwu looked up abruptly. The starry scene before him twisted and shifted violently. The bright stars vanished. The endless void retreated. In their place, dark clouds filled the sky. Cold rain poured down. Lightning and thunder cracked across the day. Mud covered the ground beneath his feet. Ahead, an enormous interstellar battleship hung in the air, blotting out the sky and radiating despair. Standing directly in front of Suwu, looking down at him with the gaze of a man viewing a corpse, was a man in gorgeous god clan robes. He was the culprit from 20 years ago. The man who tore apart his happy family, forcibly took Lin Wanner's hand, and crippled his cultivation. Lin Wanner's good big brother, an illusion. After the initial shock, Suwu frowned. He did not lose his reason. His mental sense, already in the Star Emperor realm, pierced the nature of the scene in a heartbeat. The third trial of the Starfall Palace extracted the user's deepest obsessions and materialized them, forming this incredibly realistic soul illusion. The pouring rain, the mud, even the authentic, terrifying Star Emperor level pressure radiating from the big brother, felt indistinguishable from reality. If the challenger failed to see through the falsehood or collapsed before their greatest fear, their soul would remain trapped forever, reduced to a walking corpse. Suwu looked at the arrogant big brother. Fear did not touch him. Instead, a cold, violent smirk curled his lips. He knew this was an illusion. He knew this construct possessed the same Star Emperor level combat power as the original. But so what? 20 years ago, Suwu was a Grandmaster level ant. Before this Star Emperor, he lacked even the qualification to stand. But times have changed. Suwu's cultivation level stood at the 9th level of the Star King realm. But he possessed the supreme chaos body, the 4 elemental sources, and Star Emperor level mental sense. His actual combat power gave him the absolute confidence to cut down a real Star Emperor. Chapter 98. I do not care if you are an illusion, or the real thing. You walked all over me back then. Today, I am taking interest from your shadow. Fierce light flared in Suwu's eyes. He wasted no words. He wasted no time. Boom. The mud and water beneath his feet exploded into a vacuum. Suwu became a purple-gold lightning bolt tearing through the rain. With a clean, decisive dodge, he ignored the limits of space. In a heartbeat, he crowded the space before the man he called Big Brother. Chiang. A dragon's roar pierced the sky. Suwu drew his 4th-tier supreme white dragon saber. The ice-cold weapon left its sheath. No flashy moves. Only ultimate speed and pure killing intent. A snowy blade traced a miserable arc of death through the void. It slashed directly toward the arrogant neck of his target. The man clearly did not expect this pathetic, native ant, who once begged for mercy on his knees, to attack a Star Emperor. Deep in his eyes, confusion and panic flickered. Yet, his combat instincts remained sharp. Humph. You overestimate yourself, ant. The man scoffed. His face instantly resumed that arrogant expression of superiority. He did not take the blow. As a 5th-tier Star Emperor, his understanding of space laws reached the 4th tier. Before the white dragon saber could cut his throat, his figure distorted. He became translucent and ghostly. The blade slashed through empty air. The violent sword she cleaved a terrifying chasm into the mud below. Space jump. Suwu missed his mark, but his gaze remained steady. He expected this. The man appeared 50 meters in the air, to Sewu's front left. He raised his hand, ready to crush Sewu into dust with a divine technique. Sewu was faster. His prediction was more accurate. I knew you would hide there. Die. Sewu did not look back. His left hand pinched into a strange blade seal. The fire origin and the lightning origin rampaged. Triple fire thunder blade. In an instant, dozens of sword chi arcs, each 100 yards long, and wrapped in burning fire, and destructive purple lightning, appeared out of thin air around the man. They formed a cage of thunder and fire, weaving into a net that blocked every path of retreat. Rumble. Violent thunder and fire energy erupted. The void twisted from the collision of dozens of sword strikes. The man in the center of the explosion did not change his expression. He stood in the storm, a layer of golden star emperor armor floating around him. Those sword strikes, strong enough to kill a 9th-tier star king instantly, pounded against his defense. The energy shook, but it did not break. You reached the Star King realm. That is surprising. But so what? The man bathed in fire and thunder. His eyes turned cold, as if he watched a clown struggle to survive. A Star King is just a Star King. In front of a real Star Emperor, your attacks cannot even break my defense. Despair, Ant. He raised his right hand. A ball of light, strong enough to destroy the planet, coalesced in his palm. He prepared to ignore the sword strikes and kill Sewu with one blow. Cannot break your defense? Sewu looked at that invincible shield from 50 meters away. The mockery on his lips deepened. Today, I will show you what a real dimensional strike looks like. His eyes turned ice cold. He stopped swinging his saber. His mind shifted. He triggered the ultimate weapon deep within his Soul Sea. Soul Sea flying dagger, emerge. While the man prepared his destructive attack, his entire focus poured into resisting the sword strikes and channeling energy. No origin energy ripple accompanied the move. Time seemed to skip a beat. A small, translucent dagger appeared suddenly. It ignored the indestructible golden star emperor armor. It appeared 3 inches from the man's brow. 4th-tier special ancient martial art. Soul Sea flying dagger. Instant arrival. Ignore physical defense. The arrogance on the man's face froze the moment the dark blue dagger appeared. An unprecedented, soul-deep fear replaced it. His pupils shrank to the size of needles. As a star emperor, his senses were sharp. He never imagined this native, a mere star king, possessed such an unblockable, high-level soul attack. The aura radiating from that blade made his soul tremble and wail. No. The man screamed in terror. He tried to mobilize his soul power to defend. Too late. The speed of the Soul Sea flying dagger gave him no time to react. Pichi. A soft, chilling thud echoed. The dark blue dagger cut through the armor like thin paper. It searched into his brow and became a soul storm. It crashed into his consciousness, striking his soul source directly. Ah! The man let out a shrill, ghost-like shriek as his soul tore apart. His eyes rolled back. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices. The destructive light ball in his palm dissipated instantly. His soul suffered heavy damage from the 4th-tier artifact. Even as a Star Emperor, his brain entered a state of total shutdown. Most deadly of all, the Golden Star Emperor armor dissolved like foam the moment his mental sense lost control. Armor, gone. Strike while he is down. Cold light shot from Sewu's eyes. In that fatal second, with the armor shattered, and the man reeling from soul agony, the dozens of violent sword strikes lost their resistance. Rumble. Like 10,000 thunderclaps, and a volcanic eruption, a purple-black thunder, and fire sword strike, 100 yards long, and full of destructive power, slammed with precision and brutality into the man's defenseless body. The explosion rocked the illusion space. The blinding light turned the world white. The mud dried instantly. A deep, bottomless crater scarred the earth. Smoke swirled. Debris flew. Seconds later, the fire and thunder settled. The smoke dispersed. At the bottom of the crater, the once arrogant Star Emperor of the Star God clan lay like a dog with broken bones. His clothes hung in tatters. His body charred black. His chest collapsed. His limbs bent at grotesque angles. He held on to life by a thread, stripped of all his Star Emperor majesty. Chapter 99. Although the preceding conflict involved space leaps, blade auras, soul assassinations, and thunderous bombardment, everything unfolded in the blink of an eye. The fight was decisive. It was clean. It was pure, violent dominance. Sewu held the white dragon saber, and stood at the edge of the crater. He looked down at the pathetic phantom in the pit. His eyes held no pity. Nearby, amidst the curtains of rain, a woman in simple clothes stood perfectly still. Her beauty was breathtaking. It was the Lin Wainer simulated by the illusion. She stared at Sewu. She looked at him with an expression of confusion and disbelief. He stood surrounded by thunder and fire, like a war god descended from the heavens. Shock, bewilderment, and a flash of undeniable joy flickered in her beautiful eyes. Sewu turned to look at the figure who had haunted his dreams for 20 years. Even knowing the truth, his cold gaze softened into infinite tenderness. He sheathed the white dragon saber. He smiled brightly at his wife in the illusion. Wainer, do not be afraid. Look, I am no longer the helpless waste I once was. Wait for me. We will meet again soon. I will go to the sacred spirit star domain myself, and bring you back. As his words faded, the entire swaying world, the massive starship, the crater, and even the nearby Lin Wainer began to fracture. A crisp, cracking sound echoed, as if a mirror had shattered. The illusion collapsed, dissolving into countless shards of light, and vanished into the void. The illusion dispersed. Clarity returned. He was not back in the vast Starfall Palace Hall, nor the chaotic void. He stood inside a cramped, airtight space, roughly 10 meters across. There were no doors, no windows. Smooth, iron-like black walls closed him in. The ceiling was high and dark, hiding its true height. He scanned the strange room with alert eyes. Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. A voice rang out in the confined space. It carried supreme, unquestionable authority. The sound echoed without warning. Congratulations, young trial taker. You relied on supreme will and combat power to break the falsehood. You have become the first person in 10 million years to pass all inheritance assessments of the Starfall Palace. Suwu felt no joy. His expression turned icy. His gaze scanned the smooth walls like a hawk. He opened his mental sense fully. He could not locate the source. He could not even detect a trace of soul fluctuation. Stop pretending to be a god. Show yourself. Suwu spoke coldly. His voice betrayed his wariness. Young successor, do not look. You will not find me. The old voice continued. It sounded weary from the passage of time, yet proud. I am the creator of the Starfall Palace, a domain lord from the ancient era. I have long since fallen. Only a faint remnant soul remains, attached to the core formation of this hall. I stay only to find a qualified successor. You have passed the ultimate trials of body, law, and soul. You are qualified to accept my final, supreme inheritance. A golden light descended from a circular hole in the black ceiling. It shone like a holy pillar of light, 3 meters in front of Suwu. Go, my successor. The old voice sounded tempting and hopeful. Bathe in this divine light. Absorb it. It contains my ultimate insight into the soul path. Absorb it, and you will gain an unimaginable fortune. Your soul will leap forward. You might even touch the threshold of the Star Saint realm. This is your reward. Suwu did not move. He tilted his head and watched the golden light. It truly contained an ancient, pure, and mysterious soul aura. As the aura spread, his soul sea, recently promoted to the Star Emperor realm, trembled with hunger. It felt like the most delicious delicacy in the world. Normally, after passing so many trials, receiving a final reward would be the natural progression of things. But Suwu hesitated. A deep sense of extreme vigilance rose within him. Something was wrong. Since he stepped into the white light for the third trial, his sixth sense had screamed warnings. The first trial tested his body and rewarded him with the tangible soul sea flying dagger. The second trial tested laws and rewarded him with the physical golden bead. Those were open and honest. But this third trial? First, it created a bizarre, demonic illusion. Now, there was no physical reward. It only shone a light and told him to absorb it. Worse, a self-proclaimed domain lord remnant soul was lurking nearby, watching him. Would an ancient monster, who had lived for millions of years, really put so much effort into these trials, just to find a successor, and then vanish? He was not an idiot. Having read countless novels in his past life, Suwu understood the bloody traps hidden behind such tropes. This is a supreme opportunity that will greatly enhance your soul power. It is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Seeing Suwu standing still, the remnant soul hidden in the dark seemed to grow impatient. Perhaps it had waited too long. The dignity in the old voice cracked. A hint of undisguised urgency crept in. Hurry, step inside, absorb it, and you will ascend to the heavens in one step. Do not waste this incredible fortune. Suwu finally sneered internally upon hearing the impatient urging. So, the fox's tail finally reveals itself. Sorry. Suwu shook his head. He did not walk toward the light. He took a decisive step backward. I have no interest in this so-called supreme fortune. Suwu crossed his arms. He looked at the pillar of light with cold eyes. Keep this great fortune for the next lucky person, senior. I have already obtained the 5th-tier ancient martial art. I am satisfied. Farewell. Suwu turned away. He raised his hand, ready to strike the black wall behind him to force his way out. Stop. Seeing Suwu reject the pie in the sky without hesitation and prepare to leave, the remnant soul lost all pretense. No. This is the supreme fortune of a domain lord. You have reached this point, so you must accept it. The voice became exasperated. Something is definitely wrong. Cold light flashed in Suwu's eyes. He spun around and gripped his saber. You ungrateful ant. Seeing Suwu was so alert, the remnant soul knew disguise was meaningless. Since you have seen through it, do not blame me for being rude. Boom. A cold, venomous roar echoed. The holy golden pillar of light instantly turned a bizarre blood red. In the center of the pillar, space distorted. A dark red human soul, exuding a rotting stench, emerged out of thin air in the middle of the room. The dark red soul had a hideous face. Its eyes burned like ghost fire. It stared at Suwu's perfect body, as if it were a rare delicacy. It let out a harsh, bone-chilling cackle. I wanted to assimilate you while you were in bliss. Since you will not cooperate, I will have to take it by force. A perfect body. Since you have come here, stay forever and become my vessel for rebirth. Chapter 100. The dark red soul body, shedding its disguise, turned into a streak of dark red light that the naked eye could barely catch. It moved too fast. Physical movement could not account for such speed. Even Suwu, with his superhuman reflexes, failed to react in time. A slight prickling sensation blossomed between his brows. The ancient domain lord remnant's soul ignored his physical defenses and forced its way into his body, seeking death. Suwu's heart surged with alarm. His gaze turned as cold as a blade. He closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness down to inspect his own body. A boom echoed in his mind. Inside Suwu's soul sea, the silver, sparkling infinite ocean of spirit received an uninvited guest. The dark red soul body floated abruptly in the air of the soul sea, like a glaring drop of filthy blood. But when the ancient domain lord remnant soul saw this vast soul world, its cruel laughter of greed and impatience stopped abruptly, as if someone had choked it. The dark red soul body trembled violently. Its eyes, formed from soul power, erupted with an incredulity that seemed to see a ghost. Soul Sea. An infinite, materialized Soul Sea. A mere ant at the 9th level of the Star King realm already possesses a Star Emperor level spiritual sense that is completely formed and refined to this extent. The ancient domain lord's voice filled with undeniable shock and terror. Having lived for 10 million years, he understood the difficulty of cultivating soul power. The physical body can be built with treasures, and true energy can be accumulated over long periods. But the soul is the essence of life's sublimation. The transformation from Star King to Star Emperor is a massive chasm. Many brilliant geniuses spend their whole lives failing to take that step of materialization. Yet here, in this young body, he saw a soul sea belonging to a Star Emperor. This soul talent, this heaven-defying foundation. After a brief shock, the disbelief in the ancient domain lord remnant soul's eyes turned into a greed 100 times more intense. Ha ha ha. Heaven helps me. Heaven truly helps me. Even in the ancient era of stars, such a perfect body and soul talent were peerless. If I could possess this child, occupy this soul sea, I would not only return to the peak of a domain lord, but I could break the chains of the past, take a step further, and glimpse the supreme divine path. Facing such an unimaginable temptation, the ancient domain lord fell into madness. Your Star Emperor level spiritual sense exceeded my expectations. If we were outside, this remnant soul of mine might need some effort. But no matter. Here, my 10 million years of soul foundation is not something a mere brat can resist. A boom echoed. The dark red soul body exploded. It turned into a massive, corrosive dark red soul storm. The storm, like blood-colored fog blocking the sky, spread in all directions. It sought to contaminate So Wu's soul sea and assimilate his spiritual sense. Just then, So Wu's soul body formed in his soul sea. He stood on the sparkling surface of the ocean, watching the dark red storm sweep in. His soul sea was already tainted with a strange blood-red color. This red carried a strong sealing and corrosive power. It felt like an invisible shackle bound his soul, slowing down his thought process. Damn it, old thing, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. So Wu cursed coldly. Although he possessed Star Emperor level spiritual sense, he was not a warrior specializing in the soul. His combat methods in the Soul Sea were lacking. Aside from the Soul Sea flying dagger he just obtained, he had only the talent skill Lin Wainer left him, the suppression character technique. The cunning ancient domain lord remnant soul had turned into a storm. Its true body was hidden. Using the flying dagger rashly might result in a miss. Want to play hide and seek? I have no time to waste. So Wu's soul body gaze sharpened. He did not panic. He raised his right hand, pointing to the sky, and let out a thunderous word that shook the Soul Sea. Emerge. With that single word, the deepest part of So Wu's soul detonated. In an instant, streaks of brilliant, tangible golden light rushed out from between So Wu's brows. The golden light converged over the Soul Sea polluted by dark red. In 1/10 of a second, a huge, golden ancient seal character, suppression, floated in the sky of the Soul Sea. A boom echoed. The moment the character appeared, his word became law. An indescribable terror, carrying endless judgment, and absolute crushing power, comparable to 100,000 ancient divine mountains, instantly shrouded every corner of the Soul Sea. The pressure was so strong that the soul space groaned in agony. Ah! The moment the pressure descended, the arrogant, dark red soul storm, which had been sweeping across the sky, solidified like snow meeting a hot sun. A sharp, piercing roar erupted from the void a few hundred meters in front of So Wu. The dark red soul body, hidden in the depths of the storm, was ripped violently from the void by this rule, like a hawk catching a chicken, and frozen in midair. The ancient domain lord's dark red body trembled violently. Extreme fear appeared in those ghost fire eyes. What is this thing? This pressure? This rule power? Impossible. This is absolutely not power in it like you can possess. What exactly are you? He discovered, in despair, that under the pressure of the golden character suppression, his ancient remnant soul could not mobilize even the slightest bit of soul power. He was completely imprisoned in place. Moving became a luxury. Absolute dimensional crushing. Dead people do not need to know so much. So Wu's eyes showed no pity, only the purest, most extreme killing intent. His mind shifted. Whoosh. The blue moon that had been floating in the depths of the Soul Sea, the 4th-tier special ancient weapon Soul Sea flying dagger, erupted with blinding soul-cold light. It drew a blue arc of death through the void, heading straight for the suppressed remnant soul. Under the unreasonable pressure of the suppression character technique, the ancient domain lord could not dodge. He could not even form a soul shield. He could only watch in despair as the blue blade light, radiating extreme destruction, grew infinitely large in his pupils. Pichi, pichi, pichi. Without suspense, the Soul Sea flying dagger cut through the ancient domain lord's soul body hundreds and thousands of times, like a knife through rotting wood. Each penetration took away a large portion of his soul origin. Ah! The dark red soul body let out the final scream of his life. The dark red mist around him, which had tried to contaminate the Soul Sea, dissipated like a receding tide. No, I am not reconciled. I have waited 30 million years. With the final roar filled with endless resentment and unwillingness echoing in the Soul Sea, a bang sounded. The ancient domain lord's remnant soul, attempting to possess and be reborn, shattered completely under this double-dimensional strike. It transformed into countless specks of pure dark red starlight, drifting down. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.